And we're live.
Welcome, Chris. Thanks for joining the mock draft marathon, man. How you doing?
Thanks for having me at this late hour. I think we're about at the halfway point, right?
That's exactly it.
Yep, coming up on it.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're going to bring it home, kick off.
Oh.
This is the half point. We've done 12 hours of this at this point.
You got to hit him with a woo.
Yes.
Woo!
I was going to try and mask it behind Chris, but Chris didn't go. So
I was like, oh, damn, that voice loss is really kicking in.
That's okay. Well, we're joined by Chris Molina, who's part of the team over at Club Fantasy FFL, does some writing, contributing over there for them. Chris, can you just tell us a little bit about yourself for Whisper Nation as you're introducing yourself before we get this mock going?
Yeah, what's up, everyone? Chris Molina here. This is my third year on the mock draft marathon. Thanks for having me. 3 straight years. I guess I might be doing something right. You can follow me on Twitter, ChrisMo2413. I write some articles for Club Fantasy in my spare time, whatever spare time that is, now that I'm, a full-fledged attorney. I remember last year we were talking about it, and I was I was studying for the bar, and now it's like, thank goodness that was last year.
Well, that's impressive, man. You're lawyering it up and writing in fantasy, man. It's living the dream.
Yep, that's a good combo there, I think.
Yeah.
Good. A lot of discussion and debate, and a lot of fun there. Yeah,
we're just trying to fill this.
I gotta remember every time I'm like, I'm just on Twitter. I'm not in court. It doesn't matter.
Oh, when you're getting some spats on Twitter.
Yeah.
So we've got a couple of spots now left open in the draft room.
It's getting a little later. We might just carry forward.
Yeah, we might just carry forward. We'll give it another 30 seconds or so if anybody is listening and wants to join. We just had 2 spots swooped up. So we got the one. We got the 1 and the 10 spot open. We're doing a 10-team PPR super flex. Remember, that's a super flex one. We've caught a couple people off guard with that. So you can rock 2 quarterbacks should you choose. That's the recommendation in the super flex. We'll get this one. Wait just one more minute here if anyone wants to grab that 1 or that 10 spot. But otherwise, we'll get this one going here pretty soon. In just a moment. Cowboy, appreciate that. So, Melina, where are you chiming in from right now? Where's home for you?
Albuquerque, New Mexico, born and raised.
Nice.
The land of the green chili and the good beer.
Those Green Hatch chilies are no joke.
Yeah. It would be hard to move from New Mexico. Like, I would have to stock up every year, no doubt.
We've actually had friends who would go out there just for that and then come back and just bring like a year's supply they throw in the freezer.
That's what's up.
Still waiting here, but MF Cowboy had a question for you. I wonder what your thoughts are on Deshaun Watson and how the league is playing it from a legal aspect.
Oh,
that's a tough question. I have to put on both hats here. Wait, hold on. So I mean, the Twitter community has already made up its mind, for or against Deshaun Watson, without maybe just reading some articles about it. But it's just interesting. We'll just see how this plays out. I doubt he plays this year. If best case scenario, I see him getting like a 6 to 8 game suspension. It was just something that the NFL couldn't ignore with that amount of accusers, I guess.
Right. All right. Well, I think we're going to call it and just go forward with some. Oh, Austin,
I'm going to jump in. I jumped in there at the back spot. I'll draft in the 10.
All right, let's do it. We're going to have the 1-1 is going to be unavailable. Whisper Nation this time. Hopefully we'll get you all in here.
Oh, Camaro with the 101.
Yeah.
Camaro with the 101. They must be listening to the Michael Thomas news. How do you think that's going to impact Alvin Kamara?
I mean, I've had the discussions with Josh half the day, Josh Hudson from Club Fantasy. I actually think this is not good news for Alvin Kamara. I think a lot of the general idea is that he's going to get a ton of targets, but it's like, who else are they going to throw to? Defenses are not dumb. They're going to adjust. And if it's 17 games of Taysom Hill, how many targets is he going to get anyways?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true. I mean, if it's Taysom Hill, for sure, we saw the downgrade. The thing about it is like, if your argument is, oh, well, Jameis Winston will be the starter, like his leash can't be very long. You know, so like he's definitely going to make
Right.
mistakes and probably get pulled at some point.
And you're just going to have to go to your best player. It doesn't mean you will, and you might lose football games because you don't. But I guess maybe the argument is your best pathway towards success would be to lean on your best player who's going to create a difference for you. And that would be Kamara, and he is best fed through targets. So do that. But will they? We'll see.
I mean, that's totally true. How many touchdowns is he going to get, though? This offense, as it looks right now, looks rough. Like, I know as the fantasy community is a big fan of Adam Troutman, but it's like Marquez Callaway and Traquan Smith on the outside. It's like, how many points are they going to score?
Yeah. So I do want to shout out to Scott because he did donate earlier tonight.
Oh, we get a woo on this one?
This link. Yeah. Scott donated on this link, so we didn't count it on the other ones. $5. So that means he's getting
Ooh. Hit him with that
God.
Ric Flair.
Oh man.
And since we got on the new link, we might have a new set of audience members here. Anybody who's making a donation to us is doing a couple of good things. One, making a contribution to an excellent charity here that actually Club FFL and the Fantasy Whisperers are working alongside of. Big Travis, do you want to give them just a little bit of news on the charity that we're supporting and then what happens when you do make a $5 donation?
Yeah, it's the Women's Sports Foundation, WSF. You guys can help support a good cause by donating in the super chat, as Scott just did. You can also purchase a draft kit. And got to give a shout out to Chris. He's a new Patreon subscriber. Appreciate you, Chris. Got in and got your ticket. Really appreciate the support there, bro.
Yeah, you guys deserve it, no doubt.
You're on the clock. Anything you thinking for your first round, the super flex pick?
So, given that it's super flex, I mean, the quarterbacks that I guess there's one quarterback here that jumps to mind. That's Lamar Jackson. He easily has, QB1 potential. We've seen it before. But given that it's a 10 team, I'm tempted to, Dalvin Cook is here at the 107. I'm tempted to go running back here, especially with being PPR, and then swing back to see what quarterbacks are available to me at that point. I think that's what I'm going to do.
Dalvin Cook all the way to the 7th spot. You got to like that.
Yeah.
Austin, I didn't realize we're going to be right next to each other on these picks.
Oh, snap. What's up, man?
Had to go. No social distancing here, huh?
No, right?
Right next to each other in person and on the draft board.
Oh, and we're going to be right back at it, Chris. And Chris, we need you this time. You got to give us a woo, brother. I'm dying over here. I need you. MF Cowboy is just giving $10 to the cause. Super cool, guys.
Woo! Woo! Appreciate that one, MF Cowboy. That is awesome. Cowboy with K. That's cool. Big Travis, you're on the clock right now.
I know. I'm trying to
some
find
really nice players here.
I'm going to take me some Dak Prescott.
Oh, picking him up there. So now I am on the clock. This is fun. I haven't got a chance to. This is my first draft I'm taking part in here in the mock draft marathon.
Oh, nice.
I'm going to zag where everybody zigged. Well, I'm going to keep fading on the Saquon Barkley news. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to pick up Jonathan Taylor. And I'm going to pick up Tyreek Hill and enjoy my very high ceiling. We'll see what kind of quarterback
for you, Austin.
Later. Yeah.
What made you decide Taylor as opposed to someone like Zeke?
I actually love going with Zeke. I think if I'm actually drafting, I'm taking Zeke. And I'm probably taking Nick Chubb over Taylor as well. But I think Taylor's the fun option right now. I think this is we're looking at him as a mystery box. We're looking at him as being an elite running back running behind an elite offensive line where they're just going to lean on this dude. And I don't think that's really how it's going to totally pan out, but I think that's the narrative that the ceiling will latch onto, and it's just fun right now. So that's where I'm going with Jonathan Taylor. But I do think Ezekiel Elliott, we talked a lot about him this year, or this mock draft marathon, and I think Liz Loza, who kicked our show off, hit it right on the head in that Ezekiel Elliott was making a business decision in last year when he's kind of cooling the gas off a little bit. But it's a different time now, and the best business decision for him would be to go as hard as possible. And I think we're going to get a little bit of older Zeke coming in now, and I think he's poised for a really good year.
I agree on that. I'm a big fan of Zeke this year. I think he's undervalued.
It's been a common theme for people in the industry that Zeke is being, undervalued by the market. We'll see if that ADP ever.
The other conversation, like Zeke's been connected right here to Saquon Barkley, is other kind of interesting player, another top elite, high caliber running back, drafted top 5 in the NFL. Zeke hasn't gotten hurt, but he's dipped a little bit. But Saquon's gotten really hurt. It's been some time. Are you fading on him? Where would you kind of place Saquon Barkley right now? Chris?
I mean, I still like him mid like in a regular, PPR non-superflex. I still like him mid first round. I think even if he does miss a game or two, if he comes back fully healthy, I do think he's got, number 1 potential and a decent chance for, top 5, top 7. If you can get him at a discount, especially with the news recently, I mean, even better, right?
I agree.
Yeah, for sure on this one. Man, I'm really excited to see what kind of quarterbacks are available super late. I'm gonna hold off on these ones, I think.
I kind of took the same approach you did. I'm like, I liked Herbert there, and then it's like after Herbert, there's a clear tier break for me in the quarterbacks that are available. I mean, if we knew Rodgers was playing,
Sure,
that's a different story. But I mean, after that, I think I was comfortable waiting at least one more round for see what happens.
All right.
Yeah, you're certainly not going to be grabbing any of those. There's that tier break, but then when you start like putting the whole thing together, if you boil it down, you're like, well, I missed out on Justin Herbert, but I was able to land, say, Baker Mayfield and Tom Brady. And you walk out of that and you're like, I'm not disappointed with this stack. And you can probably get that later on. Now, not in a super flex where those guys are going to get gobbled up pretty darn quick. But there's just still guys down there. They're not abundant, but there are guys here and there that you're like, I can make that work with this guy.
Right. And it's like, do you want someone who, you want to maybe reach for someone in the second round because it is super flex? Or do you want to, take the number 3 wide receiver from last year who has number 1 potential and then swing back and take one of these guys next round?
Chris, do you have a lot of experience playing with Superflex leagues, or do you prefer them?
Some, not necessarily redraft. I don't have that much experience redraft wise, but like most of my dynasty leagues are Superflex.
When do you think that really started kicking in? When did that become I remember just like it feel like 5 years ago that was like, whoa, what is that? That's like a crazy kind of thing. And now it's almost becoming like a standard. We hear more people ask about it. What do you think? Is that the future of fantasy football? Or is it a fad right now? What's the take on Superflex?
Probably both. I mean, it helps make the quarterback position matter. That's probably why it's so popular now. But hard to say. I like Superflex better than 2 quarterback leagues. I'll tell you that much for sure. 2 quarterback leagues are rough.
So, Trevor, you went with the double quarterback right up here. Dak Prescott, Russell Wilson. That's pretty nice here going at the backside on this one.
Feeling good about it. If I was going to go 2 quarterback.
DK Metcalf, that's nice.
If I was going to go 2 quarterback, I wanted to go like elite guys with rushing upside. Both of those guys did it. As opposed to like maybe a Josh Allen, Kyler Murray, if that was possible on the turn, but it did not end up being that way, which, of course. But went with DK here, got the stack with Russell Wilson.
And Antonio Gibson.
Ooh, no quarterback still.
Now we're gonna see. I like Jalen Hurts. I think that he's got a tier buster to him. And the other ones, there's guys I like, but I am gonna hold off and just to see what happens. Like we said, Liz Loza said at the top. Again, you're not mocking to hit at the mark. You're mocking to make mistakes. See what's available, stretch it out, see what's available. Because this is how you can get more comfortable going different directions and building a complete team when maybe the original route was not available.
Yeah, that's fair. And then that Bley, that's Jacob, right?
Yeah, Jacob Bley.
Okay, yeah, I've recognized him. He's played in a couple of my leagues. I was, if AJ Brown fell to me, I thought I was going to avoid having to take back-to-back QBs here, but he made the decision easier for me.
Ryan Tannehill, popular choice. Love that value pick.
two high upside guys in the third and fourth. I mean, if Hurts plays a full season, I can't see him being outside the top 10. And then Tannehill, number 7 last year, when he took over on the Titans, between weeks, I believe it was 7 to 17, he was the QB3 in 2019. So.
Austin, you wanted to ditch the QB early strategy. You got some guys you're eyeing.
I mean, I'll just go ahead and talk about it. There's upside across the board with it. We talked about Deep Space Nine from Adam Ring, talking about Daniel Jones. Even someone like Cam Newton, is going to hold some value. Sam Darnold, Derek Carr. I would like to get somebody with some upside, so it might be like, who's going to get taken then with it, but a Justin Fields. We might have to wait on him getting started, but from a fantasy perspective, that could really hold some weight, and he's going to be available. I'm a big Baker Mayfield fan this year. I think he's got a lot of reasons to be successful from the fantasy perspective. These guys are still available, and I'm right stack. I got Tyreek Hill, Justin Jefferson, Antonio Gibson, and Jonathan Taylor right now. I'm feeling okay about that.
Yeah, your position players are stacked right now, no doubt. All those guys are, regular PPR draft is, they go in the top 20.
So yeah, I'm just kind of seeing how it's going to shake out and seeing what's available. Would obviously love to have a Josh Allen on my squad, but don't always have that ability. So coming up.
All right, Whisper Nation, for those of you watching, almost 20 people watching, even this late, appreciate you guys in here. Hit with those likes and thumbs up on whatever
you
platform
will make
you're
Travis's voice come alive.
Yes,
it will make him come alive.
Please.
You need to hit the like button in YouTube. It's right under the video, a little to the right. You hit that thumbs up. If you don't like it, then just like Couch said, you can unclick it, man. Like you can click it, and if you're like, I made a mistake, it's not hard to undo.
Likes aren't forever.
They're not. They don't have to be. We hope yours will be, but I guess that's up to us. We'll do our best to keep it going, but you can help us keep growing our channel and connecting with more folks, getting more donations coming in for our charity this mock draft. So a lot of good reasons. And keep in mind, anytime you donate $5, you get added to our raffle where we're giving away a signed Deontay Johnson jersey as well as a signed Alvin Kamara jersey. This draft's number one overall selection. We can thank Josh for hooking up with that one from Club FFL.
Austin said that way better than I could have.
That's just I got the honey on my throat right now. But hit the like so Travis's voice comes alive. Yeah.
Nice.
Honey throat, yeah.
Porn name.
Oh, God. It's a pretty good one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, not bad. Chris Molina, what are you thinking right now here in the 5th round selection to pair up with your Jalen Hurts, Ryan Tannehill, Stephon Diggs, and Dalvin Cook team right now?
There's a lot of talent still available here. I mean, I like guys like Amari Cooper. I'm projecting Cooper to be in the top 10, but I'm also projecting Julio Jones to be in the top 10, and I'm going to stack him with Ryan Tannehill here.
That's a nice one there with Julio Jones. What are you expecting for Julio Jones this season? It's obviously what did the guy from Canada call him? Julio?
Yeah. Or as one guy from Canada called him, Julio.
Yeah, that was a good one. How good is Julio Jones going to be this year? What should we expect from him now in Tennessee?
I mean, of course, he's not going to get the 160, 170 targets he was used to in Atlanta. But, I mean, I did my projections. It looks like he can comfortably get 125, 130 targets, with a team as efficient as the Titans with A.J. Brown across from him. I think he's in for a big season. I mean, who else do they have? They have Josh Reynolds. They have Anthony Ferguson. I think even if the Titans, still low volume offense, there's still plenty of room for 230 target guys. And we'll see with the touchdowns. He's notorious for not scoring touchdowns, but the Titans offense is so efficient. He could have, I think I have him around 8, which, should put him in the top 10 this year.
Austin, as you're on the end here, what are you thinking about?
I think I am going to take at least one quarterback. I'm looking at these other wide receivers. to pair along. I normally we go. I like the running backs obviously because of the scarcity, but we are in a PPR, and Josh Jacobs is not going to get that done for you. So I'm fading on that. I know who I'm going to take at the quarterback position, but I'm going to delay it just one more so I can take him in the 6th, just so it looks even cooler. And I think at the wide receiver, I'm going back between DJ Moore, Chris Godwin, Cooper Kupp, and Robert Woods. I think I'm just going to go ahead and pick up, though, Brandon Ayuk. It's a little bit of a deeper dive on this, but I think he's got a chance to really lead that squad, and he's the last one of this team that I don't have any question marks about of what his real role on that team should be. And I'm just a big fan of the man. So as we say here, reach for your guy. Drafting at the turn, though, you got to take your guy if he's there. And my kind of philosophy, drafting at the turn, I like to try to do 2 things wherever possible. I reach for the guy that I want because I got 20 picks going around until I get coming back. So if I like a guy, you got to get him. But then I also take the guy who fell. And I am feeling really good, as I had mentioned before, about taking Baker Mayfield this season. I like what he did to wrap up the season. I like him coming in with the consistent coordinator, head coach, set of weapons. I like the healed Odell Beckham. I like the stacked backfield there. And I'm not feeling bad about him being my first quarterback.
I mean, you're going to find a fan of Baker for me. I'm a big Oklahoma fan. Baker all the way here, so I support that.
Right on. And Baker Mayfield here, I mean, we're coming in. Is there I mean, gosh, I feel, are people sleeping on him right now, given how he ended? I feel like I feel like the whole industry loved him after his rookie season. He set the record, the rookie touchdown record, and people expected to see more of it. We saw him in the commercials. Then we saw him regress. Everyone blamed the commercials. Everyone loves to say that, he's not focused. He's trying to do whatever he's doing. But then we saw it, and that was with Freddie Kitchens. And that experiment didn't really pan out. Stefanski now looks like it's going good. The weapons are gelling. And he did it without Odell, and it sounds like that personnel thing is – I just don't have a reason to not think he's going to kick ass this year. And he's I mean, look at how late he was going. Am I crazy,
I mean,
Chris?
That's fair. No, you're not. I think he has back-end QB1 potential. I think the lack of rushing upside will probably cap him around top, 10 to 12 range. But that offense was efficient. They did it without Odell and, another full offseason, full training camp with that entire offense. They expect big things from the Browns.
But you're just a Sooner fan. You're actually not a Browns fan.
Not a Browns fan.
You're
I'm a big
Rams
Rams fan, but I support my Sooners. Kyler, Baker, Jalen.
Nice.
How are you feeling? Since big Rams fan, how are you feeling now? First off, condolences of Cam Akers.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about the remaining opportunities for Henderson? Is for maybe we had a question earlier. Does this make the Rams pass the ball a little bit more? What do you see the impact of the Akers news being for the Rams and the fantasy players?
Well, I mean, shameless plug here. I did write a look inside for the Los Angeles Rams for Club Fantasy, if you want to check that out. But it was written and published like a day before the Cam Akers injury, so that was brutal. In terms of the question, I like Henderson. I think he should definitely be an RB2 this year. Meets the eye test. I thought Cam Akers was way better. Could handle a 3-down workload. I thought Henderson was more of the 10 to 12 carries a game guy. 3, 4, not even 4 targets, maybe 2 to 3 targets. But I do think the Rams pass the ball more, and with that, I love Cooper Kupp, especially in the 6th round here. He had 92 receptions last year, only 3 touchdowns. With Stafford coming in, I think he's a threat to go double digits again.
Like Stafford is like a dark horse MVP bet.
He's really got it in him. This is a guy who threw for 5,000 yards. The Rams they got a really good defense, but that's not going to slow him down still. Like, I like that dark horse MVP pick.
Put $100 on it, see what happens.
Ooh, what are the odds on that? Do you know?
I'll go look it up right now.
I've got a new route that I'm doing.
It's probably like
it's
plus 5,000 or something.
Would imagine so, yeah.
I got a new thing that I'm doing. I'm a Phoenix Suns fan, diehard, and I'm just going to every year now put like $50 or $100 down on my team at the start of the season to go to the Super Bowl or the finals or whatever it is, just because the odds are so wild. If you hit, then it pays for your trip. You get to buy the ticket. You put $100 down, you walk out with a couple thousand. It's like, if I just use that for experience.
Stafford is plus 1,800.
1,800. That's still pretty nice.
Yeah.
He's got the weapons. He's got the situation. He's also got something to prove, I think. Got a great coach. Yeah. Such no other real standouts. Yeah, of course we got Patrick Mahomes. I don't think last year's MVP is going to repeat, unfortunately.
You think he'll retire? I don't.
Okay, when Dan Dunn is his agent,
David Dunn,
the same agent repping Carson Palmer when they pulled the retirement move and then got dealt to Oakland. It's Hue Jackson said it well earlier on the marathon. It's like, David can tell Aaron what he might be able to expect. And as an agent, all you can really do is communicate what your expectations are, and you hope those are based on experience. And David does have the experience in a very notable and similar fashion. And we knew what Carson Palmer did, and Carson Palmer a few years later was in the Super Bowl for Arizona. You know what I mean? So that doesn't bode well for him staying in Green Bay. I also think Hugh's point of Aaron Rodgers loving football is real too, and I think he's a competitor. But I think that also could play in his situation of retiring. It's like, I'm competing against the Packers. I think Aaron Rodgers could be saying, I'm competing in this standoff, and I'm not going to lose. So and I think he'll cut his nose to spite his face. And he's not even cutting his nose because he's he can retire and go, he just got an NBA ring, for goodness sakes. And he just got to host Jeopardy. And he's going to get married and all this stuff. It's like he's got a lot of things in his life that are going on. If he just wanted to cut this out for a while, it doesn't surprise me, unfortunately.
Him and Shailene just hanging out with Miles Teller in Hawaii, just living the good life.
No big deal. I do that all the time.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of my favorite hobbies.
What do you think about Kenny Golladay, man? I want to love him. I'm just a little bit nervous about that hip. I might take him in this mock just because he looks nice on paper. But how do we feel about Kenny Golladay coming back from this injury, playing for a new team?
I think he should be healthy. I'm a big Kenny G fan. I guess it just depends on Daniel Jones. Is he going to take that step forward? He had a in terms of fantasy, he had a really good rookie year. Last year was awful, but he didn't really have the weapons. He didn't have that number one he can look to at all times like Kenny. It's hard to say. I think he's got a high top 10 ceiling, but a low top 30 floor. Very volatile. Worth a shot though, especially where he's going in regular drafts, and then here in the 7th round, end of the 7th.
I knew you wanted that one. I wasn't even thinking. I was not even thinking of you.
You know where I was thinking about Hunt? In the 6th. He's made it all the way back to the 8th.
You're gonna take him in the 7th. I'm not gonna touch Chase right here. Maybe I don't know. No, that's not
you didn't
true.
go. For me, Chase and Hunt have similar upside, right? But Hunt needs an injury. I don't think Edmonds needs that injury right now.
But the thing is, I think Hunt is a really good running back. And my big takeaway from last year, I've been a big opportunity guy, volume guy for a long time. And I thought last year, one of my takeaways, I keep a section of little new notes that I learned from things that cost me wins. As the game evolves, I must make sure I evolve as well. And, I've been looking for running backs for the better part of this last 10 years. And I thought now what we've finally seen with the expansion of the running back by committee approach, which is almost every single team at this point. What has happened then is the creation of what I'm calling the floor play running back. And used to not be able to find a running back who was going to get you 5-6 points on the waiver wire at all. You're going to get a Mike Tolbert. Maybe you get a touchdown vulture, and it's roll the dice on him getting a touchdown, and that's about it, or something like that. But now it's no, there's guys that are out there that are going to get you 30, 40, 50 yards, couple of catches, maybe they get a touchdown. And I'm looking now at explosive opportunities. It's not just volume alone isn't enough for me. And Kareem Hunt has real explosivity to his game. I think he's actually a special runner. Oh, shit. Henderson, though, is who I would have taken. He's, the ADP, it's all over the place. I would have taken Henderson, but I think a hunch just got explosive value.
Right after you said that whole spiel, you're like, throw it out. I would have taken Henderson.
I would have taken Henderson because he's got explosive ability to him.
I just thought that was so funny. You're like, came in on this whole rant, and then they're like, nope, Henderson would have been it.
Well, he still fits the bill. Like explosive volume is what I'm expecting.
I honestly
out of
didn't see Henderson either.
How freaking and I scrolled all the way to James Conner. I scrolled all the way to actually Zach Moss. How freaking late is he? Damn. Whatever. This is my first mock of the mock marathon. Even though Whisper Nation, we've been going now for 12 hours and 36 minutes. This is my first one.
And just about 15 of you guys watching, go ahead and hit us with a like and subscribe if you can. We would appreciate it.
And like the couch said, man, if you don't like it, you can undo the subscribe. You can undo the like. Like, it's super easy. It's just one click. Easy come, easy go. But try it on for size, man. Like, it feels good. It does. It feels good.
It does.
Yeah, I've done it 3 times now. It feels great.
What's your favorite part of joining the mock draft marathon? Now that you're a veteran, 3 years in, you've got as much skin in the game as us. Well, maybe not, because you got a few more hours.
Yeah, fair. I like, the every dynamic, the guests bring. Like, I have to, follow Fantasy Couch, and that's a tough person to follow. I don't know, but it's a lot of fun. And then everyone that joins these mocks, like I see a lot every year, and it's just cool. I mean, the expectations are there, and it's something I look forward to every year, to be honest.
Well, we look forward to having you and appreciate you coming on again, Chris. One of the OGs.
I mean, if not, you guys wouldn't get me, pro bono. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh shit!
You see how he took that back as fast as he had to take that back. He's like, I'm just kidding.
Ooh, Justin Fields. Cash Pajamas took Justin Fields. I was thinking about him. Obviously, wasn't thinking about him that hard, but he was in the back of my mind.
It's a good QB3 to have. I see you took Kyler and Herbert in the top 2. Just take that flyer on someone like Fields, who could start 12s, could start 8, but someone explosive potential.
Yeah, no doubt. I like what he could be about. When I was talking about passing on a quarterback, call me crazy here, but I'm looking still at how deep this is. Now, keep in mind that the auto-drafted number 1 pick hasn't taken a quarterback yet, so he's really going the no QB route. I'm interested to see how this robot works out on this one. But I don't have a problem starting Ryan Fitzpatrick this year. I don't have a problem rolling out Daniel Jones, Jameis Winston if he's the starter, Taysom Hill if he's the starter.
Hill,
yeah, like even like hell, even Jared Goff has been like, depending on the matchup, that could be a really juicy play, and these guys are all still available despite 20-something quarterbacks coming off the board. So I don't know if this is going to shape. Yeah, Kirk Cousins is another nice one to consider.
Safe, stable, QB2, QB1 upside,
good weapons.
Yeah,
Z giving us some love, Austin. Going strong, boys. Incredible.
Oh my goodness! Thank you for the message. Legitimately, we're at the point where you start getting just drained, where you can't fake it, and you get, like I say, emotionally fragile. Things hit big, high highs, low lows. It's a freaking roller coaster that's coming up. Show me a picture of a baby, I'll start crying. Stuff like that. So, so thank you, woo, Zareh. Thank you for the message. I feel way better.
Sounds like court. I hear that.
Second half in effect. Hopefully I can get half of my voice back. Whisper Nation, I'm not leaving you. We made a commitment. We're doing it.
I will die on this mock.
Chris, if I die on your mock, I'm sorry, man. Sorry for the trauma.
No, it's fine. It's fine. That I knew I was going to halfway point.
It's really like that wall we're coming through, right? Like we're breaking through here now. Every minute though, we're on the other side.
Help
you thank God for that help, because we need it. Now we're doing okay.
I have to help you break through. Just break through the wall.
Just break through the wall. I'm hoping James Robinson can break through some of these walls that he's going to see in front of him, in front of the goal line. What do you think, Chris, in James Robinson, the Travis Etienne saga? I like how he's getting a little bit later. I know you're on the pick, so I'll keep my wind up here long. James Robinson, he's been called one of his favorite players by Urban Meyer. Travis Etienne is looking like a gadget of types. We also had the ProFFet on here earlier who loves Etienne. He thinks he's going to be a future Austin Eckler or Alvin Kamara in his rookie year. But he also recognized that James Robinson still could, be getting 200 touches or whatever, and for a respectable average. What do you think right now about the backfield shakeup going on in Jacksonville, Chris?
Oh, it's rough. It's honestly kind of gross. Like I was looking at this team, and right now I have Robinson at 181 carries, Etienne at 161. Robinson 26 receptions, Etienne 36. I honestly think it's going to be like a 50-50 split. Robinson getting most of the first and second down work, Etienne getting most of the third down work. It's going to be hard to know who to start on a weekly basis unless we get some touchdowns in. But I do like the value of Robinson going in the 10th round.
Yeah, I do too.
As opposed to Etienne, where did he go? 6th round. Yeah, I like that more than 6th round Etienne.
Right on. Yeah, I do like it. I'm just excited to see what Jacksonville's about, man. They're like a fun. It's a Florida team right now. Florida is a wet and wild place, y'all. Like people like to knock on Florida, and I get that too. But like Florida's got Disney World. Florida's got Busch Gardens. Florida's got a lot of it's got beaches. It's got people on tractors doing wild stuff. Like it's fun. All gas, no brakes, kind of fun. I'm not saying it's safe. I'm not saying it's like you'll come out with all your toes. But you will have a good time. You will get excited, and this Jacksonville team right now feels exactly like that to me. We've got big names, Urban Meyer coming over. We got Trevor Lawrence over there, and we bring over Tim Tebow. But hell, let's put him at the tight end position. Who cares? And let's go ahead and draft Travis Etienne, second running back overall, and then say we want to make him into a receiver. Like it just feels like Florida in all the best and all the worst ways. And I'm excited to sit on my couch on Sunday and watch what happens.
I knew Urban Meyer was going to do that. Like just the chance to pair Etienne with Trevor Lawrence. In terms of dynasty, that really hurts James Robinson's dynasty value. I think, they have an out after 2022. They could pay him nothing. They're paying him on, undrafted free agent salary these days. They could just cut him. They have a rookie running back for the next 3 years after that. That was something I saw coming.
Or maybe he earns a spot, or I'm sure that's say an Atlanta, where another one of these teams that maybe is a little bit running back heavy could enjoy the services of a James Robinson, who I just think is a hard worker. Now you don't become an undrafted free agent and become a top 10 running back when the box is still loaded against you because they know what you're bringing and you still kind of bring it. And for those dynasty rosters of James Robinson, easy come, easy go, right? You didn't draft him. You picked him up off the waiver wire. You got to enjoy a top 10 running back for freezies. And if you lose him, hopefully you won a championship that year.
Guy Z coming in strong.
Oh, snaps.
Another donation. Chris, have you projected Tyler Higbee yet? ADP has him going ahead of Fant and Logan Thomas. I think he's being overdrafted. But more importantly, before that question, Chris, Z just donated to the Women's Sports Foundation via our super chat. He gets a
woo. So I have projected Tyler Higbee. I have him at 78 targets, 54 receptions, 606 yards. I do have him I think it's let me check. I think he's neck and neck with Noah Fant, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, I have Noah Fant with more than Tyler Higbee, so I kind of agree with Z here. I would take Noah Fant over Tyler Higbee, and that's coming as a Rams fan here. But he's got that upside. Everett's gone. The tight end position had 120 targets of the Rams passing pie. Even if it comes down to, say, 90, who's going to take the tight end targets from Higbee? Not Bryson Hopkins. He had 2 snaps last year, and then they just drafted a rookie tight end. And unless your name is Kyle Pitts, nobody really cares about rookie tight ends for fantasy football. I like Higbee. He's got potential. I think he's got a higher ceiling than Fant, but a lower floor definitely. Logan Thomas, I'm not sure. It's hard to project with Ryan Fitzpatrick in that offense. He's kind of a wild card.
Oh, shit. There it goes. Nice.
But speaking of which, I haven't taken a tight end yet, so let's do it.
Let's do it.
So he paid for you to basically take Tyler Higbee right there.
Yeah, anytime. Who do you want next round?
That's an interesting one. What's Matt Stafford's relationship with his tight end been like? I know he hasn't had a lot of great ones. He did okay with TJ Hawkinson last year. I mean, we had some talent.
Some games with Ebron.
Oh, that's right, Eric Ebron, another top 12 tight end in terms of drafting in the first round. Eric Ebron. I mean, draft him.
I don't know if there's any correlation between Stafford and the tight end. I guess it just depends on the tight end. Hopefully Higbee can do it, kind of what Hawkinson did last year. I think that would be a solid top 10 year and worth it in the 12th round.
Speaking in the 12th round, we are through the 12th round. We are in the 13th round, which means we are coming to the end of this 10-team PPR Superflex mock draft with Chris Molina. Once we get through with this, Chris, it would be awesome to hear your breakdown of your team. Let us know what you like, what you might have done differently, just your overall take of how it all worked out. But we will wait until you get that 13th pick in, and then go ahead and break this bad boy down. So bad. I think it's really funny in the auto draft picks here. I know that our number 3 picker, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quarterbacks auto drafted versus team 1 had just 1 quarterback auto drafted. Seems like the computer is playing around with a couple of different strategies as well. Way to go, computer. That's what we're here for. You don't mock your perfect team. You mock to make mistakes and then see what you want. Looks like the computer's doing that too. I'm talking to the computer like it's a real person, Travis. What time is it, man? It's 1 a.m. on the East Coast. There we go.
I'm trying
2 tight ends for team 3, 1 tight end for team 1.
I feel like we're not talking in the industry enough about the backfield in Buffalo. I know Josh Allen likes to run touchdowns in. I know that they've split a lot of the carries between Zach Moss and Singletary, but I don't know. There's a lot of quarterback history of guys who earlier in their careers like to rush in touchdowns and then got hurt from doing it. Even for big boys like Josh Allen, guys who are built like linebackers. Cam Newton, we saw a regression from him after his body took a lot of beatings from those kinds of plays. I don't think they're going to be encouraged to keep that going, even if Josh Allen himself wants to get it going, which means a running back is going to be emerging. It's also a cold weather place. We like to say that as the season progresses and the cold weather cools down, you're going to see more action from the running back position. Do we deserve to give Zach Moss and Devin Singletary some more conversation? Chris, I know you're making your last pick. No, we don't.
No, hard no. I think to make the argument that Moss and Singletary are going to be more involved this year, they're going to lean on the running game more. It means there's going to be less passing work, for Diggs, Josh Allen, Sanders, Gabe Davis. There's going to be less rushing work for Allen. And, does that really help anyone? We want to see the Bills air it out like they did last year. I don't want to see Zach Moss plot up the middle for 4 yards and then Singletary catch a 3-yard out route after that. They're just low ceiling guys for me. They could crack the top 24, both of them. But do you see either of them in the top 20? I don't really see either of them in the top 20.
Yeah, I don't think so, but there's just a world where it could happen. I mean, to your point, they would have to change the passing. They'd have to run more. I don't know if they will, but there's reasons why they could. I'm not going to say no. I do like targeting one of these running backs, especially Zach Moss, if he's going as late right now as he is. But I'm making my final pick here. Chris, you want to go ahead and break down your team right now? Let us know what you think about your 10-team or PPR Superflex squad here.
Sure. I mean, so we'll start with the QB position. I have Hurts, Tannehill, and Taysom Hill, all 3 high upside guys. I think I took Taysom Hill in that last round, see if he's a starter. If not, you just drop him. It's like a free waiver claim, basically. I I think they all three have top 10 potential. I like my QBs. Not the safest, but I mean, we're not here to draft safely, in my opinion.
We're dangerously drafting.
my safety blanket's the wide receivers, no doubt. I have Diggs, Julio, Cooper Kupp, and then on the bench I have Tyler Lockett and Odell Beckham Jr. This is the kind of year that I really like this strategy I've been trying out. You get your stud running back right away. I got Dalvin Cook 107. He's going to carry my RB1 hopefully all year. And then, mix and match for your RB2 slot while you let the wide receivers do their thing. James Conner, he's taken over Kenyon Drake role. I think he has good top 20 potential. You get him in the 9th round. Michael Carter, I was between him and Trey Sermon. Jacob made that decision easy for me. We'll see what happens with the Jets. If he takes the lead role, he's got good potential too. The Gus Bus, who knows what happens with J.K. Dobbins. There's a lot of rushing attempts to go around between the two of them and Lamar Jackson. And then, tight end, take a shot on Higbee. If he doesn't work out, I'll play the stream game. Yeah, there's my squad right there.
Love it, man.
How would you guys rate it?
I'm trying to take a look here. I do love Tannehill. I mean,
I like the Hurts and Tannehill combo.
That's
nice. With Cooks and Diggs, like that might be the number one running back and wide receiver that you picked up right there. And Hurts and Tannehill should both be top 10s as far as I'm concerned. A little bit concerned about that second running back, but I think you got enough to hold it down. And you got pieces to make moves too. I think there's a ton of value on the squad. I think there's a lot of upside. I'm a little concerned by that second running back, but that's the only point of concern. And there's a lot of heat here to keep it going throughout the season.
Chris, did you want to take a look at some of these other rosters and maybe give us a team you like the most out of this?
Who do you think did the best? Not including myself.
Yeah, let's see.
Or Travis.
I mean, take real quick shout out to Justin Gang. Getting Mahomes Kelsey stack, big fan of that. Eckler in the 3rd round paired with Carson Gaskin, that should hold down his running back position all year right there. CeeDee, Deontay, Robbie. I like that squad. Let's see. Let me take a look at the others. I mean, if Rodgers plays, that's a good squad too here. Team 2, Death by Rona. That's his team name. And yeah. So, yeah, Darren Waller in the 4th round is nice. He got him after Kyle Pitts went. Let's see. I like Allen Stafford. I think getting Stafford in the 5th is nice. Jacob took a couple of my picks here. Zeke, Mixon, Sermon. I think we were kind of on the same wavelength. I like a lot of these squads. It's hard to pick. Chubb, Montgomery. I feel like Cat's Pajamas team's good. A little shallow on wide receivers, but there's a lot of good teams here.
We've been drafting with some seasoned professionals. It's almost like they've been paying attention for the last 6 months of Monday mock drafts or something like that.
That's right.
A lot of diehards in this group.
Chris,
here.
Man, we're so pumped you could join us again. Seriously. Straight year. Seriously, so stoked that you could join us. So I hope you had another great time with us and tell the people where they can find you and what you're working on.
Yes, big fan of this. Like I said, I look forward to this every year. My Twitter handle is right there. You can find me, ChrisMo2413 on Twitter. I write for the Club Fantasy. You can follow them at Club Fantasy FFL. There's a lot of talented writers on that squad. I don't write as much as they do too. They're just killing it over there. But yeah, thanks again for having me. It's a lot of fun.
Absolutely, man. We can't wait to have you back again next year. You know that we're going to be hitting you up, keeping that pro bono situation intact. But those are your words. Those are not ours. So we appreciate all of that.
I was just kidding.
I think you're legally bound to that. No, isn't
that's fair.
Where's your
that's
contract
fair.
now? You know better than I do. All right, man. Well, it's been awesome to draft alongside of you for year 3. I mean, seriously, man. Like, it We have a lot of fun. We talk really fast, but it truly means a lot to have you come back year in, year out. Keep the stories going, man. Hope to keep it going for a really long time.
Yep. Hopefully. Thanks again, guys.
Adios, brother.
Appreciate you, Chris. Back.
Welcome back,
Appreciate
Time.
Hey, thank you for the lunch break there. Had some credits here.
Hey!
Our Excel wizard, our stat guy. And yeah, I was
Adam
wondering-
Rank Troll.
Yeah, Adam Troll. Yeah. Yes, we should. So we want to do a sports card giveaway.
All right.
We're gonna do that right now, before our next guest comes on.
Sounds good.
All right, I'm gonna pull up this wheel here. Wheel of Fortune, maybe. Here we go. It was like I had to find it. Okay, here we go. First off, we will do the spin, and then if the member is in this room, we'll ask them what number envelope between 1 and 9. If they're not, then we'll go with the consensus here. We'll go with what Austin and Travis, what they agree on here. Oh, Marty.
Oh,
Marty. You have won. Winner, chicken dinner.
Boom.
Boom.
Boom. Marty.
All right.
Marty's getting chicken.
Marty.
Marty's getting chicken.
All right.
I'll just lean into the
Marty. There you go. Oh, that was okay. So is Marty in this live stream right now? Watching.
He was earlier.
Like the
I don't know if he is
millions
now.
and millions around the world. Yes. Z back on. Okay, we're gonna have Z pick. All right, Z, my man, you just in time.
We're jumping right into it. Welcome. It's so good to see you again.
Yeah. I don't know if he can't hear us. There's no snare in his headphones. He has no snare.
Headset isn't working. I don't know what's happening right now.
Oh,
What is happening?
He's got no snare in his headphones.
he has no snare in his
Let Austin
headphones.
pick the number.
Okay, Austin, you
Yeah.
pick the number.
Hello? Okay.
Hello?
That's working.
You hear?
Can you hear us?
Can you hear
Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Zareh,
Can I-
you hear us? Can you hear us? No? Shit.
Let me see something.
Johnny,
All
can
right.
pick? I can.
What? Yeah. Okay. So while
two,
all right, 1 through
three.
9. Just pick 1 through 9. Austin.
67.
That is not 1 through 9.
2.
2. Here we go. 2. Envelope 2. All right. This is for Marty, which we need to get Marty to DM us. Here we go. Ooh. This one's going to hurt for a hot Atlanta fan here. We got a 1-2 punch of Julio and Matt Ryan. Ooh. We got a guy near and dear to Arizona heart, a Pat Tillman Prism
nice.
card. There we go. An Xavier Rhodes rookie card.
Nice.
That's a good one. Oh, this one. I do love this one. I do love this card a lot,
What do you
actually.
love? How much you love it?
This is a Sam Darnold rookie patch card.
Oh, that's got his jersey in it,
Dang,
right?
Yeah, rookie patch. So there you go,
Or
Marty.
his jockstrap underwear piece of clothing.
Yeah, no, I don't know. This is green. So unless he wears green underwear, I don't know that.
Sam Darnold does wear green underwear.
Hey, is it confirmed?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like Chelsea in here. That's why this is RIP Pat. If I can click on this button here. We got also look at I like this guy. MF Cowboy stumbles upon our channel tonight.
MF Cowboy's
this-
been an
yeah.
awesome addition to
And he's
Whisper
just
Nation.
just fitting right in.
He is keeping it going for us in this hour 13 now. Damn, look
Yeah.
at us go.
Look at us go. Well,
yeah.
Marty,
What is happening?
If Marty
doing it.
hops back in here, we got to
Oh
him.
my god!
have to get
I've
him
been
to DM.
tempted to take Z off the screen, but
No,
it's
but
just
don't.
it's been really
Don't.
good comedy. I'm not gonna lie.
What
Poor
is
guy.
happening? It's so good.
Hey, ask. Oh, okay, hold on. I'm gonna DM him. I'm gonna DM him and tell him he might have to go out and check his audio on. Oh, he's mute. Did he mute his mic? He might have to edit his audio settings. In his. So, Austin, do you also want to? Do you want to put up the draft board for this next mock draft?
Oh, yeah. Excuse me about that one. Yeah. Those death.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is good. Oh, we got a fun one here. Okay, this is an 8-teamer. So this one's gonna be super stacked teams. This is like the league. This is like the league type of draft here. They only had 8 players in there. Oh, can you hear us? Can you hear us, Z?
Hello? Yeah.
Hello? Can you hear us? No? Because we hear you.
Wait.
What's Credit doing, Johnny?
He's
Go
good.
ahead.
He's joined. Oh yeah, we hear you.
Oh my God! What happened?
Oh, he's in. He's in, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. God,
Oh,
I'm so
yeah.
sorry, guys.
Yes, no,
No,
don't be. It
it's
was
all
it's
good.
like one of the highlights of the show, man. That was awesome.
Great, right?
Hey.
But it was really funny. No, it was like at one point you're like, "What is going on?" we can hear you. That was awesome. That was
Oh
fun.
man, I'm so happy to be back. So happy to
Hey,
be back.
yeah.
We appreciate you being back.
So
Yeah,
happy to have
man. You guys have been killing it. Johnny, I could see it on your face. It's gotten to you a little bit, huh? Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Well, not only
Yeah.
that, but then I also just ate some Mickey D's. So now I'm gonna get that I'm trying to
Food
power
coma.
through the food coma part because that's the hardest part in all honesty is when
Yeah.
you go on your break and you come back from eating, that first hour is just so having you on is gonna be great because it's gonna give me
Let's
high
do it.
energy. High energy.
Let's do it. And Austin, you look like more fired up than I've seen
Oh,
all day.
Dude, thank you, man. I get that run sometimes. And
Yeah,
you
yeah.
feel the energy. And like when it starts to go down, and you're like, look, I'm running out of the energy I came in here with, but I can
Right.
get weird. You know what I mean?
I
And, like,
love weird.
Yeah. So you crack into weird, and you're like, I don't care because I can't. If I do, I'll stop. And we can't. It's a marathon. It's like literally the one thing you can't do is stop. So like, I get weird.
Yeah, I want to see what's gonna happen. I'm excited to see how weird this can get.
Cowboy, it's 2
Johnny
a.m.
doesn't.
here. Where's Cowboy?
Johnny's
Where's-
known me for like 18 years. He knows how
Yeah.
weird it can get.
Yeah, don't.
Like, dude,
don't.
we'll-
Yeah, if you say that to Austin, he will get weird. And
So
then
Z, are
Yo.
you in right now?
No, I'm just chilling. I think.
Okay,
oh,
if you-
okay.
go to
Yeah.
the link. I
Yeah.
sent it to you.
I went to the
Um,
link.
Just have it open because I'm gonna bow out.
Oh, sick. Okay.
He's gonna rest that angel voice
Well,
of
I mean, I'll
his.
still be here, but I'm gonna.
Oh yeah, it's getting raspy a little bit. I can hear it.
Yeah.
It's like a chain smoking ant. Or grandma.
Like
Um,
at the casino.
Hey,
how do I leave
it's-
the draft?
Whisper Nation
gotta-
loves that chain smoking. Oh,
Oh,
I did wanna-
it's so seductive.
I got some Rutherford Lane for all the gentlemen.
Oh,
Whisper Nation.
oh,
I can't.
Oh,
leave it.
okay.
for the
I don't even
gentleman.
know.
because
My
I created
my
it.
fiance is the wine drinker. I just found the bottle kind of like corked and downstairs. I was like, all right, I'll bring this upstairs with me tonight. See what happens.
Hey,
I mean,
Late-
you want to get
hey.
you want to get weird? We can get weird.
hey, you
I'm fine with
won't.
that.
Johnny,
Hey,
I
you
started-
won't. Z, you won't.
You won't.
Johnny, I can't leave it. But what I can do is just draft whoever you tell me to.
No, you go ahead, man.
No, you
can't
can't
leave
leave it. Yeah, you can leave
Because
it
I'm
just on the.
commissioner.
Oh,
I
So you-
created the mock draft.
I can bow out. I'll bow out this one, and I'll help you. Travis, you and I will. Okay, are you in there, Z?
Yeah.
Okay, claim that 7 spot,
18,
then-
5.5 point standard format. All right, cool.
and then Big Travis, you and I will draft a team together. How's that?
And I think SF is super flex, actually, like the opposite
sir.
of standard format.
Oh yeah, super flex.
Yeah.
Okay. 18
Yeah.
super flex. Oh wow.
This is gonna get
Yeah.
weird.
Dude, no, this is actually weird. 18 Superflex. I have no idea. This is the weirdest draft I've ever been in.
Hey, that's what we're trying on
it's
these
IDP
late night
also.
hours.
It's
Hey,
IDP also.
no, it's not IDP. We would.
Oh, it's not IDP.
Hey, do you know? Side note: this is kind of funny. On so many of the guests that we DM'd and asked to come on our show, we would often say, "Hey, like, what kind of mock would you prefer doing?" And almost, like half of the people that we DM'd were just like, "Oh, I'm fine with anything but IDP." And
Yeah.
like, yeah, we're not down with IDP over here.
Dude, I just sent out a tweet like a half hour ago saying I've been noticing a lot of IDP people come up in the community. It's getting kind of big. I don't know if that's because we're getting close to the season, but I sent out a tweet saying, "Yo, congrats to the IDP guys." And like a bunch of people were like, "Yo, dude, if you want to learn," and I'm like, "Why not?" Because it's so awesome having implications on both sides of the ball on one fantasy team. That is so cool. You have more stuff going. When the defense comes on the field and your offense is going, you're like, "Oh, I just gotta sit here now, wait for the ball to come back to me."
I'll tell you, Joe Zolo from Club FFL. He is an awesome guy to talk about. Like he knows like every single defensive player known to man. And I will say this: the only reason I don't like IDP is because the one time I played, it was like you only had two defensive players, and so it was just like. It was just another streaming position, and unless you had at the time, JJ Watt,
right?
It was just like it was just like okay, and then it ended up, and then it ended up being like such a weighted thing if you were playing against someone, and then their player just happened to like get like a pick six or something. You're just like, oh, okay, well, there's no chance my guy's gonna even do like it's
For
so
sure.
hard. That was the only thing, but. I know that there are like some of those communities that like they legit have like a full squad on the defense. Like you got to get a corner, you have to get a safety, you have to get a middle linebacker. And so I was like, okay,
we're on the
you got the 11 men, the full 11 men.
Yeah, exactly. Travis, where? I guess I can.
I'm gonna take Dak or Lamar.
Dak.
I never get Dak wherever I go. I never get Dak.
Well, you're not gonna get him on here either.
No, I just don't ever get him. I just never end up getting him. No beef at all. They're actually training right down the street from me. They're a 10-minute drive from where I'm at. I gotta go check them out.
Yeah,
tomorrow maybe. Dude. Yeah, I usually go see him every year, but I've been lazy. I've never got to see. I haven't seen Dak live yet. I haven't seen Zeke or that whole squad. Last time I watched him, it was Romo, Witten, and like Dez were the big three, and Terrence Williams.
Yeah,
different team back then.
We should just say that you were on the mock draft marathon with the Fantasy Whisperers. They should let you right in.
Press badge.
Yeah, exactly.
Just bring my Merlot and my press badge.
Right, exactly. Well, I actually think, isn't Zeke like a big wine guy? I'm pretty sure Zeke is like one of those. I'm pretty sure he's like him or Dak. I swear, like I remember watching something and they were talking about how much they really enjoy wine and doing that and getting together.
Yeah, probably, man. They're the new generation of football players. They're not the Brett Favres of old. They're like the wine country quarterback football players. Yeah. So.
All right, Travis, what do we got? You want to do
probably Herbert?
You want Herbs? Okay.
Dirty Herbs.
Yeah.
Dirty Herbs.
Jeez. What's your guys' drink of choice?
Tequila.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I had some.
No way. I mean, if I would say a Jack and Coke is like mine.
Right on.
Whiskey and Coke. It doesn't have to be Jack. It just has to be some kind of whiskey.
When I was partying a lot in my 20s, I'll be 39 in August. But when I was partying a lot in my 20s, my drink always would be at the bar. It would always be a Jack and Coke with a Budweiser chaser, like a Budweiser backer.
Oh, whoa!
Yeah, it was
quite
weird.
The combo there, huh?
It was weird. I don't know what I was doing. No one told me to do that.
I mean, it's college. You're supposed to make those mistakes. Like,
I think I think I might have just had a Jack and Coke in one hand, and maybe somebody asked me to hold their beer for a second, so I probably took a sip of the beer, and I was like, oh.
Hey, this isn't as bad.
We used to have a drink at the bar called Mindy Racers.
Oh,
It
yeah.
was,
Oh man,
you know, Mindy Racers.
Oh, I used to slam a bunch of those.
Oh, we used to destroy those. I think we might have gone to the same bar together. We're not even knowing it.
Maybe. That's what happens. It erases your mind.
Yeah,
You know, like in Men in Black.
so, that's what pretty much was. Yeah.
We got MF Cowboy asking, do y'all feel that the Cowboys ADP will rise when Hard Knocks show comes out? Absolutely. Every single year this happens. You end up watching the show, and then Zeke, I could tell you, he's already started to climb. He's going to climb even further when people see him on Hard Knocks and hear his interviews or what he's saying. And I think he's going to be a major riser. And then Dak, of course, because people are going to see that ankle and they're going to be like, oh, it looks great. Like he's doing it. Or maybe the other way, if not looking so good. I don't know.
You know who's going to rise from the Cowboys? Blake Jarwin. That's who's going to rise. He's going to pop. He's going to pop up. They've already started releasing the Blake Jarwin videos from training camp, catching passes from Dak.
Here's what I'm wondering. This is my honest concern with Blake. Not that I don't think he's good. It's that he's coming back from an injury and Schultz was effective. And so I'm wondering if they ease him back in because he's coming off the ACL and MCL. And so I'm wondering if they're going to kind of split more than we think. And if it's a split tight end, I don't want a part of that. But if it is just solely going to be Blake, taking that market share, he should get like 12 to 15. Well, I don't know about 15%, but like 12%, which would be a nice on an offense that's really moving the ball a lot and scoring a lot. I think it's not bad.
Schultz was solid last year, dude. I think I was just looking at a bunch of tight end stuff. I just finished writing an article and I just was like browsing that's my pick. Whoops. Najee.
Yeah, I saw a part of your you popped in here and I want to hear why do you hate, I'm just going to throw it out there. Why do you hate the love that's going on for
Higbee?
Yeah.
Dude, I was all about Higbee too. Primarily because of the whole Everett not there being the whole narrative about Everett not being there and how that affected him in 2019, and he had like a really good 4 or 5 game streak. But it just doesn't sit well. I was writing an article and I saw that like he played 80% of the snaps last year.
Mm-hmm.
Like he played 80% of the snaps last year. The year before that, he played 80% of the snaps. And the year before that, he played 80. That's a lot of snaps to be seeing as a tight end, I think. And you should be putting up some serious production. Even seeing 80% of the snaps last year, he had a median fantasy point output of 4 points per game. And I use median instead of average because I read an article about the median statistic. It eliminates any kind of outlier that would skew your data that you're looking at. So I use median now going forward. So Tyler Higbee with an 80% snap share only saw 4 points per game. His season high, he had a career high 5 touchdowns last year. I think he can probably like hit maybe 700 yards and like maybe 6 touchdowns, but like at what cost? I mean, I'm not taking him above Noah Fant. Noah Fant's just a better athlete. He's a yak monster. And Logan Thomas is the sole tight end. Logan Thomas, I think, is the only tight end that had 100% snap share last year. Maybe there's somebody else. Yeah, but Logan Thomas had 100% snap share last year. There's nobody else on the field. So I think he'll have 100% snap share again this year, like Logan Thomas. And people are saying, yeah, but Ryan Fitzpatrick has never targeted the tight end position that much. Well, give me a tight end that Ryan Fitzpatrick has had that was good. Like
OJ
a top
Howard.
10, top 5, 10.
OJ
Yeah,
Howard.
but he was sharing snaps with Cameron Braid at the time too.
Right.
So that's kind of like.
But neither one was doing well.
He also had Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, who are like,
And he had. Have you
Really
seen
good.
Daimi? You saw Daimi Brown, don't you? You saw what he was putting up there in college there, and they have.
At UNC, yeah.
Yeah. You don't
Yeah.
believe? You don't believe?
Oh man, I'm an Adam Humphries truther actually. No, just kidding. No, I like that.
I like that one. But they do have Terry McLaurin there, and
No, yeah.
But I do. Here's the thing. The reason why I don't mind the Logan Thomas thing is because he's like the draft capital is not there. So even like that's why I don't mind it, because like I will probably end up having him on a couple of my teams just in case I'm wrong, because I can just like go ahead and stream the position or whatnot. But like I'm not necessarily trying to target him because I am concerned with, you know, Matt Ryan not Matt Ryan, but Ryan Fitzmagic just tends to push the ball to his wide receivers because that's just what he does. The one thing I want to say to you is just when you look at this, well, one, the LA Rams had what would be combined, if you combine Everett's and Higbee's targets last year, would have been ranked third for tight ends in targets. And then
it was 120 targets, I believe.
Yeah. And so you look at what Matthew Stafford has done in his career. He's on average since like 2011, he's averaged just right around 17% to the tight end position, a little bit above that. And then when you look at once he had Hawkinson, who was a really good athlete, but you know, a good solid tight end, that went up to 8. He didn't see less than 18% target share. And so I, you know, once again, I'm not projecting necessarily Higbee to get that full 18%, but like I have him, I believe at like 15 or 16%, and that puts him up there.
So was Hawkinson's, and Hawkinson, I was just having a conversation with somebody that brought up Hawkinson, and I pointed out, well, last year, especially, not the year before that, because they had Marvin Jones and Kenny G playing. But last year they were saying, Hawkinson, they said they used the argument that you did. And I said, well, I mean, obviously there was a lack of receiving talent over there. And Hawkinson, that was more of not Hawkinson's talent as a tight end. But I mean, like that is, so you're saying that historically Matthew Stafford has targeted the tight end at least like 16 to 17% of the time?
Yeah. So I have the exact here. I'll pull it, or I'll give you the exact stat because I got it right here. Okay. Since 2014, Stafford has averaged 98.14 targets to the tight end position per season, a 16.71% target market share. But then since getting now I want to say Higbee. Since getting TJ Hawkinson, he didn't have any less than, or he averaged 18.75% when he played like a whole season. Because obviously there was the one season when he had like 12% when you look at his ending, but he got injured that year. He had the knee injury. So that's why I was just like, okay, well, I'm going to give him, once I put in 16% for Hawkins or for Higbee, that's where he jumped up in my rankings. So that's why.
Did you do projections? You did projections?
Oh yeah, I'm a huge stat guy. Like I go all my rankings are based on projections. I have a system that I'm pretty confident in. And
great.
So I trust that. I trust that over my gut, because ask these boys. They know that I have gut feelings, and I usually get a little emotional with those ones. So I try to leave those out when I do my rankings, and I just let the numbers talk. And that's what
Johnny, you are one of the most interesting analysts and commentators in the fantasy football world that I have ever come across, because you legitimately arm yourself with two such significant weapons in terms of gut takes and numbers. And over the years, the way that this hot and cold wind clash and forms a tornado that destroys Oklahoma is just like crazy, man. Like you come in and you'll get these numbers, and it like you throw down so hard, like you've strained friendships because of how hard you throw down. And then like sometimes you've been wrong, and then you come back like, no, but I know it was wrong in the formula, and now it's right, and now you're gonna eat your words. And like then the gut take comes in, and you come a long way with it now, man. Now your stuff, like, that's what I'm telling you to enter your stuff in a lot of these other contests now, man, because like you I don't know if it's because of the path you've traveled and how many calculations you've done and how many times you've reflected, but like your shit's on point right now, man. Like,
nice, dude.
Appreciate that.
It's pretty good.
Appreciate that. I
don't even want to say that, because I like to give you more trash than I do like to give you praise, but like I just can't deny it, dude. Like your shit's on point at this point. I
appreciate it. I mean, it just, you start seeing patterns, you go and look, and that's why I like having Z on, because he's also a film guy. So and that's just where I'll see something, and then I want to go and make sure I back it up by what I see on film, and you know, it's just it is a process, and it is exhausting at times, but it's so fun, and I enjoy it, and I really appreciate you for giving me that shout out. It makes me feel good. And yeah, I'm considering Z, do you do that? Do you do the pro football or the fantasy pros rankings?
No, I haven't done that yet. I've seen people on there that I've known. Like I've been looking at the rankings, like, oh, I know that guy. I know that guy. There's a lot of you guys out there doing the fantasy pros rankings. That's cool that you guys are doing it. You know what's funny is I've never set up projections, or I've never done like official rankings where I've released to the public. Like I just
really?
don't. I've never tried. I've never dabbled in it. This year I was supposed to learn how to do projections with this guy I work with, Matt FF, really great guy from Australia, and we were supposed to do a sit down one night. I'm gonna take 2 tight ends, and we were supposed to do a sit down one night, and it turned out we were my fiance and I were out to lunch, and then we saw some friends, and then we went bar hopping, so I had to cancel the sit down, and we haven't really. I told him, I was like, hey, we're gonna get hammered tonight, so I can't do projections. So yeah, but I've always wanted to learn how to do it, man, and that's cool, Johnny. What you've done, like what Austin's saying, what you've done is taking projections and gut feelings, because those two things contradict each other in fantasy football. When you're looking at the player, you know, everybody in the chat right now, anybody who has ever played fantasy football knows that the two contradict each other. That you're either going to be pissed off or really happy because you made one decision over the other.
Yeah.
So that's insane. Yeah.
I mean, and then you just end up you just realize, you know, certain things just happen, like, right? Like that's why it's football. That's why you play the game. You know, you realize that kind of thing. But like you said, you just
keep the projections too. Like when we talked to Ian Hartitz a couple of mocks ago, and he's like, you know, if you're playing to win the projections, you're probably going to give some like off takes. And I think it's just kind of nice to know that going in. So you look at the way somebody puts a projection down. If they're playing to win the fantasy pros week, it's one thing, and if you're trying to make a draft kit, it's kind of another with it. So it's almost like, if you do good and it works out, great, put it on your Twitter, and if you don't, you're like, it's a bunk system anyways, who cares? So
yeah, right.
I'm getting roasted in the
yeah, they're like
what in the chat.
Yeah, a little bit.
Somebody give Javi a Red Bull. What's up, man? Oh, he's done. Good, man. He can't talk. He's trying to conserve his voice. He's trying to conserve his voice right now.
Jacob's asking me if I like Kenny G, and I think that the mock draft marathon has kind of talked me into Kenny G a little bit. So
hell yeah.
Well, as my wide receiver 3, like if he hits what he could do, which is wide receiver 1, top
60% of the time he works every time.
Every time. Literally, dude.
Yeah.
So, you're taking to the bank.
Hey,
Travis, you got some right now. You got that hot tea in there. You got that. We need to make a note. We need to bring cough drops next year.
I have cough drops here.
Oh, we got cough drops.
I've got everything,
honey.
Yeah. The only, you know,
it's a game of attrition at this point.
Well, you don't have a voice. That's what you don't have.
Well, I still have remnants of a voice.
So what do you guys do like tomorrow after all this is done? You just hit it like hard, just pass out.
We
Netflix.
Go to the gym.
Yeah, go to the gym. Go for a mile run. Go for a run.
5-mile run. Yeah.
You know, this was like an interesting one. Like full disclosure with it. You know, I feel like, not to say that the other ones haven't been serious or anything, but there's no partying that's going on. There's no outside source. Like the first time that we did this, it was like we needed a big event. So like it was basically like a rager that was going on, and then the mock draft marathon that was happening. And I remember Brett Johnson in our league of record was looking at me. It was probably around this time, and he sees Travis, who, if you think he needs a Red Bull now, you should have seen him where we were at 3 years ago after that party been going for a while. And he's like, how long until Travis doesn't make it? And I was like, oh no, Brett, Travis is gonna make it. It's just gonna hurt really bad, but like he's gonna make it. And now it's kind of like we just you know. A little goofy.
Yeah, it's just energy conservation, really, at this point. You know,
wow.
You pick your pockets of conserving energy, and then you come back with hot takes and woo.
Yeah. But at the end, we talk a little bit. We fire off some of the ending tweets. We close up any of like the last little bits while the moment is still hot. We can share it going around, and then we go to sleep.
Turn into
Yeah.
a tub of goo.
Yeah.
I forget. I feel like there was some event or something going on, not like party or anything, but it was like there was some TV show event or something that we were supposed to watch that night, and like we couldn't even we couldn't make, like, we showered and
They
then
wanted
we
us to go
just
to Oktoberfest or something like
yeah, and
in
it
Long
was
Beach.
like, yeah, we couldn't do that.
Are you guys going to the Fantasy Football Expo?
Talk about that.
Yeah, we did talk about that, but
How about
yeah,
you?
now I'm regretting it.
I was gonna go, but then I just kind of I couldn't get, like, I wanted like either the Friday or the Monday off of work,
Mhm.
but there was no availability to take it off. So I'm taking the same players like I did last draft, and I love it. I was gonna take Higgins, but I took Chase just to mix it up. But
Right,
I was
the difference is we were in a 14-teamer last set.
yeah,
last
exactly right.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't. I wanted Monday off because I know they like have like all these events on Sunday, and I kind of like wanted to party a little bit and have some drinks and have fun. And even if I didn't want to go to Canton for like 2 days and then come back home like at 11 o'clock at night and then go to work the next morning. I wanted to kind of like have Monday to relax. So the not having the Friday and Monday off, it was kind of the deal breaker for me. I would get there like late Friday night or early Saturday morning and then fly back out here Sunday night, which would have been I don't know, man. But at the same time, I was thinking it's not worth it. But at the same time, like all these people that you talk with all the time on Twitter are going to be there. And I really wanted to go and get some FaceTime with all of them, dude. Like
That's
there's so
what
many
I
people.
really wanted.
Yeah, there's been so many people who have been so generous for their time. And, I've reached out to so many people and I've had questions about like how to go about in the industry and like get your work out there. And everybody's just taking the time and like kind of just want to go out there and like just say thank you personally to these people because I'm very grateful. Today like was really weird to me. It was like really surreal. Like today I had 1,000 followers and that was just crazy. Like
Nice. Congrats.
2 years.
Yeah,
Thanks,
that's
man.
awesome,
Like
dude.
it was weird because 2 years ago, like I wrote an article on why Todd Gurley's going to be a bust on a Google Doc, and I posted it. I pinned it to my Twitter page that had 0 followers, and nobody read the article. And I was right about it. I was right about the amount of carries that he had, and my friends before that used to clown me because my friends would say, like they're like, Zareh, if you took all the fantasy football knowledge that you had and just applied it with medical knowledge, you'd be a good doctor. And I'd be like, oh. And then my friend Brian told me that. And I always come back to that. And that was like the point for me where I was like, all right, maybe I should start like getting somewhat serious about this. Mm-hmm. And like there's just guys that would reach out to me, like Alex. I don't know what happened, but like Alex Johnson, the guy that owns Yards Per Fantasy, reached out to me. He asked me if I wanted to be a writer. And I was just really scared and apprehensive. And he's just like, just come on, dude, just write some stuff. Don't worry about it. And he always just is very encouraging about my work. Before that, the Undroppables asked me to be on there. And Edwin Porras, the doctor guy, like him and I like were like talking a lot. And he referred me to them. And I just got scared and I never wrote anything. And then just kind of like I stopped being scared after a while. It's just weird to be at this point now. I'm just really excited to see where it's going to go, man. It's pretty exciting.
That's super awesome.
That's really inspiring, that story, man. I got to tell you, because I've dealt with those fears too, and just recently was like battling them again. And then Adam Rank came on and said some stuff about it today, and you've said some stuff too, and it's just feels really good.
That's good, man.
Yeah.
What did Rank say?
Just that it is worth it, even even if you're trying, like you're about to quit or whatever, and you think, oh, is it worth it? He says it was worth it. I mean, obviously, he made it.
One of the pioneers, man. Rank is awesome, dude.
Right? He's hilarious.
Yeah,
he's just a fun guy to be around.
He is, and he's been giving a lot of his time to guys like us in the fantasy community that like are not as big as him. And I've seen him showing up on Dave Kluge's podcast all the time, and this guy's podcast and that guy's podcast and this guy's show. Really, a lot of reciprocation of generosity of time, in the fantasy football community. It's a good community to be part of. And like, if anybody's watching this right now and thinking like about getting in it, just get in it, dude. Because if you reach out to me, I am very humbled by everybody's time that they gave to me, and I'm totally totally open to giving my time to you guys and giving knowledge to you guys.
It's awesome that you say it, because it reminds me, like last week, in our DMs, we had someone DM us and ask us, like, hey, we're just starting out. Do you have any advice for us? And so we like had sent it in our creative chat, and I was just like, wow, that's really kind of like you were talking about when you look at it over 1,000 followers, and you're just like, it was a really surreal moment of being like, that was what we did when we first started. Like, we just DM'd like all these, people in the industry that were then, and asked them the same questions. And, they just said, work hard and, treat it as your job. If you're, not right away, like dabble in it first, because it's a lot more work on the back end than most people think it is, but it's so fun. And I tell these guys all the time, like, I don't want to do anything else. I love what I do. And, it's like playing golf for me. So,
I had to put the goose pimples on screen. That's I think
10.
we're at number 9. I thought it was
9.
10.
We're at 9.
I think we're at nine goose pimples / truth bumps on the day. And like you said, like, if you're thinking about doing it, do it. Go for it. Invest the time and the love. Don't get hung up on the final outcome. We all have the dream of whatever it is. Because of this work we get to do with our friends and all the stuff we did, we just got to mock draft. I mean, this is incredible right now, Zareh. This is amazing to get to do this with you and get to talk and get to meet people and to talk about this passion, this love. It's also, we got to just mock draft a couple hours ago with Hue Jackson.
I watched that, dude. Yeah, it was insane.
Wild. I got to ask him a question about coach speak, and I got a real answer that's going to change the way I perceive anytime I hear messaging come out from anybody in a front office in a professional sporting organization. And I'm going to take that to the bank. Like, I'm cashing that one in as truth. It is a tool that the communicator will use. If it might be true, it might be total garbage, but it's a tool. Now you know why it is. And you can think, but he says, like, hey, I'm either doing it to throw off my opponent, or I'm doing it to bond my own team. And to hear that from Hue Jackson, who I've just watched for so many years, we just got to have a really candid conversation with the man. You know what I mean? And like,
full on open conversation, man. Beautiful conversation.
So do your thing, people. Like, do your thing. What you're doing there. This is, and I love what Hue Jackson said about the fantasy football and the NFL world colliding. And I asked him, it seemed like back in the day there was this hostility towards it. It's not a real game. It's a whatever. All this stuff. And he's like, I think it brings people together. I think it allows people to talk about not just football, but about life. And I was like, and now here we are doing exactly that.
Right.
It's beautiful.
I know, man. I hear you, dude. I've spoke to so many people. It's weird because like when I sit here, I jump down with you guys and like we just start joking around like it's like effortless. It's really fun. It's really easy. There's been so many times I've sat with people who have been like, it's just like that same chemistry where it's just like got off the right foot. And I know if I see you guys like at the FF Expo, hypothetically, if you ever show up, it'll be like, hey, drinks are on me, or like it's just very cool like that, man. It's no problem. You all talk about life. It doesn't have to be fantasy football all the time. But yeah, it's a really good place to be working, man. I like it a lot. And yeah, like what you said, Austin, don't worry about the end result, man. Just do what you love. If you like watching film, watch film. If you like doing numbers, do numbers. Do what is in your heart in fantasy football, what you love to do, how you perceive the game, how you digest the game best. Do it that way. And if you have the time to grow it and do other things, do it. If not, just stay what you're doing. People will find you, man. Like when I was a big fan of the football guys, and I was watching a lot of Sigmund Bloom and Cecil Lammey and Matt Waldman. Matt Waldman was the biggest inspiration to me because, like you said, film guys. And Matt, I reached out to Cecil and I was like, dude, what do I do? And Cecil's like, look, man, if you can withstand 4 years of working and not getting paid, then fantasy football is for you. And Matt Waldman, I still reach out to Matt Waldman on DMs and I'll send him a clip of film I'm watching. I'm like, what could have this guy done better? And I'm like, all right, this is what he, and he's always giving time and time again. So get in there. We're all here to help. We're all here to help each other. It doesn't matter where you're at. Just come on in. Doors wide open.
Love that, dude. I mean,
so great.
We start this platform based on community, and it just feels real good to continue to have that fortified each time we reach out to new people and bring them on. And you're no exception to that, Z. We appreciate you, man.
Yeah, man. Thank you. Thanks for having me back on, man. I've been tuning in all day, back and forth. I was writing my Rams article. I finished it, but the entire time I was jumping back on. with you guys and checking you guys out. And every time I check back, I was like, there's no way they're still going. I'm like, oh my God, they're still going. Oh my gosh, man. It's insane.
We appreciate you so much, dude. So much.
Yeah.
Zeke, why don't you break down your team a little bit here for us?
Yeah.
And this 8-team super flex.
Yeah, my team's amazing. My team's going to crush. How do you win an 8-team league? How do you do this?
With massive points.
Man, I don't even think I have it then. I mean, dude, if you think about it, an 8-team league is probably the most difficult league to win. It's got to be the most difficult league to win. It's just massive points against massive points.
Yeah.
I mean, I just jumped in the mock. And I didn't really get a good look at the scoring. Yeah, so Lamar Jackson, super flex. They're rushing upside the Konami code. Dude, I was thinking about what the Ravens are doing this year, and I think John Harbaugh. I'm hoping John Harbaugh is, with the assumption of rational coaching, is starting to realize like we got to open this thing up, because last year Lamar Jackson said it himself. Teams know what we're gonna do before we do it. So they got Rashad Bateman. They have actually like a really good wide receiver room. And they just got to put it to good use. They got Bateman. They got Goodwin. They got
Sammy
Boykin.
Watkins.
They got Sammy Watkins, legend, dude. Led the week one legend, all pro,
All the time.
player.
Yeah.
Every week one, man. Every
All
week
time
one.
greatest week one performer.
That's going to be the
goes to
best.
Sammy.
That's going to be the
Paul
best.
mid-range.
Yes, it's going to be your DFS play for week one is Sammy Watkins. That's going to be your lottery ticket winner. And then Derrick Henry, no introduction needed. He's going to have 2,000 touches, so I'm going for him. And Antonio Gibson, I talked about earlier before. I think he's going to get on the his receiving is going to come up. He's going to come up, and I think this time next year we'll be drafting him top 10. He'll be going the first round. Najee Harris, he's an integral part of throwing it to the running back is an integral part of the Steelers offense. Mm-hmm. He's got hands, and Tannehill's got Julio Jones now, and he's got the new offensive coordinator. They're going to start chucking it. Great QB2. Justin Jefferson is a legend in the making. He's coming up quick, and he's going at the back half. He's going the back a second at the end of the second round in just like a regular 10-team, 12-team drafts, which is crazy. That's probably one of the best values of the draft.
Got him in the 6th round. That's
I know,
hilarious.
man.
That's
And
hilarious.
then Pitts in the first as my first tight end, and then Hawkinson back to back. I want to ask you about Hawkinson and his projections after I finish this breakdown. Lockett's not as bad as everybody thinks he is, man. He actually like what I was saying before, like I use median instead of average, and Lockett's median targets per game were 7.5 last year, and DK Metcalf's were 8. The median takes out that huge game he had against the Cardinals, so it like accounts for like some kind of like normalcy in the distribution. And then Jamar Chase, I love him, rookie. I think he's gonna be a very productive rookie this year. Jerry Jeudy, one of the most beautiful route runners. Melvin Gordon was an auto pick, and Juju Smith-Schuster is just a value pick.
I was gonna say on the Lockett pick that this is the first time I've ever liked taking him, and I would take him in an 8-team league because you stack your wide receivers so much that now I have really quality players where like I can now wait until Lockett is going to have, based on matchups on the cornerback side, I can better predict, okay, Lockett's probably going to have a really big breakout game this week. And then I can play him, and I can then just stream him in and out. Whereas like, I don't have to depend on him every single week because his floor is low. And so I think that this is the first time like I'm seeing him on a team. And I'm like, if I'm in an 8-team league, I don't know why I wouldn't be walking away with Lockett, because we do know his boom weeks are massive boom weeks that are going to win you the week himself, So I kudos to you for doing that. I never thought I'd see a draft this year where I would have liked where Lockett went, and you proved me wrong.
It's an 8-team super flex.
Yeah, 8-team super flex.
I gotta do one of these.
Z, we forgot to talk about it on air, but you're in the listener league, dude.
Yeah,
man. How did I get entered in that? Was that the $5 dono I did earlier?
Yeah,
in the day.
You got drawn.
Cool. Thank you, man. That's awesome. So I'm in a league with you guys this year.
Yes,
That's right.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
that is so great.
So you have to put up with us all year, dude.
Yeah,
It's not just on this mock.
You guys are going to be having to put up with my gnarly ad drops every 5 minutes, like pick up a player, drop a player, pick up a player, drop a player. I break the record in my home league for most acquisitions and drops every single year. I'm that guy.
Yeah.
So you guys are going to hate me for it.
Oh no, we're all about it. That
What,
means that you're trying.
What's the format for the league?
14 team Superflex, half point PPR. Is that what we did, Johnny?
I don't know if it was a super is it a super I don't know. I have to look at I have a lot
It
of
wasn't
hold
a
on. I can
Superflex last year, but I think we're
hold
gonna
on.
do
I
it.
got let me go into I got our business call notes here, and I can tell you in just a second.
I'm so glad I didn't take on those additional leagues
Yeah.
when people reached out to me a couple of weeks ago. I had, I'm already in 3 leagues, and I think 4 leagues is my cap. So this is perfect.
Okay. If it's a 14 teamer super flex PPR. You have a quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, a tight end, a flex, and a super flex, a kicker, and a defense.
Okay, cool. Let's do it.
All right.
Ready?
You had a question about Hawkinson.
Oh yeah,
rankings.
Where do you have his projections? I feel like he's going to hit like I don't know why I said it. I think like 130 targets this year.
So I don't. I have him. I could tell you. Hold on. Sorry, I had closed down my projection sheet. I know I have him as the tight end 5.
Yeah.
And give me a second. Buy me some time. We need to and I'll
If
pull
Noah
up
Fant was on the Lions, would you prefer Noah Fant on the Lions or TJ Hawkinson on the Lions?
Oh, TJ Hawkinson.
Oh yeah? Okay.
Yeah, I'm a bigger. I did like Noah Fant coming out. Like I know he's like super athletic and things like that. But I didn't have him as high of ranked as Hawkinson because Hawkinson's just like such a great, like he's a great route runner. He has great hands. He also trains like nobody else.
He does. Yeah.
He also went to tight end U, dude. You see that?
No, why do I know that? How come that sounds familiar? What is that?
Tight end U is all the tight ends in the league, like all the big ones. So Kelsey, Kittle, and I think and Ertz were like the 3 guys that headed up, but they started doing this like summer camp and they called it tight end U. And then like they would invite all the league's tight ends. And if you wanted to come and try to, get better at stuff and like learn how to, get better at film study and all that, you could go there and they would help you. And they started calling it tight end U. And it was funny because I had mentioned it in our Dynasty League chat like a week before that, not even knowing that was actually like a real thing that they were doing. And so it was pretty cool. But
that's pretty sweet.
I am scrolling now to my projections and I will tell you exactly where I have Hawkinson and what I got him projected for.
How many more guests do you guys have lined up tonight? It's like a guest an hour?
Yeah. So we have Alex Stroh from so he does ESPN Milwaukee now. He's
oh cool.
Yeah, so he'll be on for the next 3 segments because he's our late night guy.
He's for the last 3 years. He's come in at the 3:00 a.m. his time, midnight on the West Coast. I guess he's on Central, so 2:00 over there his time. But no, it's been awesome with Stroh. We actually linked up. Originally, there was a First Take Your Take group that it's like what now 3 years ago?
Yeah,
maybe even longer than that. Maybe not 4. I think it was 3 years ago. Where First Take, the ESPN program was doing this thing where they would put a question out and then you'd record like a 2-minute take on it. And then they would take some of the best ones and they would then put you in and you'd go up against Stephen A. Smith or Max Kellerman at the end of First Take on a Friday. And Stroh was one of the guys who'd done it. I was one of the guys who had done it with a handful of other ones. And then we've all stayed friendly, connected through online platforms and whatnot. And it's been cool to see the way everybody's kind of moved through it. At the time he was a student over in Wisconsin and he's graduated since then and now works for ESPN Milwaukee and a handful of other guys like that. It's cool. It's just cool to see other people move and evolve and grow and do that stuff and keep these friendships and relationships going. It's
That's awesome,
probably the best part.
Awesome. Austin, were you part of ESPN too?
No, it was not in any kind of like official capacity, but I did get to whoop Max Kellerman's butt on his own show.
Yeah,
so that
was pretty
was
great.
fun. That was fun.
What he did take him to school. It was pretty great.
Kellerman is one of the greatest orators on sports media television right now. That's tough. That's a tough task.
I
man.
love his extended metaphors, and if you,
Yeah.
I am an extended metaphor speaker in my own right, so it was kind of fun to match that one up. And yeah, Max,
He
was a
hit
good
him with
dude. It
a
was lot of
great
fun.
one. He hit him with a great. He was talking about Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, Russell
And he
Westbrook
was-
is the dude. He's the dude at the office who's always running around, looks like he's working, always moving, always bustling papers, always up, always down. But then when you look down and saw what he actually did, you're like, did we advance the work? I saw you moving, but what happened?
It's paper pushing.
Yeah.
paper push. Before we get you out of here, Z, I just want to tell you, I have Hawkinson for 119 targets, 80 receptions, just under 900 yards and 8 touchdowns.
Let's go. I love it. I
Yeah.
love it.
So.
All right. That sounds beautiful.
I hope so. I hope so.
All right, boys.
Man, this has been
Appreciate
awesome.
it.
Yeah,
Thank you
man.
so
Thank
much
you
for
having
staying
me
up
again.
with us, man.
Coming back.
Yeah, man. Good luck to you guys. You guys are awesome. You guys are rock stars, dude. Have a good night.
Appreciate
Your
you,
brother.
man.
See you guys later.
Man, that's
All right.
freaking fun.
It is. I love that guy. I'm so glad we had him on. Credit over here.
Kellerman and Beetle. Was it? Oh yeah, Sports Nation.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I did.
was it Colin Coward? Too?
No.
Oh, yeah,
Was
well,
he
he had Beetle. He had Beetle as his co-host, right, on ESPN. And then I think when he went,
That
is
was
that right?
The Sports Nation?
I think it was.
And then it was like Marcellus Wiley joined. I thought.
Do you guys remember Cold Pizza? That was like
that like a
that.
Bomani
It was
Jones
like
show?
I think it used to be like Cold Pizza First Take was what that whole first segment used to be, and then they dropped the Cold Pizza and it just became First Take. Little history stuff on ESPN there.
Feel smarter now.
Well, I feel like I just wasted some brain cells. No, I'm just kidding. Well, all right, we got Alex Strofe coming on next, like we said
Oh, let me get this link set up. over
prior. And we're excited to bring his energy. Big Travis, how you feeling out there? Whisper Nation, how you feeling out there? Let us know.
I'm
Let
good.
us know what time it is out there, wherever you're from.
She told me what time it was.
Johnny, give Whisper Nation the rundown of Strofe. I mean, we do this every year. He's our power hour for 4
Yes.
o'clock.
Yes, this guy. So we got Alex Strofe. He is, like we've mentioned a couple times now, he's on ESPN. I almost said ESPN Ocho Cinco, but that's not correct. He is on ESPN Milwaukee. He has a wonderful, wonderful voice that will be sure to
Contradict mine.
yeah. So his voice is on the exact opposite of the smoking ant at the casino, for sure. 248 for Death by Rona here.
Jacob
248 and still.
saying, Whisper Nation strong.
Ooh, look at that.
Whisper
And I know it.
Nation
Yeah.
strong.
Here's the thing. I think Scott's really trying to prove to us that he wants to be changed. He wants us to go start calling him the real Whisperer because he's trying to do the whole 24 hours with us. This guy's we love him so much. He's been with us the whole time.
Yeah, man, that's awesome. Donnie says we look tired AF. What
Tired
is
is
A?
Tired's
No,
on mine.
tired. Yeah, tired's.
It's not even like tired, man. It's like interdimensional. You know what I mean?
Interdimensional.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what I mean, right? Right, Donnie? Yeah.
Was Chelsea, Philly Chelsea in here. For guests on the show. It's just a hype reel for
We
the
did. We talked about
voices.
Adam Rank talked about his voice and how he didn't like it. And then
Oh,
we
yeah,
talked
that's
about
true.
Stroves because it's dope.
I mean, we are in a podcast world partially.
Yeah.
I'm wondering. This makes me. I wonder if we would have more subs now if I wouldn't talk so much. Like me, like if I didn't talk so much. We've had every single person on here basically agree with our statement that I have a terrible voice. And so
I think you have a
it's
terrible
like
voice. Your voice isn't
They,
annoying. I think sometimes when you get like when you want to like punish people, like the energy
Oh.
might be disruptive. But
yeah,
your,
that's
your voice from like an inflection standpoint, like it's fine. It's like a real talk. It's not like oh, listen to his voice. It is nice, but it's not
Like-
bad at all. It's just like it's a nice deep
It's-
voice, and what
it's
you
a
say
voice.
has meaning is good.
yeah, that's
Not trying to S your
Fair
D too
enough,
much
fair
here,
enough.
but it's just like your voice is fine. It's not a problem.
We're doing another 8-team PPR.
oh yeah. But this one's a full PPR.
I changed the time on these.
To 3 minutes?
Yeah.
3
Longer
minutes.
picks.
No.
Why?
Dude, I love when we get to this point in the show and Whisper Nation, like, God bless.
Do we?
God bless. We're so. Oh my God! Remember when Hue Jackson told us about Jarvis Landry's bless him name? He said when he said,
Oh.
"I told him to go
I
get
wrote
juice,
it down.
bless him." I did too, man. That shit was funny.
Oh my goodness,
Oh my
that was
God, dude. That
What
was
a treat. Hugh
dude.
Jackson.
Oh my gosh, when
what
he
the
was like,
fudge, dude. We
Dude.
had Hue Jackson on the frickin' show,
when,
an NFL coach. Like, oh my God, this was frickin' dope.
when Hugh Jackson, revealed, it was just like, when you see smoke, there's smoke, dude. Like he had so many good like one-liners that
No,
was
when you
just
see
like,
there's smoke, there's smoke. Don't overthink it,
it's like yes, dude, Hugh,
dude. That like
killing it.
I expected so much, and it exceeded my expectations.
Yeah,
He
For
said, Juice, go bless him.
yes,
That's what he
I was
told
saying.
Jarvis
Yeah,
Landry.
Juice,
Juice, go bless him.
Oh,
man.
so classic, so classic. All right, if those
Good night to
of you
Z,
are
good night to
following,
Johnny.
Dude, our viewers just
Hey.
went up, man.
yeah, dude, we are at 17 views right now.
What
Whisper
the
Nation
hell,
strong.
man? This was
Let's see.
we didn't.
Hey, that was
good.
Donnie hanging out with us all night.
We just said goodnight.
Donnie, John.
Oh, he
Credit.
just said night. I just jinxed it. Oh, sorry.
He said night Z. Like he was not like
Oh.
he's saying goodnight to us. Like he was saying goodbye.
Oh, okay, good.
It's not a who's going to bed.
Oh.
But I don't know what he's doing, but he's doing something else now.
What's funny was Alex was in the comments like 20 minutes. Was he getting like a 20-minute snooze in before he jumps on here?
It's actually a smart thing.
Let's not question his process.
Yeah, we're
Yeah, that's a
because-
very fair point.
Whisper Nation, if you're in the chat right now, what the hell you got going on? What are you
Yeah.
doing? You're sitting here talking. It's great to see you.
They're like waiting
What
to
you
mock
looking at?
you.
Yeah, they're like, we're waiting for you guys to start this thing. Oh, there you. Oh. You know what? This makes me. I bet you anything. He's probably gonna jump on here with the
probably still
freaking
hungover
Bucks
from-
jersey on.
Yeah,
I
he's
bet you that's what he's doing. He's probably
probably
changing
still
into a
hungover and
Bucks
super drunk.
jersey. You know what?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'm
All
ready
right,
for that.
we'll give him his time. They beat us. They did it.
They were a better team.
Yeah.
This
Hopefully-
has such a
hopefully we're a
professional
better team.
wrestler feel to it. Like, where is he? Chelsea, he's
He's here. I knew he let.
Wait a minute.
Oh, wow.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Is he dressed up like a deer?
Oh, wow. And he
Oh.
brought
Go
the
Bucks.
WWE belt. Unreal. What is
Oh
going
my
on? This guy.
All
Hey,
right, man.
You know
Let
what?
us-
I'm not even gonna hate on it because I
course
need
you
this
don't.
energy right now. I need this energy right
I really
now.
want to know what it's like. We got nothing. I got nothing but love for the Bucks.
Yeah,
I got nothing
man.
but love for
Oh,
the Bucks.
That's good
Oh,
stuff.
I don't.
Wasn't it? Great ending.
What's it?
No, it wasn't. No.
No,
I
it
want-
was.
yes,
I mean, it sucked.
absolutely.
It sucked from.
I
From Johnny as an objective basketball fan.
As an objective
Oh, yeah.
basketball fan, I have said this and I'll stand by this. As an objective basketball fan, kudos to the Bucks. I'm so glad it wasn't like a team that has won a lot of championships that beat us because like that would just be really even more heartbreaking. But like the Bucks deserve it, like 100%. They deserve it. But
grows into the mirror.
oh
Good to be here. Not playing for
Yeah.
the Niners anymore.
no, not playing the Niners. So that's all I got. But it breaks my heart that
I'm sorry,
I
buddy.
wanted
Hey,
to
man,
see
it was a hell of a party up here in Wisconsin, though. I'll tell you that much.
Sure.
You're
Well, I
still
can tell
partying.
you
got
guys
your
party.
sunglasses on.
Yeah, dude. It's
Yeah, my eyes
yeah.
are still bloodshot 5 days later, right?
Yeah, man. Hey.
Big
No,
pupils.
I thought
and
I'd
red
bring
eye.
my poker face. So
Hey.
we're rocking with the White Claw sunglasses.
All right, Phil Hellmuth. All right.
Which draft are we
of the
doing? Let's
poker.
get into this thing.
Yeah, eight teamer here.
This is the
PPR,
18.
super flex.
flex.
These teams are going to be
Got it.
beyond stack, so just be ready, okay?
Ready to go. What do I got?
Yeah.
Pick 3 here. All right, boys. Good to see you. Good to be back. It's been
Bro.
a good 4 hours.
Oh.
So first question before we get going, Travi, what's up with your voice?
It's giving out on me, man.
Already? It's only
Yeah.
been like 12 hours. That's weeks.
Had a rough week prepping for it. So this is where we're at.
Is this a hangover? Is this what's
No.
going on?
No,
we're
this
good.
is straight up. His voice couldn't hang. We came up with a thing. Okay, I don't know if you've tuned in and know the rule yet, but if someone donates for a charity, we're doing a raffle giveaway for autographed jerseys. This Deontay Johnson one right here that's on the wall, we'll be giving that away, as well as a signed Alvin Kamara and some other things as well, right? So whenever anybody donates through the super chat or buys a draft kit or joins our Patreon, we give a giant woo like Ric Flair. And Big Travi, his voice could not handle. We just came up with this idea,
Well, he's been to his
24
fair. He's
hours
been going
ago.
hard as a motherfudger. So
Yeah. No, I give him
Yeah.
that, but his voice was also not prepared. He wasn't singing his do re mi's all week. He was
Wow, he really should have been, running through the vocal practices,
No,
keeping
I
that voice
figured you were-
strong.
link
Yeah.
us up with your
Messed up.
voice coach, man. We're gonna need your voice coach over here.
I figured this voice snob Alex Strofe was going to come in here.
Voice snob. There it is. Right. Yeah, that's
There
it.
we go.
Voice.
You couldn't just
would've
stick to
known
the
that.
Suns fans. You had to pick on me too. I
I'm
had your back.
sorry,
Call him like I
Travis.
see him.
got him.
I'm not here to
You
make
ready?
friends. I'm here to win championships.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
All right, we started this bad boy.
Oh, good to
sorry.
see Death by Rona in the chat. We had
Yeah,
just a bunch of
boy.
fun with him last year in the listeners league.
Didn't we?
yeah. So
Always.
did somebody else.
Yeah, what was his name again? Can we talk about that?
Rock-
it's
Rock
2 a.m. We could
Yeah.
talk about it. What was it?
I know.
I'm sorry.
I don't want to talk about it because I feel like
It's a rough outing.
I feel
man.
like an
This is
asshole.
a rough outing.
Yeah, no, because I misread the whole conversation and I jumped in like prematurely, and then I prematurely blamed Scott for it, or Death by Rona, and
Yeah.
then I got called out, rightfully so, because I didn't properly read the whole thing, and then we had to like make it right, and
I
It was
love this
just-
story. It's so fun.
yeah,
Little
so
league drama, little, you got to kick somebody out of the league every once in a while, just normal everyday business, Johnny.
yeah, it was an unfortunate moment, but yeah, I guess it is what you just gotta learn about, and But
Love it.
Scott though, he hung in there. Give him credit. He actually had a very good team last year as well.
A little bit better than your 2-11, huh, Johnny?
Oh, hey, I
Coming in
beat you, dude.
already.
I beat you in the first round, bro.
The first round of the
Yeah, of the
Giants
loser bowl.
tournament.
So
Yeah.
So who's
Okay.
getting the baby on their face?
Yeah, we got to talk about this. I knew we had to talk about this. So,
Yeah, we do need to talk about it. It's
So-
been a year in the making. We're on Maury Povich. Let's go.
yeah, who is the father, right?
Yeah.
So I was under the impression I was just done, right? And maybe this is my fault for not looking at the schedule, but like
It wouldn't matter. I would
It
have beat
didn't
you
matter.
either way.
your team sucked all season. At least I had like
did.
6 wins, right? Like I did okay. I was in the running past week 10, unlike you, and like I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. Didn't set a lineup. Ended up losing. Tough draw. But that
Oh,
was your Super Bowl,
unbelievable.
right? That was your Super Bowl.
No, because I knew I was going to beat you. So that was
Oh,
I didn't.
okay.
Yeah, it was like
Did you have that mindset all season?
I did,
With your
yeah.
11 regular season losses. Nicely done.
hey, I had half my team was on IR, man. It happened. That's why I made the caveat that like it wasn't just regular season record, because I was like, dude, injuries happen, but you can withstand them. That's why we get into it's playoff mode, and we agreed on it. But it's okay. I'll let you, because the stipulations weren't exact, and you want to try to find the fine print. I get it. but we'll figure out something else to do. We'll figure out something else.
It's not the mock draft marathon if I'm not getting on Johnny Game Time Hicks right from the get-go, is it?
Hey,
The mock
Seer,
draft
how are
marathon
you,
just
buddy? Good
started.
to see you.
it's great to see
It's
you.
so good to see you, Strofe. It is. It really is.
We're still waiting for the moment when we get to do this with you in person.
Yeah, we've had a little bit of issues. Are you guys together?
No, not currently.
Travi and I are.
Okay, I got you.
I had to. My wife is also, bless her heart, she is covering for me right now with her family because we went. They have a wedding up in Flagstaff, and it was supposed to be this weekend. I was like, I can't go. I got the mock draft marathon, and like now I legit have the excuse like, hey, I have to work, like, and it's a real thing now, which is cool. But so she's up in Flagstaff, but the problem is we have 2 dogs. Where I'm a dog dad, and they so I had to end up staying back because it was just too complicated to get them to California and all that. So unfortunately this year I'm not with the boys and Philly Chelsea. But next year we're gonna do it up big. We're thinking Vegas next year, dude.
Oh,
Well, the ultimate goal here for the mock draft marathon, I don't think we're too far away from this, is to make this a digital and in-person event. I mean, if we go full scale, it's partnering up with a Vegas hotel. It's doing this out poolside. It's getting a couple of stages set up. It's having the main room and then a bunch of other side rooms and side tables. And we do that in July. And then a month and a half later, we just double down on our partnership and we do a huge in-person drafting event. Like, I would love to see TFW host the largest draft party in human history. Like, we've been working a couple of years now to try to get this mock draft marathon in the Guinness Book of World Records, and there's been a couple of weird hangups from it. But Zareh donating $5 is not one of them. Let's get a big old. We got another entry into the raffle.
I got it. All right.
Wow.
Yeah. What was that, dude? What have you been losing your voice over there? I know you didn't cheer for the Bucks like that.
All right. I'll wake up the neighbors.
No, you're good. You're all right. No. I forgot it's like 3 a.m. there.
2 in the morning. Yeah.
Okay. My bad. It's fair enough. It's fair enough. You're good.
We'll get one. We'll get there.
We'll get there. We'll get another one coming around.
6 a.m. is good, right? Like that's not too early to start screaming, right?
I think legally speaking, I think in the HOA guidelines it says that's when you can let out the Ric Flair woo.
Big Travi, a disciple of Mike McCarthy, with Dak Prescott, Aaron Rodgers out the gates, like that.
I messed up. I didn't mean to take Chubb this early. I wanted to take Zeke, but I accidentally clicked the wrong button. But it's okay. I'm even more. Oh, a Strofe. We had Hue Jackson on.
I saw that. I didn't catch all of it, but I saw.
Oh my gosh, it was amazing. It was amazing. But I asked him a question I've been literally dying to ask him for a while.
Which is?
And that was, what is preventing Nick Chubb from being the #1 running back in the league and in fantasy? Ooh. And because I have him as my #1 running back, and he basically said he's going to be that this year, and I was over the moon excited. He said this kid is beyond talented. Like, he is the best running back in the league. There's no question about it. And it was such a surreal moment, because it was like, when you have the love of the same person with a guy that like really knows him, and it just felt.
You guys meet and you fall in love, and you go on a trip and you hold hands.
And
you look under the moonlight, you look in the other eyes, and you say, "You too?"
Yeah,
I thought I was the only one.
Try to find out you're not. Email.
2 hearts of the same wavelength coming together for perfect harmony.
Yeah, 2-11, pretty close to 0-16.
Oh, unreal, dude.
Sorry, was that low hanging fruit?
Look at Strope over here.
I'm sorry. Am I being too mean?
No.
Okay, good. Thank you.
All right. Also, first of all, let's not pretend like Strofe even drafted that team, because he was on auto draft last year. So it wasn't even like he could.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Better or worse for you, John.
My own team. I think I missed my first round pick, but
you missed your first 4.
I don't think
I remember giggling. No, because I was laughing because it auto picked Diggs for you. And I just thought that was the funniest thing, because it was like, oh, he's going to get screwed with this pick. And then Diggs was like, of course, having
that ended up working out all right.
Yeah, it was terrible, of course. Unreal.
So, though, I am genuinely curious, Suns fan, of course. But how has it been in the state of Wisconsin right now? This is a huge win. Last one since 1973. right? And how has the
71,
entire
yeah
71, excuse me, yeah, right. How has the entire community out there been? How has this been feeling? What's the streets been like? What's the chatter around the community been?
Yeah, so I'm out in Madison, so I'm about an hour and a half, not even west of Milwaukee. And so I drove down there Tuesday for Game 6. I went out in the Deer District with like 100,000 of my friends because there was legitimately, but in and around the Deer District, there was over 100,000 people. It was nuts, and that's not something you even see for the Packers, right? I mean, you jam pack a stadium. There's people out and about, but what way you saw for Game 6 with the Bucs was unheard of. I mean, it was nuts, and it was something really special. Sorry, I'm a horrible multitasker. Have I ever explained that to you?
Yeah, you're a horrible
50-point
drafter.
closeout.
That's you're a horrible drafter too.
Okay.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
We are setting
hey,
Jon.
we got it, hands down best fantasy team out there. We appreciate that. I love that.
I think they're talking about my squad.
No, definitely not.
Okay, never mind. So yeah, I mean, it's really been something special, Austin. Like I've never seen, even 2010-11 when the Packers won it all. I don't remember it being this like so much pride in the community. Like there's no, and obviously there's been just the social climate here and the political climate, obviously overall. Not to get too political, but there's been a lot of two sides of the coin, right? Yeah, and this was the first thing, at least in the state of Wisconsin, that I've seen in a long time that really brought everybody together. So it's been special. People are running at an all-time high. I mean, this was a team that we didn't know was going to stay in Milwaukee 7 years ago, and now all of a sudden they're world champions. It's unexpected, from an NBA standpoint. It's awesome to see there's real parity back in the league the last few years that we were missing so much in the mid 2010s. But overall, man, it's been crazy. I haven't slept a whole lot this week. It's been nuts.
Yeah, let's be honest. You guys are just relieved because this means that there's less likely that Giannis ends up leaving you guys because you haven't won a championship. So that's good.
Well,
or was he going to stay until, or is actually the worst thing? Because he said he was going to stay until you had a championship caliber squad.
Oh,
now you did, and now you do. But I'm not trying to bring that negativity like Johnny's trying to
he did sign a supermax that doesn't kick in until next year, so we're good to go. No, did I get him? Okay, I got him. We're good.
Oh, you're lucky,
man.
Wilbon was saying that.
Travie, the voice, man. We got to get that
you gotta
back.
bear with me. Wilbon was saying that Milwaukee kind of gravitated towards Giannis because he stayed there and he worked hard. Do you think that's part of why we're seeing such an outpouring? Is because he just matches that Midwest vibe?
He's just the most likable player. I mean, I've maybe ever seen. I think like he is with the likes of Patrick Mahomes right now. Like he is. He's just unreal. He's a kid in a 26-year-old man's body is really what it is, right? I mean, who goes live on Instagram the morning after winning Finals MVP in a Chick-fil-A drive-through? Who does that?
Was so
ordering not 49, not 51,
right?
50.
I mean, it's just unprecedented stuff. He's an absolute superstar, and he just doesn't have the ego of one. And
it was so
really
wild
fun
to see someone come out as dominant as he was, to take the challenges from Kobe, to just level up, grow through, fight through all of this crazy adversity. And I just have never seen an athlete have that type of dominance on the court, but then to come out. And even like Kobe was cool. Like he was chill. He didn't take things too seriously on the other side. Michael's always mean, but like, Kobe, it seems like he's not, but like Giannis is like a tender person, it seems like. And I just haven't seen someone be able to like talk about, to be so like truly humble and coachable and listening with no ego, but then also just like truly dominate in a historic fashion on the court. I just don't think I've ever seen a superstar like that. Maybe it's because of the well-roundedness. Maybe it's because of the upbringing. Maybe it's because of just like a lot of factors. But it's just been an interesting. It's been a privilege to watch this right now.
No doubt.
He watched Mulan when he was younger, and he got Munchu when he's like, you got to have a little tenderness, and he just ever since he was younger, dude. So you just do that. Yeah, dude.
Somebody make that a drop. We need to replay that as much as we can.
Tenderness.
Hey, that's what you do. That's what you do.
We're getting weird here, man. We Zareh asked us on the last performance, like, how you how you staying up, man? It's like because you get weird. That's just what ends up happening. You get a little emotionally fragile. Like I've been saying, you see a picture of a baby and you just start crying. You're like, that's so beautiful. But it just gets weird in these late hours. So, we start singing Mulan.
Good.
We start throwing food here, not at the screen. Chelsea's like, please don't.
Oh, I loved how there was a moment I think earlier when Travis was getting grapes thrown at him, and then Philly Chelsea had to come in the comments and was like, "Oh, who's throwing grapes at Travis?"
Please stop immediately.
All right, Strofe. We've been asking this question of many people, many guests on our show, so we have to ask you. What is you have a league of record, or I know you're in with some of your buddies. What is one of your last place finisher punishments, or do you have one? Is it
Is
ritual?
it sad that I don't? We really don't. I've been in 2 leagues for several years, and we've never done punishments. And I've always pushed for them, but we've never executed, which is too bad. But maybe you guys can spice in the pot up here with assuming I'm invited back, and maybe we can get to that throughout the night. I don't know that it's a done deal yet. I might have to earn my keep, of course.
Yeah, you got to earn your keep because
You tattoo a baby on your face.
yeah,
you even said henna. We even said henna last time. That well, yeah, there's a couple ways about it. But what about championship on the other side? What kind of haul in those leagues do y'all have?
So
just a
boring.
trophy, just money?
I don't have an answer. Yeah, just a cash prize. Yeah.
Bragging rights in cash goes a long way, though.
That's
always
true.
good.
That's true. Of course, it's history, and then draft location is also thrown into there depending on the year. I don't know if we'll go back to it this year. I ran out of time again. I'm just killing it.
Unreal. This is likely story, dude. I could say nothing's changed with Strofe in the last year.
I'm realizing a pattern though. You keep asking me questions right before it's my pick. Is this strategy?
I think it's just that it's an 8-person draft. So I think you've been passed twice since I started this sentence.
Very good. That one's good. Let's go. I'm killing this draft.
Good get there.
Yeah, I like that one.
Oh, Jalen Hurts right now. But what about Joe Flacco, Johnny?
Hey, all I know is -6 points from Flacco means that you get the Sacco from Taco.
Yeah. Where's my poster? I have a league poster laying somewhere. I just moved into this apartment, so I'm not all set up yet. But
congratulations!
As you can see, thank you. But
that's the only thing he has hanging up.
The only thing I have hanging on the walls.
There you go.
The $1 tapestry and some ketchup.
And I hung it up about 2 hours ago. Right? Yeah.
Nice. Gotta get going.
Just for you.
What's going on, though, in Madison right now? It's been awesome to watch you working in different spaces. Obviously, you graduated recently. Congratulations
thank you.
on this. Yeah. How is that transition after school been and now working with ESPN Madison, right?
I already did. As I'm going to slaughter the pronunciation here, Zareh. Thank you for the heads up, though. You did help me there. But thank you, Austin. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's been good, man. I just got down here full time about a month ago. Just moved into this place 2 weeks ago. I'm just lazy and haven't really I don't know how to design an apartment. I've realized that earlier. That's just not one of my qualities. I see you guys all have many wall decorations. I might need to fly you guys out here and help me figure it out. But no, it's been awesome. We're getting ready obviously for football season and now we're just after the Bucks. We're the radio home of the Bucks where I'm working. So obviously a lot of Bucks coverage the last few weeks. And now we roll right into Packers season, which obviously involves a very fun headline with Aaron Rodgers. So it's been nonstop, and of course Badger football season, obviously the big thing here in Madison. So a lot of exciting times here coming up in the next month.
Well, we're at that point in the conversation. I can't believe it was 8 rounds through.
Yeah.
Here we are. We were getting this set up. Obviously, Packer fans here, shareholder, owners here. We're pulling out all the memorabilia, from going back in the day. I got my aunt who gifted. Well, actually, I gifted this to my aunt, and she, it's our Brett Favre autographed, and then she died. So I took her ashes and threw them all over Lombardi Field, and
I like how he just says that. So
that was very casual for spreading ashes. Yes.
Dude, the best part. Can I tell you this quick story? on this one?
Of course.
You have any place to go? You going anywhere?
No, I don't think
Okay.
so. Probably
All
not.
right. So we're in line. So we go out to Lambeau. They're all from Wisconsin. My dad hawked games when Lombardi was the coach, was at the Ice Bowl and all that good stuff over there. And so we've just been diehard Packers fans my entire life. My aunt, no exception, probably the biggest Packer fan of the entire group of us. And so when she passed, it was easy. Like we did a lot of things with some of the ashes, but we're taking a big old chunk of them and we're putting them on that 50-yard line. They say, no, you can't do that. And I was like, I know, but we're going to do it. So anyways, we go out there. We've got the bag of ashes and we're there. And Johnny was there with us, came out there. Travis was out there when we traveled out there. I think it was 2018. It was Mike McCarthy's last game.
Yeah,
actually.
against the
Against the
Cardinals.
Against the
Yeah,
Cardinals,
we
right?
did
And
you guys a favor.
And I'm standing in line at halftime there, and I'm getting a drink. And this older woman is sitting in front of me, and I make a comment, and she turns around, and we start talking about this conversation. We start getting into it, and we start talking. What are you doing here? What's going on? What you traveling from? And we start bonding. We're drinking. We're all Packers fans. We're having a good time. It's going. And I'm like, yeah, my aunt, she was just the biggest Packer fan, and so when she passed away, we just wanted to honor her and come out here. And she goes, man, I just know she really would just love to be here with you. And I'm like, oh, she is. And I pulled out a Ziploc bag and I dropped the ashes down. I just rolled it like a scroll, and it just dropped. And she her face was just like, what? Because I didn't tell her we brought the ashes with it. I was just like, yeah, it's this thing for the memory and whatnot. She's like, oh, she would just love to be here with you guys. I'm like, she is, bam. And she was like, it freaked her out. But then she just started laughing, and then we hugged, and she was like, this is so crazy. I'm never going to forget this. And then we both had a couple of cherry bombs that y'all have out there.
Yep.
And then and then that was that. So yeah, it's a family thing that we got out here.
I love the people of Wisconsin. I genuinely do. They're so friendly. They're so fun. I don't remember. Well, I do remember that moment that Austin was talking about, but that was I don't remember a lot of that game. I'll be honest with you.
That'll happen. That will certainly happen
man.
in the state of Wisconsin. Yeah, been there quite a few times.
Yeah.
We get to the point where we were going to switch spots with these people because we would have given them better seats, and then we would have had more of our people together. And they saw Johnny though, and they're like, we don't want to lose our season tickets.
Right.
So we're not going to switch with you.
Is this a real story or is this a joke?
Yeah, no,
that's what they really said.
And at that point, I wasn't even
bad.
that hammered. I wasn't even that hammered at that point. So I was like, what are you guys talking about? They're like, if you get kicked out, we'll lose our season. I'm like, I'm just being social. They were honestly, they were the only rude fans we met of anybody. Of anybody.
They were not
there.
rude fans. They were smart fans.
They
They were not rude fans.
I wasn't even close to being kicked out. At least what I remember.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a fun one.
Johnny's such a Cardinals fan that they weren't supposed to win that game, so they do, and then he's out drinks Wisconsin. Not an easy feat.
No, not at all. So I think I ask this every year. Speaking of drinking, let's talk about it. Do you guys do that tonight, or do you hold off because you don't want to get too drunk and fall asleep? What's the thought process here?
Well, I'm not
first
I
year.
haven't drink tonight.
Yeah, this is normally you do have a beverage with us or something, but no, not this year. We're all right, we got this. We're
push-ups.
Well, I'm drinking alone. Cheers to myself, I guess.
Oh well. Hey, you're Z was drinking some wine before.
Oh, wine. I thought about getting a bottle of champagne for the Bucks celebration, but figured that might be a little too over the top.
I would have died.
In the afterglow moment, it's just respect. And I gotta say, I just can't stand when people try to downgrade a championship. I can't stand when people try to say this or that. It's if it doesn't mean something to everybody involved in the league, then it doesn't mean anything to anyone involved in the league. It only means something because we all declare that this means something. And so if you're aiming to get something of value, don't decrease that value because you're just feeling like a kid. It's just you just lean in, do better next time. I wish the Suns were better at the beginning of the series. I thought we were the better team. I thought that hands down. And by the end of it, we weren't. It's playoff situations. It's an extended series, and you get an opportunity to see really what you're about. And if you just didn't stack up that year, like it's okay, but don't take it out on the other people who just were able to make it happen.
Absolutely. No doubt about it. I mean, I hate the asterisk talk. I mean, we hear it every year. We heard it last year in the bubble. We heard it this year. You know, you heard it even in the NFL a little bit with the COVID season and no fans. It's just, it's dumb, right? You can only play who's in front of you. You can only do what's in, you know, you can only do what the task you're given, right? So, totally with you. I mean, obviously they caught a few breaks, the Bucks did, but overall,
always do.
they earned it, right?
I mean,
Exactly.
You have to.
Everyone's going through the same situation over here, and like, you know, the Nets were the big conversation piece, and I don't think that you can say there's an asterisk to that in any way,
Right.
shape, or form when the entire NFL Players Association signed on board to a condensed 72 game season. You knew this was coming up,
Right.
and James Harden was training for the offseason at strip club buffets in Houston. Like when the Nets made an acquisition for James Harden, they knew he was training at the buffet in the Houston strip club, and they knew there was a condensed season up ahead. So when the homeboy gets a soft tissue injury in the first round of the playoffs, is anybody really that surprised? Like, I'm not. And so it's like
Soft tissue issue.
soft tissue issue, man. They're real
Yeah.
things. So it's just like,
It's definitely
oh, we
real.
got hurt. It's like, well, why did he get hurt? Like, this has always been a part of the game. Is there any reason to think that like maybe he didn't take this whole moment as
Right.
seriously? And it's like, absolutely. So we're all playing with the same rules. We're all playing in the same situation. Like, yeah.
Strip club buffets.
Yeah.
Strip club buffets, my favorite.
Yeah.
Or I
can't believe those exist. It's unbelievable.
Do you remember?
Have you ever been to one? Have you actually been to a strip club buffet?
I have not been to a strip club buffet. Like I said, I didn't even realize those existed. That sounds like not a good idea to me. Like
You just don't eat
those
the
two
sushi.
things don't
No,
mesh
I'm
to
just
me,
kidding.
right?
I'm-
Like those two things should not intersect with one another.
The
Like,
thing I like about it though, sometimes like when people go so out there on like promotions, it's like, oh, y'all need this. You know what I mean? It's like places that don't need the foot traffic or the people don't do weird things like, oh, you came for boobies. You're gonna stay for the boobies, but you're coming for the ribs. You know what I mean? Like that's
You're
that's
coming
what
for the ribs and mashed potatoes.
Y'all,
The gravy's
like-
pretty good too.
you're working hard. You know, you're working hard for the business on this one. So I'm like, you know, I think it's almost like a diamond in the rough, or there's just something else there. We're out here in California, you know, you go to a restaurant, it's like a pop-in restaurant. Like the staff can oftentimes are not very good. You know what I mean? They just take things for granted. They're like, eat it or not. I don't care. There's someone else here. But a place that's like, no, we need to draw on the customer base with free food. Like titties aren't enough. We need free food also. Like, oh my goodness. What am I
And
walking into?
unlimited, not just free, but unlimited, right? I mean, I can go back for 4 rounds of the aforementioned mashed potatoes and gravy while still working at some tits. It's just an unbelievable concept.
What was funny was
time to
the
be
amount. What was really funny was the amount of like chicken wing conversations that were happening at strip clubs, and it was just like, since when did strip clubs become the place to get wings? Because it was like
Right.
there were like 3 or 4 athletes that had all gotten caught at a strip club supposedly getting wings, and it was like very funny to me that all of a sudden I didn't know that there was like some hidden secret sauce in the strip club that you get wings at. But apparently that's what I'm missing out on. We're all missing out on that because apparently they're good.
I would like to do that.
No, you're right, man.
Like, if I'm honest, I wouldn't mind going to a strip club buffet just once. Just so I can answer that question.
You know where you know where I
I'm
bet
too
you can
intrigued.
find more than one of them is Las Vegas, Nevada. I bet you can find more than a few of those.
Hopefully the home of next year's mock draft
Right?
marathon.
Yeah.
Oh my
Coincidence?
goodness.
I think not.
Do not contact a casino when you're in negotiations. Find the strip club buffet. That's where we draft.
Oh,
All right,
we've
we
got
gotta-
somebody in here actually
Yeah.
asking questions, Johnny.
Yeah, do you just joined in?
What's
Welcome.
up? Welcome.
Appreciate you. Welcome into Whisper Nation. Do you think Tom Brady is a good pickup? I do. I do think Tom Brady is a good pickup. I am no longer counting.
Really good pickup in the first round.
Yeah, maybe not. Did he take him in the first? He didn't take him in the
No.
first. No.
Just kidding.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're gonna confuse him. No,
Too late.
don't. Yeah, I actually do think, or we all think on this show that Tom Brady is going to be really good. Listen, if this guy can throw 40 touchdowns on a torn ACL, like
MCL.
I'm just or MCL. Sorry, yeah, excuse me. The MCL is a more minor injury than the ACL. That's correct. But still, like at the age of 42, you're throwing 40 plus touchdowns. Like
And like 4,600 yards.
yeah,
That's the one that's even nuts. Like that's crazy.
in the second year in this offense, so he'll be even more comfortable with it. I think it's a fine play. Now, would I be shocked if Father Time finally caught up to him, and then this was the year he went to Noodle Arm? I mean, I would actually be a little bit surprised. Not to lie, I would actually be surprised if he went to Noodle Arm this week or this year.
I feel like he's so ahead of what's happening, and
He's a robot, dude. He literally is going to come out in 10 years, and NASA's going to be like,
But he's not a
by the
robot.
way, Tom Brady was actually a robot, everybody.
like it hurts. Like most of us here are Packers fans, and there for such a long time, it was like, oh, Brady's the GOAT, but Rodgers is the boat. He's got a better arm, better touchdown interception ratio, all this stuff we like to say. And then the Tampa Bay, and I was telling Travis on this one, when the Tampa Bay Super Bowl came through, it was like, oh, it became unreachable. Like it's Tom Brady is in an entire league of his own, and so much so that thinking that I'm gonna have a prediction on when his arm is dropping to noodles before he does is like, no, like he's not that kind of dude.
Credit here saying he's on my dynasty. He's my dynasty quarterback, so I need another decade out of him. Hey, never doubt the man. Yeah, you might get it, dude.
I love this new Tom Brady too, like this unleashed Tom Brady. Stroke, did you catch him on the shop on LeBron
Yes,
James?
I did, yeah.
What did you think about him opening up, saying 90% of what I've said has been rehearsed? I'd love to come in with a Marshawn Lynch, I'm just here so I won't get fined approach. I'd love to take a Draymond Green, speaking what's on my mind approach. What did you think about hearing Tom Brady open up that way?
Yeah, there was quite a few interesting things that came out of that, right? I mean, but obviously that kind of leading the way. Not entirely shocking to me, right? I mean, we've seen obviously, how calculated he is in his media appearances, but on top of that, he's also he's gone through like 4 different major controversies. So I'm sure he's working with a PR rep for half of those. So it's understandable that some things have been prepared for him. I mean, right?
That's a good point, dude. He has gone through a lot of controversy,
Right.
and we don't even like talk about it. Like, he's been suspended for like significant periods of time for rule infractions that are clear.
AKA cheating.
Yeah, he's a cheater.
cheating.
He's a cheater, but he's a cheater.
But he's charming.
He's handsome.
He is
he's
handsome.
funny.
He's good.
He is handsome.
He's good at social media too.
Oh, he's
That he
really
is.
good at social media.
That he
Like-
is.
I mean, Rodgers was not ready. He roasted Rodgers so much coming to the match.
Oh,
I mean,
that was just
Rodgers got the
classic,
last
dude.
laugh, but
He won the
was
game,
classic.
but Brady won our hearts.
Brady has won me over, man. I used to hate the guy. Kind of love
Same.
the guy now. He's won me over.
same.
Yeah, hate that even more now. How did he do it?
How do you
How
do it? We lost Johnny. Good to see you, pal. What was the question? How did he win me over? Just by everything that was mentioned, right? I mean, the social media game is really what did it, I think. It's been fun to watch.
And this draft has been fun to watch, man. The 18 PPR
Ooh, smooth
flex
transition.
mocks
That's a pro
with Alex
transition.
Drove. We are done with our first one here. Stuff, do you want to give us a breakdown on your squad? I know that you were really manicuring through these selections to get to
Yeah, I
this
did a
point,
really
and I
good
would just
job
love to
today.
hear a little bit about the method behind the madness of what we're seeing right now.
So the madness doesn't have a whole lot of method, as I did last year. I walked in here with 0 fantasy mock drafts under my belt. I've done some research. I've read the rankings. I've done all that. But the first mock is always saved for 2 a.m. on a random Saturday at the end of July. So here we are. Lamar, obviously, with the Superflex League, want to get the versatile quarterback. I think he's got a chip on his shoulder this year. I'm excited to see what Baltimore can do offensively. Kamara, Adams, I think those are obvious picks. Kind of handcuff the Baltimore backfield, if you will. Obviously, we know how mobile Lamar is, so we got Dobbins there. I handcuffed Jacobs and Kenyon Drake, the Las Vegas backfield as well, because I think Jacobs' production will drop, not significantly, but I think at least a bit, and I think Kenyon Drake will play a fun role in that Las Vegas offense. So I did the handcuff there. Justin Fields as an 8th round pick. I don't know if anybody caught it because we were in the middle of strip club buffet talk, I believe. But I said, I can't believe I'm about to do this as a Packers fan. But oh my goodness, am I excited to see what Justin Fields can do if he gets the chance to be under center for Chicago this year. I don't know that it'll be out of the gates, but I imagine it'll be pretty early because he's got a hell of a lot of potential.
And Matt Nagy doesn't want to get fired.
And Matt Nagy doesn't want to get fired, exactly. So I have a crush on him, and it's scary because he's with the Bears.
Yeah, fair enough.
So that's
Matt Nagy.
Yeah, isn't he just the best? Dreamy, yes, compared to Matt LaFleur, especially. So yeah, that's where I'll cut off my breakdown. Any other questions, Austin?
I mean, I got a lot of questions. But on this draft, I'm pretty satisfied with that. Who else? Who now do you got to pick a winner here? Who else here did? Who do you think won?
Out of a pure loyalty aspect, I love Jay Bley. We know this. Jay Bley.
Jay Bley don't lie. Jay Bley don't lie.
Draft don't lie. Jacob Bley.
Love him. Longtime member of the league. So I like what he did there. Obviously, got Julio late with Tennessee and really went down the wide receiver path there. I like Devontae Smith in Philly, paired up with Jalen Hurts. I think he's going to have a pretty solid rookie year.
Did you just re-click it?
I just restarted the whole mock draft marathon.
No, you're just kidding.
I'm so lost because I'm staring at the screen of teams. Overall, fun draft. Like what he did. As much as it pains me, I like what Johnny did in this draft. We know his crush of Nick Chubb got him halfway around the second. Antonio Brown, or excuse me, not Antonio Brown. AJ Brown.
Antonio Brown.
I took Antonio on the.
Oh, did you? I was staring at A Brown. And immediately went to Antonio because it's 3 a.m. But AJ Brown and Antonio Brown in the final round. So there you go. I really like what he did there. Hurts, as I mentioned, I think Philly's going to win that division this year. With another step in that offense. So freshen it up a little bit. And I like Devontae. I like Hurts. I like what you did, obviously, grabbing Goddard as well. So good job, Johnny. Proud of you. Nice work.
Appreciate it. I've had, 20-something or
right.
mocks. I don't know. So the number just keeps growing. I've got a number of mocks to try different things. So I'm starting to get the hang of it.
And that will hopefully be me by hour 4.
Oh, it will be. We'll get you there. I can't believe it. We got 15 people in here right now. Watching.
Whisper Nation.
Good to see you, Whisper Nation.
At 3:30 in the morning over on the East Coast.
3:30 on the East Coast. That's our peeps right there. If you could do us a big favor, hit that blue thumbs up. It'll give you a lot of joy. If you're new to our channel, hit that subscribe button on the way in. We appreciate it. Helps grow our channel. And if you want to get in a raffle, win some cool giveaways, a signed jersey, this Deontay one, or we got an Alvin Kamara one. You want to hear us go woo? Like Ric Flair? That was just a minor one.
Travis's vocal cord land on the table?
Basically. So any donation through the super chat goes directly to Women of Sports Foundation, as well as if you purchase a draft kit, you get a ticket as well, and a portion of that goes to the Women's Sports Foundation. And then we're donating everything that we make on our Patreon next month to the Women of Sports Foundation. So any 3 of those ways will get you into the raffles. Austin raised his hand.
I was giving a big shout out here to Scott, man. It's been fun to draft alongside. He's going to go take a nap. He's going to be back later. Whisper Nation rules.
Hey,
damn right they do.
Yeah.
It's a cool pocket of people.
Cool pocket of people. I like that.
Yeah, that's right. That's
very
right.
poetic. Nicely done.
Oh, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that one. Johnny, what are we doing here on this one? Are we running it back?
We got another one here. We got another one here. We got a 10-teamer up next.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
I gotta make sure I'm in.
Can I
this
go?
one.
Can I go grab a beverage? What?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
We got to fill this one. We
Appreciate
got to tweet this out here. I'm grabbing my spot now, so we'll get some
Yeah, take a hard 5, soft 5, big 5. Just do your
soft
thing, bro.
5 stuff.
New York 5.
Hold on, I don't think. Did we tweet this out already? Oh, we probably didn't because we're only it's only 12:35.
Yeah.
And normally we wait until or normally I think it drops the next thing in 10 minutes.
Does it auto draft? Does it auto do it?
Yeah, Credit figured out a way to get a bot that
Credit
just
is so
auto.
freaking smart.
I know. That's why we love having him on our team. But here, I'm going to drop this link in here now. You know what, boys? We might get through this one to where we might just have to create another draft to fill up the 4 hours.
Sleeper makes it easy, dude.
I know. Well, and we're putting up some good time here. Usually Strofe takes his full minute when he takes his, he's mocking, but this year he's just
Johnny, a little secret. Remember you're telling me about moving the bars here to get the format right?
yeah.
You can make it big like this, and then it gets small, but then you can just do the command plus.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, look at that. So then the screen is bigger for us.
Bro.
I
Game
know.
changer.
Yeah, dude.
Technology.
But yeah, so we got that bigger now. So then it's taking up full screen. It was getting so tiny.
Yeah. I love that.
You know what I'm
dude.
talking about there.
Yeah. The Whisperers After Dark right there. Team effort. Let us know. We got 15 people watching. Let us know. Let us know in this is awesome. Number one, you guys are keeping us going. You guys are giving us some energy, even though some people have told us we look like crap on the show right now. But it's okay.
And they gave us nice things after.
Yeah, they did. It's all in love. We love it. We appreciate you, Whisper Nation.
We like
Let us
honesty, man. Honesty is rejuvenating. Honesty is the best policy. Am I speaking loudly right now?
Just a little bit.
No, we do appreciate that honesty, though. It is Whisper Nation, keep us going. That's what we're here for. As Zareh had said, how do we get weird later in the hour? We're not drinking. We're not doing anything like that. We're just connecting with the people and the stories.
And love.
And we're trying to
Violence.
get Travis's voice back.
What?
We're trying to get your voice back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a Disney movie.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Little Mermaid.
We'll find his voice. Get it back. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, I do want to real quick. We got a quick second here. I also want to give a shout out to Philly Chelsea, woman behind the glass. She has been killing it on the social media, and she has been doing all the work behind the scenes. And we greatly appreciate you.
Chelsea is an angel.
Yes,
She's the best.
I would break out in a song right now, but I've been made fun of every single time I do it, so it's all right. It's all good though.
Well, yeah, but it's still appreciated.
It is.
Especially the short clips, man. Especially the Bosa. Little tenderness.
Oh yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one. I felt it. I felt that one in my gut.
I felt it in my plums. I said, "Let
Whisper
the boy
Nation, if you
watch."
guys want to join this mock draft, oh man, that would be bad.
No.
Look at Jacob Bley just trying to get us. You guys should have taken a shot every time a $5 or more donation came through. We were trying to make it through this mock draft
I think what we do for next, I think when we have the draft in Vegas, we get Jacob Bley to come out, and Jacob Bley takes a shot every time we get a donation.
Uh-huh.
I think that sounds like an awesome plan.
Yep. I think we do that. I think that's the plan. Oh, here we go. All
yeah,
right.
Jacob Bley. He hit us with the LOL.
Yeah.
So we know he's in on that one.
All right,
So anytime we get a donation for next year at our in-person draft, Jacob Bley said he will take a shot. And every time we get a donation. So he's going to die next year. And we love him for it and all the contributions that he's made.
I'm going to drop this into, we got Okay, we got 13 people watching on here. I'm gonna drop the sleeper link in here so we can fill this up. We got 4 spots left. I think we tweeted it out as well, but let's try to fill these up. Jump in here if you want. We've had a ton of people that have asked
You go
about joining.
jump in the bathroom.
Oh, okay. That was
See ya.
good. Yeah.
He really had to go. Very urgent.
Yeah, he's a rookie. He doesn't we just started doing bedpans. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah, thankfully.
That'd be horrible.
That'd be an all-time low, Johnny.
That's a
Although-
true marathon.
Yeah, that's a true marathon. I gotta ask you, Alex, do you have any access to, like that LeBron James seat cushion kind of thing that he has on the side bench? Like, do you have any access to any of those? Because I could really use one of those.
I do not know. That'd be unbelievably convenient, though, wouldn't it?
Right? It's like a 10-inch pad that he just sits on. It's got to be the most comfiest thing ever.
I think so, yes. I think that would be the case. But yeah, no, I do not have access to. What makes you think I would have access to that? I guess would be my follow-up.
I mean, you're a big hot now, so you have access.
I don't
to
think
a lot
that's
of things
accurate
and
whatsoever.
a lot of people. Listen, I know you want to sell yourself short here, but
Okay.
we realize the work that you're putting in over here.
Boost my ego. Let's go. Travi, you want to pucker up as well, or not yet?
I mean, ESPN Madison. No, actually, no, I don't. You came in, you attacked my voice. I think you're trash.
I think
Wow. Okay. There
No,
you have it.
ESPN Madison. That's a big deal, dude. Congrats.
Appreciate it. Yeah, it's been fun. Just getting started. We'll see what happens this football season. Football rules here, and as good as the Bucks have been, as fun as the Bucks have been, football rules in the state of Wisconsin, as you guys are well aware.
Yeah, I'm very, very well aware.
Beer rules and then football.
Yeah.
Beer rules and then football. I've made the transition to whiskey this evening.
Nice.
So it might get a little weird by 6 a.m.
Hey, it's all right.
All right. Should we?
The bar's open there earlier than everywhere else anyway, so it's totally normal. It's totally cool.
Yeah, I met my aunt for breakfast this morning, and she said the bar we went to, like this little dive bar for breakfast here in Madison, or just outside of Madison, and she said they open at 7 a.m., which I responded, that's legal. I don't even realize the extent of it sometimes. I thought it would be later than 7, but apparently you can open and serve alcohol at 7 a.m. That's unbelievable.
Yeah. Craig Counsell in shambles. Yeah, he couldn't hang it. Like, that would be terrible for him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we just got someone in
One
here.
more.
We have 3 more. Oh, he's got
3
beast mode
more
on there.
spots. 3 more spots.
Oh, there he goes. Travis is getting his energy back.
The voice
3
is
more
next.
spots.
Oh, the voice
3
is coming
more
back.
spots. It's like nobody's chanting with me though. So
3 more spots. 3 more spots.
there we go.
3 more spots.
We could fill this out.
15
We could fill
viewers,
this
which means somebody should be able to hop in here.
out. It means 3 people should definitely be able to hop in here.
I would think so.
Big shout out to John. He's been rocking with you guys quite a bit here, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. He
John's
came to
a
help
really
keep me awake and give me some energy of a live person. So it's not just my dogs. It's been great
Good.
and much appreciated. He also brought me McDonald's, which was a game changer and a lifesaver.
So shout out John. So is John with you right now?
Yeah, he's in the office with me. He's drafting,
Oh, great. Okay, good.
and
good
he's
to know.
also in a much more comfy position than I am.
You need a
he's a-
LeBron chair.
I do need a Oh, speaking of that, you've seen that ESPN commercial, right? Where LeBron he sits down and it's just like a normal computer chair. And he goes to the next door and it's like it just says like King James and it's this huge chair.
Yes, the huge throne. Yes.
Yeah. And he's like, did you take my chair? No, man, I don't know. This is my chair.
And Z,
Dude,
He's back at
Z.
Woo!
Made it even.
wow.
Woo! That was a good one.
That was a
That
good one.
That one was good. All right. Z
Thank
is
you,
killing
Z.
it with this. Appreciate you, Z.
Another $5 towards the Women's Sports Foundation.
Another one. All right.
That's awesome.
Putting it in the wheel. Putting it in the wheel.
Is Sear joining us for this draft?
You join
Um,
us for this draft. Or do you?
He might.
Oh,
I don't know if
shit.
he's taking a lunch break yet.
I think he's taking his lunch break.
Let me just hop back in.
How many spots? We got 2 spots. 2 more spots. Oh, Don Flick got in there. There we go, Don Flick.
Shout out Don.
Thought he was going to bed.
No, dude. He was like, I want to hang with you guys a little bit longer. Hey,
More spots.
2 more spots. We got this. 1 more spot. Ooh, Austin jumped in there. He got it.
What's
All right,
up,
we got 1
Austin?
more spot.
What's up? What's up?
1 more spot. We could do this. Right here, Donnie. Fine, I'll draft.
Don't tell
Don't
my
tell.
fiance.
Hey, we won't. We won't.
Don't tell.
Oh snap! Did we just get a fresh one?
We do keep secrets in the
Right.
Whisper Nation. We do keep
Yeah.
secrets. Yeah.
Secrets though hurt someone. Secrets are no fun. Unless
I
they're
don't-
good secrets, then those are really fun.
Yeah, those are pretty fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't get a whole lot better than that.
Yeah.
All right, we got 1 more spot here. We could fill this. We could do it. I have faith. I have faith in us.
Face not
There
coming
we
until
go.
later.
Z
Z.
hopping in.
Yeah.
Our boy. All right.
Love to see it.
All right, let's start this draft. Love it. Love
Oh,
it.
John Credit in here. Is Credit over at your place right now, Johnny?
Yeah.
Oh,
We were
nice.
just talking about how he's in a very comfy position lounging in here.
Nice.
McCaffrey off the bat. All right.
He was trying to say he was going to take Tyreek Hill #1 over here, but he lied to me. I tried to
That's
get him on
unfortunate.
camera, but he said he wouldn't do it. I was like, dude, you want to jump on as our,
He
goes,
absolutely
he
should.
said no. He said no. He didn't want to.
Okay. Where
He
does
said he
Alex
didn't-
start out?
Yeah, let's see where you.
Let's go safe. Let's just play it safe, and then we'll have some fun in between. I'm gonna kill this draft. I absolutely already feel the power. I feel
The
good.
whiskey?
Yeah, I think it's the whiskey. Yeah.
He does that. Is it that Charles Woodson whiskey? I'm sure you've been seeing those on your.
I have. I've seen it plenty, but no, I have not had the opportunity to try it yet. It is not. I was looking for it, but it is not at my local grocery store, so I may have to place an order online. Huh?
Might have to
Have you-
do it. Yeah.
have
My
you had
social
it?
blasted. No, I've just been getting my social blasted with all of his
Yeah, I've seen a lot of it.
short form videos.
Yeah, I've seen those. Yes, absolutely.
Yes. Looks like he's enjoying it.
Yes, he's making a lot of money on it, as far as I'm aware. I know it's been popular amongst Raider and Packer fans. I've noticed, right?
I mean, I try it.
You want?
Just
Yeah,
say-
You want to
I'll
try that
try.
again?
I would try it
There we go.
at a strip club buffet.
Yeah.
it would.
Oh my God! So Charles Woodson whiskey at a formerly visited James Harden Houston buffet sounds like an awesome Tuesday afternoon to me.
Wow, we got to make this happen. Dreams will come true on this one.
Hey man, we had Adam Rank and Hue Jackson and Liz Loza today. If those things can happen, we can definitely enjoy some strip
Hey,
club
You
ribs.
guys are
Hey,
amazing.
Charles
We
Woodson
do
ribs.
Kevin Garnett. Anything is possible.
Truth.
Good pull.
Hey, yeah. I love that gif. Makes me feel good inside. It makes me think
As it
that,
should, right?
yeah. I was actually playing that, gif over and over when we made it to the finals and then thinking that we were going to win it all. And yeah,
And it's
That's what I
still
get.
true. Anything is possible.
yeah.
Like you can feel so good, like you're gonna win, no doubt, and you don't. You lose. Anything is possible.
Anything is possible.
Do you think this weekend's gonna be fun? Maybe.
Oh, Reed Tyler. What's he going to do?
What's going on there?
Reed Tyler at the backside.
He's got that turn. But his green dot isn't there, so I'm wondering.
Uh-oh.
Is he going to auto draft?
He's going to auto draft.
Might auto draft. He
Boom.
is.
Pull a strophe.
Boom.
He's gonna pull Strofe.
Hey.
No, I don't know if he did though.
Yeah, I don't
He
know.
might
if
have got it just at the last second. Because
Might
it would
have.
have put him on auto draft if he had. And
Does
did.
it do it after 1 or does it do it after 2? I guess we'll see.
I think it does it after 1, but it might give you a break if you're at the turn.
Oh, credit said he auto drafted all last draft too. That's unfortunate.
Reed Tyler.
Yeah,
That's okay. Still love you, Reed.
yeah.
But you're pushing it.
You're pushing it. You're pushing the buttons tonight, buddy.
It's not unconditional.
It's not. A,
Nothing is forever.
Except
Brutal
strip club
crowd tonight.
buffets.
It's just true, man.
That's going to be
It's so
Travis'
sad.
go-to tonight.
And hard.
And that's going to be our go-to next year at the in-person draft.
That's right.
You know, the more it's brought up, the more excited I would be to stumble in half drunk. Now, let's make that fully drunk into a strip club buffet with Travi. That sounds like an unbelievable experience.
Oh, it's a great experience.
Wait, has this happened?
I've been drunk at a strip club with Travi. Like that's
Oh,
happened
but
for
buffet
sure. And when
strip club?
when Travis hits the pole, the people go crazy.
Oh, yes, I believe that.
when Travis, classic.
Oh
You
my
got to
god!
lose.
I wish we actually could talk about some of our drafts, but we have been sworn to secrecy on that. And I know one member of our league who would be especially pissed if we did openly talk about that because he'd be like, "I'm not playing. Okay, we said we're not talking about it. Don't fricking talk about it." And I got to be like, "Can't even talk." He's like, "No." I'm like,
All
Strip
right.
club talk is getting us boosted in views, though.
Yeah, that is true.
"Yeah, we're trying to get different hashtags too that are getting applied."
Different hashtag.
Different version of fantasy and whisper.
And whisper and deep dives, tight coverage.
All right, Alex. When is your first draft? When is your first draft coming up for your Premier League?
Oh snaps! I'm on the clock.
Not till mid-August. So we've got a few weeks yet.
Z saying it's officially gotten weird.
Good.
Yeah, it has.
That's the
It
way we
has.
like it. That's after dark, baby. That's the way we fucking do it after dark, right?
That's what's up. One panic pick there. I should have taken Stephon Diggs. That was not what I wanted to do, but whatever.
You coming around on Diggs after you heard Hue? Like,
Dude, I wasn't on Diggs. Like, I was the only one of us three who liked Diggs last year, and I was intimidated by y'all's ferocity towards how bad Diggs was going to be, according to you, because I was like, I think that Diggs had some really nice moments in Minnesota, and it was just that he really never got his opportunity to shine. And I think that coming over to Buffalo, he's going to have an opportunity to shine. And y'all were like, nope, he's a wide receiver 2 at best. And I was like, man, you said that with so much confidence.
And you were so wrong.
look, Z coming in here saying, I'm pretty sure there's a strip club called Fantasy Whispers.
And it will be.
I believe that. I believe that. As sad as that is, I completely believe him right now.
Is that
Yeah,
why we
me
didn't
too.
get the full name on Twitter? Is that who the handle was taken by?
Oh, it could be. It actually could be. I don't think so. I looked it up. Well, I didn't look up like Fantasy Whispers Strip Club, I guess. I just looked up to see if Fantasy Whispers was the thing. Hey, we can get this. We could buy. Yeah.
What is this? We
Yeah,
become
hey,
famous?
Yeah, we could become. Hey, want to become famous, guys?
You
Thought
just got to
we were.
buy followers.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
And are you really famous?
No.
Or did you just buy your
followers,
fame?
yeah.
Dude,
Would you rather be famous by buying your fame or not famous at all?
Not famous at all.
not famous at all.
Yeah. I don't know.
Do you even want to be?
Johnny Jacob
Oh,
wants to know what's behind the name story
All
behind
right.
it.
So the real secret is the story behind the name was we were at a mock draft or we had a draft weekend of our league of record, and this was before Fantasy Whispers started, and the season right before. And then we had already drafted. I drafted like a bajillion running backs in that draft. And the reason that's important was because Alvin Kamara went undrafted. And I told I told Travis, I kept saying, oh, there's a guy on waivers right now that I'm telling you is going to be awesome. And there's a lot of hype around him. And he's like, who is it? Who is it? And since I had so many running backs on my team already, I was like, okay, I'm not going to drop one of these guys because what if that guy ends up being, the guy? Of course, I didn't trust my gut. And so I told Travis, I was like, here, you can go ahead and pick him up. So he picks him up. He picks up Alvin Kamara. 2 weeks in, of course, they trade Adrian Peterson, and Alvin Kamara becomes a starting running back. And then the rest of, he had that amazing rookie season. And so fast forward to that next summer, that's when Travis and I started talking about, this podcast, and we were thinking about a name. And Alvin Kamara's picture came on the TV, and I was explaining to my wife how I was so angry because I whispered Alvin Kamara's name into Travis's ear, and he picked him up and ended up getting an awesome running back. And I was like, oh, holy shit, that's it. Fantasy Whisperers, and it just came together. And so it was all based on that moment. I felt it, in my heart. I was like, that's it. I quickly searched the internet. I didn't see any strip clubs named Fantasy Whisperers.
That's too bad.
And or any other sites. And then I thought it went well with football because everyone talks about, quarterback whisperer or running back whisperer. I was like, oh, well, we could be Fantasy Whisperers. So that's the whole story in a nutshell.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I've never heard that. That's new to me.
I don't know if we've shared it on the mock draft marathon.
Yeah, I actually don't know if we've shared that. Usually because I tell really long stories.
I didn't even know that story, dude. I didn't even know that story.
Really?
I literally just thought you were like Fantasy Whisperers. That's a tough name.
That's a tough name.
That's what I thought the story was. This is so much better.
Yeah.
Now it has meaning because I was like, it's like I like the name, but it's like if you're going for, it could have been tougher. But
I just hear Chelsea laughing up a storm back there.
Oh, see, this is funny because Jacob Bley came in with 10th Feels comment, and I thought that's where Austin was going to go with that when he first, but then he just raised up his cat, and it was not the Feels for the 10th time. Goosebumps, the Feels.
oh, is that when I was scratching my cat's butt?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, like this?
You might want to go wash your hands. Do I take a fourth straight running back here?
Yes. 0.
Why not? Let's go. LFG, dude. LFG, let's go. Dude, I'm stacking my team right now.
With what?
Yeah.
Running backs, dude.
Oh.
RBs. This is a little uncomfortable to me.
Yeah. No, that's new.
I felt more comfortable taking 3 straight tight ends than I do right now. That's how wild this is, But here we are. Okay.
Look how Daryl Henderson's now climbing up. We've got him finally now popping up.
Whisper Nation doing that, changing that ADP.
Daryl Henderson
I'm
or
high on
J.K.
him.
Dobbins.
Oh, I like Daryl.
You like Daryl Henderson? Yeah. I think the J.K. Dobbins the ceiling is capped. That's the way I'm looking at that one. I'm going to go with the Henderson.
I do think Henderson has a higher ceiling than J.K. Dobbins. Like the
I
reality is Lamar takes so much more of that rushing share than people do. And they trust Gus Edwards a lot because he just like I said, I love this is one of my other saying. He just gets yards. Like get buckets. That's what he does, dude. Gus Bus. He just eats yardage like it's going out of style.
Gus Bus.
Gus Bus, dude.
I do love the Gus Bus.
I'm the Gus Bus. Choo choo.
Choo choo. Choo choo. I named my fantasy team named Gus Bus for a while in our league of record. After George Kittle went down, Dak Prescott went down, Saquon Barkley went down, DJ Moore went down, and I was
that haunts your nightmares clearly. Yeah.
First 5 picks, I'll hit the IR.
I mean, wouldn't it haunt your nightmares if you watch Dak slap, which is your star quarterback that's killing it, slapping his leg against?
No, I was high on Dak last year. I was real high on Dak last year.
Dude, and then watching Tony Romo when that play happened say, "Oh, it looks like it's just a cramp." And I remember I was like, "Oh, cool, it's just a cramp." I was like, "I swear to God, I saw his leg get put on the other leg."
I immediately was like, "That's no cramp. That's no cramp."
Like.
That was a gruesome injury.
It was gnarly.
That was gruesome.
I think okay. The injury was so gruesome, but the fact he was like, talking to some, physical therapists and doctors, they're like, that's a natural reaction when you do that. Like when you feel that, like you want to try to snap it back in. And so it's like, that's why he was hitting it against the ground. But like just watching him do that, that was almost worse. Cause you were just like, you saw it like, oh man, brutal.
Because speaking of brutal, man, we got over 20 people watching right now. And I don't think all of y'all have hit that thumbs up button. And here's the thing. If you hit the thumbs up button and you want to undo it, you can. But we can't redo today. So like, please go ahead and hit that thumbs up button if you're watching this. And it would just make us, it would go a long way. That's not too Jeb Bushy. I'm tired. I don't want to be pathetic, but I'm gonna be. So like, suck it.
Suck it.
All right. Where are we going here? Oh, credits up on the clock here. Let's see. Alex.
Johnny.
What running back are you kind of more intrigued by this year? And feel free to throw a Hail Mary. Just ask
That's an open-ended question. Yeah. I love Gaskin still in Miami, and I see he's still on the board. I like that. I feel like that's a name that hasn't been – it's still tossed around, but not as much as maybe I'd expect, because he was definitely, had a few blips on the radar last year, and I thought people would be higher on him, but we will see, obviously. So that's one name. I know you've done a lot of talk around Darrell Henderson, obviously with Cam Akers going out. I liked Henderson last year. I like him again this year, obviously a lot more with no Cam Akers, and I was high on Akers too. I like both those guys. I think that's a great 1-2 punch. I think that offense is going to be electric this year in Los Angeles. So those are two names that come to mind when you ask that question. But I think as we get further down here, finally in a 10-teamer, we're going to see some sleeper names, and we're going to see some switches. A name I've seen a lot of, though, that I don't know how I feel, just because I never know how to feel about rookie running backs. It seems like one always shines, and we called the wrong one in preseason. This year it's Najee Harris, and I don't know. How are you guys feeling on Najee?
I think he's going to be good. He's going to be getting the opportunity. It's just it's another kind of CEH situation in that first running back off the board. We know he's going to be getting work. How good is he? We expect for Najee Harris actually to be really good. Yeah. It's just we got to see him do it. It's like he's going to be a good player as a floor. It's the ceiling that the question mark that we really have. Just how explosive, how reliable, how involved in the pass catching game is he going to be? But like he's going to be legit. Like it's going to be hard not to be legit.
It's going to be set up to, touch the ball 300 times,
Right.
Dude, speaking of, Jacob, I'm coming up next here. I think we are tapping into different bits of the algorithm here, because we got Jimmy coming in saying, you guys are clutch tonight. X videos just ain't doing it tonight. Nothing like late night drafting.
There we go.
Sunglasses emoji.
Hey.
So I think it is moving into different categories. And we'll take new viewers, though. We'll take new viewers. It's all good.
He's seen the light.
Hey, that's what I love. Like people just see the mock drafting stuff and they're like, "Oh, I love mock drafts." Like everyone loves mock drafts.
Mock drafts are better than porn. It's just
apparently
put it on a t-shirt. It's a fact now. Thank you, Jimmy.
Actually,
Jimmy.
That's a comment we should cut out.
Yeah, that's pretty
just,
good.
Like stick on something.
Hopefully, Jimmy subscribes, hits that notification, so we go live all the time for mock drafts every Monday. This one's a special one because we're going 24 hours.
Yeah, this has been unbelievable, guys. 3 years in a row, right? This is the third one, and so I've been a part of every one. What an honor!
You are.
But you guys, it's really been awesome to see. John, you got to start a QB run. Sorry, but it's been really fun to see you guys, continue to dedicate so much to this and really get into it, and I imagine make your friendships even stronger just through this. It's been a lot of fun to watch, and appreciate you allowing me to crash this every year for 4 hours. It's been a great all-nighter every time, and so far so good. Less than halfway into it.
Hell yeah, man. And you talk about the friendship getting stronger, they do. And just like how muscles get stronger, first they get weaker as they break down. And that's exactly what's happened with our relationships over the years. They get strained and they get weak, but they've never broken. And we've never had to go to physical therapy. And then you just eat the right amount of protein, you drink water, you get some sleep, and then you come back the next day feeling strong. Maybe a little sore, but like it's working towards it. And then you keep that going for a little while and you're like, wow, we're really good. Let's go do something else. And then your relationship gets strained again. And then, you go through this and you're like, are we going to break this time? Like, are we going to not be friends anymore? And you're like, let me think about it. And then you come back and you're like, no. Sure. I love you. And we can do this. And we just keep trying. And now we're in your 4? Coming at 3, whatever it is.
Year 3. Follow-up question there. Do you feel as though in the last 3 years, has your relationship been strained more with Johnny Game Time or with Big Travie? How's that for a question? That's a hardball, right? Just past hour 1.
The answer is Big Travie, because Big Travie and I, though, are... See, Johnny and I have a different relationship because, I've known Johnny for a very, very long time, and his... big sister was I dated her all through high school. So,
really?
Yeah. So we had.
Hold on, I've got more questions.
Yeah, I lost my virginity to Johnny's sister.
Oh my god, dude! What? God. Also, actually, this is I
lean into the algorithm. Let's go.
Yeah. I was actually present,
Wait,
not
what?
present there. No, what? I went and dropped off Jordan. I went and dropped off Jordan at Austin's house. He didn't know that.
Present.
Yeah, not present in the situation.
I knew I heard someone in the bushes.
You know what? Unbelievable. You guys are ridiculous. That was unbelievable. Hey, back here, Z over here. Johnny, your Tyler Higbee League winner video is the first one in my suggestion. Good. I am so happy, man. We were talking about how Tyler Higbee is going to be a league winner here. Getting off topic of where Strofe was saying. I can't believe that. You guys.
Why? It's what happens. It's true.
I wasn't present. Okay. I was saying that I was with her when we went over to Austin's house, and then I left. And then that was.
No, it wasn't that night. She snuck out of your cousin's place.
Yeah,
I know. Like a mile and a half away.
Right. And I was there. And we walked over. We walked up. There was a Blockbuster right there. And I was so paranoid because I thought every car that was coming by was either a police car or our aunt coming to find us. Because you know this. I was I say I was a good kid, but I was always grounded. But I wasn't always grounded because of actually being bad. I was grounded for dumb stuff. But anyway, yeah. That's a long history of... where did Strofe look? Strofe
he asked the question, then he bailed.
Yeah, he just bailed. He just wanted
stir
to
the pot in a big way.
Yeah.
That's understandable, though.
No.
I don't think I would stay for this conversation.
Yeah,
either.
Me neither. I'm out.
No, I'm
out.
I'd be here for that.
All right, we are. Austin, Austin's in this one as well. So we got all 3 of us drafting here. Yeah, that's right. Donnie over here. Johnny and I know each other through our exes. We do. That is also a very good fact. Just bringing it all late night talk show. We got this thing handled.
Yeah, wow. I'm just gonna say real quick. Austin saying that dropping that bomb broke my internet.
Wow.
Wow.
Like Kim Kardashian, bro.
Funny the effect that has, man. That was unbelievable.
Yeah. So any more questions you got, man? Just fire them away.
Happy
to answer.
How does Johnny's sister feel about you two still hanging out? She's cool with it?
Oh, she's great. I think Jordan's just super appreciative for the relationship that Johnny and I have. And Johnny and I are way closer than Jordan and I are at this point. So,
well, I would assume so. Yes,
way closer. So, but Jordan's great. Wish her all the best, and it's nothing but love there. And that's all.
You're very mature, Austin. Well done.
Thanks, man. It's the hard lessons in life that made me this way.
Yeah.
Wow. I don't know if I'm going to be able to recover from that. That might even top a strip club buffet.
It's been a
Hey.
fun night, man.
Yeah, we learned so much. Most people think that we just talk fantasy around here. We try to give life advice as
No,
well.
we talk about banging each other's sisters. It's totally
No, dude,
normal.
We don't talk about that. We just
If I'm not mistaken, it was just talked about.
Oh my god.
Oh, sorry, Travis.
No, this is pure comedy. Good energy.
Yeah, just
Gotta keep the
laugh
energy
it up
rolling
over
right
there.
I shouldn't say good energy, just energy.
Energy, right? We'll take it, man. Cannot be created nor destroyed. Transferred, removed.
vermouth.
You making martinis?
No.
Oh,
Vermouth? Some olives?
Okay, I gotta. This is insane. I'm not a huge Russell Wilson fan, but in almost the 8th round, come on, I'm gonna take that. I'll take that. Ooh, I kind of wanna.
I really am coming around to Chase Claypool, man.
I know.
He's 6'4".
Yes. Good.
I'm gonna go OBJ here.
Good. Do it.
He's going to be put in motion. Like
yeah.
that was
I
what
like
kind
Chase
of that was what was kind of surprising when Josh came on here and he talked about, he was like, oh, they used him as that motion tight end, which is yeah, that's true. But they realized that when you put him in motion, that's when he gets the mismatches. And that's what they're going to continue to do this year. And I think he takes a step forward because he's better than Juju. And I don't know. I love Deontay. I don't think he's better than Deontay. Well, I don't know, actually. He's a big bodied wide receiver. So
Speaking of big bodies, Strofe, what are you thinking about AJ Dillon this year?
Oh yes, I knew this was coming.
no, baby, let's go.
I love AJ Dillon, but I mean he's an absolute bargain if you get him late. And I assume that's probably where he's going, right? But the Packers are going to utilize him. We saw a really good flash of him against Tennessee late last year when Williams and Jones were both ruled out of that game, that Sunday night game. And I don't know. Just looking at the way the Packers offense is run under Matt LaFleur, it makes sense that AJ Dillon will get carries. He'll get touches. He'll have the opportunities to be potentially, the receiving running back, the guy that primarily does that. That's not necessarily Aaron Jones' strong suit. Can he do it? Yes, but that was the big role that Jamal Williams played, who's now in Detroit. So the opportunities are going to be there for AJ Dillon. I like him, but it's always hard to gauge, and again, as Aaron Rodgers flies off the board there on an auto pick, it's hard to gauge what this offense is going to look like because I'm still not completely certain that Aaron Rodgers is going to be there at least the whole year. So I'm interested to see. I think he will be there eventually. I just don't know if it will be week 1.
I want to get your take on this one because you brought it up. Talk about it with Hugh. Did we talk about David Dunn with you already?
Yeah.
Was that on our previous? Was that our previous guest? With
that was
Alex
with
over here.
you.
So this is
That
just
was-
the thing I learned. I learned David Dunn is representing Aaron Rodgers, same agent who repped Carson Palmer, who was the last notable quarterback that I can remember who went through I'm not playing for this team, trade me. Oh, you're not going to trade me? Then I'm going to retire. And then he did until he was traded to the Raiders. And I asked Hugh about this, and he said, David has experience, and the best you can do as an agent is tell your client what they might be able to expect. And because of that experience that David Dunn holds, I mean, I don't know if anybody else could tell Aaron Rodgers a bit of experience that would pan out more favorably than David Dunn talking about what he did alongside Carson Palmer, who a few years after that holdout was playing for a Super Bowl with the Cardinals.
Yep. Yeah, it's a fun topic, isn't it? I mean, that's consumed
fun.
A lot of our airwaves the last 4 months now, 3.5 months now. So, look, I understand the comparison there between him and Palmer. It's a hell of a lot more fair than the one between him and Favre is, and I think that's the scenario. At least I'm obviously coming from a Wisconsin background, so maybe you guys don't hear that as much, but there's a lot of comparison between when Favre was essentially ran out of Green Bay back in, what was that, 2007? So, but no, there's much more there's a better comparison between him and Palmer, but I still don't know that it's completely fair. I don't know that it's the same situation, right? Carson Palmer wasn't dealing with the roster in Cincinnati that Aaron Rodgers is dealing with in Green Bay. As unhappy as Aaron Rodgers is, where's his best chance to win a Super Bowl this year? It's in Green Bay, no matter where he goes. So I don't know, man. It's a really wacky situation. We know he's unhappy. And we know he feels disrespected by his bosses. And we've all been in situations like that where we don't feel like our input is heard. We don't feel like our opinion is valued. And he's at a crossroads right now where I'm still tied up here 3 years, but they drafted my replacement. They haven't kept the weapons that necessarily I talked highly about. Jake Kumaro being one of the examples, which
I love that. That's the one.
Yeah, isn't that funny?
Yeah.
But again, if we've learned one thing about Aaron Rodgers, it is that he's petty. It is that he is always out to prove a point, and we saw that in the 2020 season when they drafted Jordan Love, traded up to draft Jordan Love, and then he went out and won the freaking MVP for the third time in his career. So we've always known that Aaron Rodgers is out to prove a point, and he's had the ability to, and he hasn't shut down all the speculation this offseason. That's why I don't think he's going to report to camp next Tuesday. That's why I don't think, I can't guarantee he'll be there week 1. I wouldn't be shocked if he is. I wouldn't be shocked if this gets solved at least for the year in the next week or two. But I think, if you guys saw the Instagram stories last night with him and Davante Adams, they both posted the same picture, which was the cover of The Last Dance between Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan giving Nux. They both posted that on Instagram last night. So essentially what we're, with the recent news of Davante Adams, breaking off contract extension talks, he's in the last year of his deal with Green Bay. We're under the impression this is the last dance for debatably the top quarterback and debatably the top wide receiver in all of the National Football League. This is going to be their last year in Green Bay. And I think that's probably the best case scenario for everybody, Green Bay and Rodgers especially. They took a gamble on Jordan Love, and the last two GMs, Ron Wolf and Ted Thompson, the late Ted Thompson of Green Bay, have each had their legacy quarterback, right? For Ron, it was Favre, and for Ted Thompson, it was Aaron Rodgers. And I think Brian Gutekunst, the current general manager of Green Bay, feels the pressure. I feel like he feels the pressure to prepare for life after Aaron Rodgers, as he has been. And again, I'm going to use the word debatably, the best quarterback in Green Bay history. So it's very sticky, and there's obviously a rift, and I don't know that it's solvable. I think it's patchable. I think you're able to put a Band-Aid on it for 1 year, but I think that's where it ends. I don't think he'll retire. I just don't see a world in which Aaron Rodgers isn't playing football this year. But I do think it will be for Green Bay, but I think that will be his last year with Green Bay. Does that make sense? I know I went through a lot there.
No, that makes 100% sense. And you know what? Hearing that take, like I feel big and I accept quickly, and I'm ready to move on from this. If Davante Adams and Aaron Rodgers are posting cryptic last dance, this is the last dance. Like, get the F out of here, y'all. Y'all have not earned that position, and it's freaking laughable. Like, it's laughable. Y'all are not this type of historic combo. Y'all could have been, but y'all didn't rise to the occasion. Y'all threw interceptions. You didn't make it through. How many times you lost in the NFC Championship? Like, no. That is so freaking stupid. Yeah. Get out of here. Trade him away. Get a king's ransom and move on to the next dynasty. Like, good luck, guys. That's ridiculous.
No,
my God.
That's really well said. And you're not the only one that feels that way, right? Everybody, and I feel like I shouldn't say everybody, but a majority of Packers fans, at least from what I can gauge here in Wisconsin, is they hate the cryptic messages. They hate the vague messaging from Aaron Rodgers, right? Like his Sports Center appearance with Kenny Mayne. It's about the people. And then at the match, the things he said there, and then the tweets, and now the final, and the retweet from his fiance of what Stephen A. Smith was saying last week. I mean, there is strategic messaging. We know Aaron Rodgers is smart. He's a very smart dude. None of us are going to say he's not. And he's very strategic in what he puts out there. And every single thing that has been public by Aaron Rodgers this offseason, ever since draft day of this year, has been completely intentional and thought out and calculated. And a lot of people share the same sentiment that you do, Austin. They're sick of the drama, the cryptic messaging, the vagueness, the not making up your mind, the not being public about the way you feel after all of this the publicity surrounding the front office versus Aaron Rodgers. So no, you're totally, in the mindset of what I think is the mindset of a lot of Packer fans.
I don't want to see a last dance through Green Bay. Then it's like, I don't want you to be like, it's been real, guys. Like, no. Like, we're going to go trade your ass. We're going to pick up some new pieces. We're going to start this thing however we want to start it now. Like, you don't get
Is
to
it
go
that
ahead,
easy, though?
you don't get to drag your balls across the season and the franchise and the organization. And I'd be like, bye, guys, in the sunset. Like, man, that does not hit me in the best way.
Right, but I mean, what do you want? You want Rodgers out tomorrow? Do you feel like you have a really good chance to make a run? Because this team, it is, if you look at, obviously, I'm deeper in on the Packers than I am any other of the 31 teams. But if you look contractually, I mean, they are set up the best to win this year. So, and as I said earlier, right, Rodgers is not going to find a better position for himself than in Green Bay this year if he really does want to go win a title. And I think that is his number one want.
That's an interesting point. But do you think that he's actually going to now, while what you're talking about, setting it up contractually and the personnel we have, it looks really, really good. But if you have two people that are actively trying to get out of this situation, there's such a difference between really good and not good. Like, all those three things in the NFL are so close.
Yeah.
And if you're walking through a locker room you don't want to be in every single day, and you're coming and engaging a team that you don't want to be around anymore, like, are you going to be able to be as good as you've been? I just don't think you will be. Like, I don't think how you can be like, I'm pissed off at this organization, but I'm going to use this organization to get a title. That just doesn't make any sense to me. So it's like the decision has already been made.
I don't think it's using, though, right? I mean, it's not using the organization to get a title. It is, he's done a lot for the franchise, as much as it has not appeared in titles. It has appeared in NFC Championship appearances and MVPs and record-breaking stuff. You're right, but overall, it's clearly, I don't know. It's still really confusing to me. And I've read every piece, I've seen every tweet around this situation for the last 3 months, and it still doesn't make a ton of sense to me. I don't know what Aaron Rodgers wants, and that's where I agree with you. Right? I'm so sick of the cryptic messaging. Just tell us what the fuck you want, right?
Yeah,
like, it should be that clear. And he's going to have to be in the next week if he doesn't report for training camp on Tuesday. Then we clearly realize it's deeper than maybe some think. When he does eventually report, and I think he will, he's got to face the music then, right? Jason Wilde and all these Packers beat reporters, Matt Schneidman, Bill Huber, are going to come guns a-blazing, because there's been a lot of things that have not been answered, and everybody's waiting for the chance to hear from Aaron Rodgers. The day he reports, he's going to be behind a microphone at a very, I'd imagine, hostile press conference.
Yeah, he handles it pretty well. I was impressed with when he came out and did the golfing thing and did take the licks there from Tom Brady. And it's like, he can handle it. He can be in this weird space. And I almost think he's doing it intentionally, like having these public appearances, knowing he's going to take a little heat. It almost seems like it ends up taking the heat off in the long run. It's like a release valve a little bit. And
I think you're going to see that again. I would expect, assuming he's playing, he'll be back on the Pat McAfee show every week. Like, I don't know why he wouldn't do that. We know how much he enjoyed it last season, doing that every week. We know how much Pat and AJ Hawk enjoyed that every week. We know how much people enjoyed that last week. I mean, the numbers for Pat McAfee's talk show spiked every Tuesday when Aaron Rodgers went on for 40 minutes and just talked, more eloquently and sincere, and just in a much more behind the curtain way, because he was comfortable, right? And I expect us to see that again, and I think he'll patch it up and put the Band-Aids on as the season rolls through, whether or not it will be as last year in Green Bay. But as I said, I expect him to be there. It's just, I don't think he'll be there Tuesday.
What I know what your mind is saying on this one, and it's dropping a lot of great information. What does your heart want, Alex? I know how deeply connected you are to this team, to this everything. What would you like to see in an ideal situation?
Right. Like, first things first, I'm a Packers fan. You know, I grew up in Green Bay. I grew up loving football and wanted to get into sports media because I grew up, 5 minutes, 10 minutes from Lambeau Field. So at the end of the day, I want the Packers to be in the best spot to win. And I very, very clearly don't think that's Jordan Love under center right now. And I don't think, as long as Aaron Rodgers isn't retired, their best chance to win is with him under center. I don't care how high Jordan Love's ceiling is, right? I mean, he is not going to be Aaron Rodgers. It's going to be very hard to get there. As much as I do like Jordan Love, and I did like that draft pick. But at the end of the day, I want Aaron Rodgers back. I want Davante Adams signed long-term because he is the best receiver in football right now, in my opinion. Obviously, there's debates to be had there. But, that guy proved it last year and missed a few games, and he was still putting up 16-game numbers right there with Stephon Diggs. So, I want Davante long-term. I want Aaron long-term. I want to run this back as many times as you can because, as I've said, this is one of the best rosters in football as long as Aaron Rodgers is there. Right. So my heart wants the Packers to win. Right? Does that, that's where I'm at. But I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm sick of the cryptic messaging. I'm sick of the drama. I'm sick of this conversation, and I wish it was done. And I don't think it will be all season. It's going to be weird if and when he's back. It's going to be really weird.
Yeah. We got Z coming in here saying Alex speaking like a true Wisconsin ESPN contributor.
Doing my best.
Doing a great job. I did want to address this one comment. I was spicy about it earlier, but Ian Taylor came in here and said, "Why aren't you guys announcing the picks or discussing the draft? This is stupid." You know what? If you jumped in here at 1:30 Pacific time, 4:30 Eastern time, and you saw, I get it, this would be this way, but maybe you haven't been tuning along for the entire time. We are doing a 24-hour mock draft marathon. I mean, we are doing 24 plus mock drafts every hour on the hour. Been going since 10 a.m. on Saturday, and we're talking about the same players we're coming around through. So we got a bunch of amazing guests, and at this late in the day, we're not doing enough drugs to keep it square, so it gets a little bit loopy, my man. Like, it just real talk, it does. And this is what happens with Late Night with Stroke. We come on, we talk a little football, we talk a little sports, we talk a little strip club buffet, and
Ian is mad because he struck out at the bars.
Oh. I would be too. You think you're getting some great detailed mock draft. You're like, man, this is just what I need right now. I need a detailed breakdown of the Carolina wide receiver situation. It's like, we had that 4 hours ago, and you could go watch the other video on this one. So it's like, I get the take, but I hope you now understand a little bit more about what we're doing, why we're doing it, and where this cavalier attitude comes from. And we would love to have you as a fan, man. But if we don't, live your life, dude.
What we could say is, one, we normally do discuss more picks, but not at this time, and also
not today.
We have Alex on, who is basically like a Packers insider. Like, he has Packers players on his show, and he knows a lot. So we're trying to pick his brain on as much information as we can get right now. We're like Hue. If we learn anything, we gotta, where there's smoke, dude. And so we asked the only Alex about it.
And he's been able to give us some incredible insights on different situations. And Scott over here is appreciative of that. Scott, we are appreciative of you.
We are very appreciative of you, Scott. But what I'll say is, Ian, if you have a question on a guy, we'd love to answer it. We encourage you to ask those questions because, hey, we got a bunch of takes. We just
I hope.
What? Huh?
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Oh, right here. Scott asking, do you see 200 targets for Davante Adams this year if Rodgers returns? 200 is never been done before, but obviously there's a 17-game season this year. But I don't know if I would still project 200. Could you imagine if we start talking about wide receivers getting 200 receptions? That will be insane.
Well, just targets. I mean, he's not target reception.
Yeah, sorry. But saying that you're going to get like we ooh and ah over a wide receiver getting 140 targets or over 140 targets.
No, it won't be that high.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it could be in the 160s.
I think so. I think that's completely fair. I mean, you look at, especially the first like 3 quarters of last regular season when Adams was healthy, he was getting a healthy 10 targets minimum a game. That's Rodgers' favorite target of his career, right? Hands down. So no, Z's right. 200
I don't
is
think
gargantuan, but I don't think you can rule out 150, 160.
I'm gonna Google because I'll have to look. I don't think any wide receivers ever gotten 200 targets. That's so many. That's like I don't know. I can't do the math in my head right now.
Well, in a 16-game season, that's like 12 and a half targets a game, roughly.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not the correct math, but it's close.
Yeah, close enough this late. I'm gonna look at it. I'm Googling though. Has any wide receiver gone? Huh? Marvin Harrison? Marvin Harrison. Credits telling me Marvin Harrison is.
That makes sense.
Okay, so Marvin Harrison, Calvin Jones, and Calvin Johnson, excuse me, and who was the last one? Julio Jones. That's what the Credmeister looked it up. So 3 wide receivers have had that.
Yeah, I mean,
we have an extra game.
That's
wait. Chelsea's coming in. We got opposing stats here. Chelsea's coming in. Michael Thomas with the most at 185. Oh, that's the last season. Okay, yeah. So we got those 3: Julio, Calvin Johnson, and I already forgot the first one. Marvin Harrison.
Marvin Harrison.
Yeah. It was in 02. They went 12 and 15.
So it hasn't been done in 6 years, 5 years. Yeah. I mean,
so I guess it's more possible than I thought. Like if you're gonna if there's any wide receiver and situation that you would see and say, okay, that has the potential to get 200, then I would throw Devontae Adams in that ring. But yeah, I don't have it projected that way, especially if Alex is right, where Jordan Love is starting to begin with, and I just wanted to I think Austin's trying to like signal to me or something. Oh, hold on. I got this. But I wanted to ask Alex, you said that you didn't think Jordan Love was good. Have you heard anything about it, or because the reality of it is we've never seen him actually take a snap in the NFL.
Right. You're right. No, it's not that I don't think he's good, Johnny. It's just that I don't think he's ready. The ceiling's high, and the comp is Patrick Mahomes. So, I mean, obviously that's really high praise for comparison out of college and out of a non, Power 5 conference. But I like Jordan Love. I like the ceiling, but the ceiling isn't completely there yet. I mean, the guy needs time to develop, and that was the goal going in with drafting him, right? I mean, they didn't draft him to think, oh shit, we just pissed off our multiple-time MVP quarterback. They expected Rodgers to play 3 seasons. It's now looking like it might only be 2. He didn't suit up at all last year. So it's like, right, you're right. He's never taken a snap, preseason included, because there wasn't one last year. So I just don't think he's ready. And I'm sorry, what was the second half of your question? It's not that I don't like Jordan Love. I think, have I heard anything? He's a project, and that was the expectation. The ceiling's really high, but he's a project. So last year and early, voluntary minicamp back in June, first day he looked awful. Second day he looked like an absolute rock star. He threw a couple interceptions in 7-on-7s and 11-on-11s. It's no pads, obviously, and voluntary, but he was throwing interceptions. And day 2, he was coming out and just dropping dimes, 40-yard dimes up the sideline, and looking like he could really be a star. So the preseason is going to be a big tell, and he is going to get a majority of the reps. Blake Bortles also on the roster. Little fun note for people that don't study third-string quarterbacks, but Blake Bortles also the other quarterback of note with the Packers. One more, and Kurt Benkert, who's a new fan favorite. But I think Jordan will be ready. I think he eventually will be the starter for the Packers if it is as soon as 2022, but I just don't think he's ready. The Packers' best chance, obviously. I mean, this is a no-brainer, is with Aaron Rodgers. So it'll be exciting to see, because I don't know what the timeline is in this Rodgers thing. I don't know if it ends Wednesday. I don't know if it ends the second week in October. You know, I don't know how stubborn he's going to be, and I don't know how hard it is going to be to reach a deal. So I'm excited, man. This is a really fun, you know, as annoying and repetitive and cryptic as it has been. It is one of the best storylines to be around in football, because never has an MVP not played for a different team besides the team he won it for the next year.
Mhm.
So it's pretty crazy. Excuse me, that's not true. I think that has happened one time, but been under contract and not played the next year. So we'll see. Great question.
Scott's wondering, how much stock are you putting in the retirement talk?
Yeah, and to recap, right? Like I don't see a world in which Aaron Rodgers doesn't play football this year. I don't see him retiring. But the Carson Palmer point, which Scott may have just missed, which we talked about a little bit earlier, same agent in David Dunn, and you know, it's a guy that's been through it. He's going to give Aaron Rodgers all aspects, you know, what is the best options. But I don't see him retiring. I think that's nonsense, especially, you know, the MVP part really throws an extra wrinkle into it, right? Like, he just won the MVP. The NFL wants their MVP on the field the next year, right? So I don't see a world in which he doesn't play this year. If he retires, I'll lose it. Yeah, fun facts. Love it.
Fun fact. Aaron Rodgers has been left off the top 10 NFL, you know, like they do the NFL 100, you know, top 100 players list, right? Every summer. He's been left off that list, off the top 10 3 times. And all 3 times he was left off the top 10, he ended up winning the MVP that year.
Really?
Really? Those are the 3 times he's won the MVP. He was left off. We knew the man holds a grudge, but that's special.
If you actually, if you go back to last year's mock draft marathon, I say that as one of my arguments of being, I know it was really stupid. I'm not like trying to hang my hat on that and saying, oh, this is why I knew it was going to be this way. But I did throw it out there. I was like, he's the last 2 times he was left off that list, he won MVP, and he just got left off that list for the 3rd time, and he came in at a number 11. And then he ended up winning it. So I just think it's cool. I think it's funny. And like, that's why I brought up, like, knowing, you know, how spiteful Aaron Rodgers is, because he is that way, you know, like, you slight him, he'll show you exactly how good he is or how much weight he can carry and all that. So it is exhausting to talk about it. I know, because you've been getting hit up about it a lot. I know we have as well. And it's just unfortunate because there is not it's all cryptic. Like, no one truly knows. I don't even think, to be honest with you, I don't even think AJ Hawk knows, because they've teased that. Yeah. And like, every time he just like kind of change it, and you could tell he's just like trying to come up with like another kind of phrase to say and get excited about, like, what's going on. I don't know. It's a wait and see. I am not going to lie though. I am intrigued to see what Jordan Love looks like.
Me too. I'm really looking forward to preseason, because, like I said, I was a fan of that pick. When they did it, I was, let's just say, slightly intoxicated on a live stream with the. I think it might have been, actually. That might have been during my Bud Light Lime phase. Yeah,
there you go.
But I was on a live stream with the now defunct PackersWorldwide.com, and I was freaking out. I had done a couple radio hits and segments on my show that week before, saying how my biggest fear in the NFL draft that year was the Patriots would draft Jordan Love, because I just thought he was going to be a superstar, and the Packers ended up getting him. So fun how that works.
Funny the way it is when you think about it.
Thought about it.
Thought about it.
Pretty funny.
I think I gave people the wrong mock draft. Hold on. Wait, we're doing it. It's the 10.
The 10-team PPR.
I'm not even in this one. Yeah, okay. I think I sent the wrong link. I think I sent the link to the one before. And so Let me copy this one and drop this into the sleeper. So if you guys want to join this mock draft, you're watching along. We've got 10 people still hanging with us this late at night. If you want to go ahead and click that link, you can join into this mock draft.
And I'll be Big Travie here.
Oh, perfect. That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Big Travis taking a little break here. Rest up that beautiful voice of his. Let's see.
There we go. We got Smitty's jumping in. Is that Smitty?
Is it? No, I think
Satow?
that's
Different
somebody
Smitty?
else, I think.
Smitty Satow.
Yeah.
Oh, so Whisper Nation, we are getting ready for our next mock draft here. Strofe is getting ready as well, so just give us a couple of minutes here. But we'll be getting our 10-team PPR mock draft here started soon. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 spots still left in this one. If you want to join, go ahead and click that link and mock alongside us. We'd love to get busy with y'all. Johnny, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well. I'm saying bye to Credit. Credit's about to head out.
Later, Credit.
They said later. And I told him, oh, he's going to hop on. There you go.
Hey.
Hey. Credit.
Good to see you, man.
That's our Excel guy, our stat guy. Does our work. Appreciate you, man.
See ya.
Take it easy, Credit. Be safe going home, man. See, that's what you get. You friends that you can rely on that just give you energy and pump you up.
No, man, that's the coolest thing. Just helping us through this long push, just coming, just to be there with it. Man, it really goes a long way.
It does.
Chelsea, love you. She's over here. She blew me kisses.
Oh, she's been going. Philly Chelsea's been going super strong. Handling and oh my gosh, my dogs are all.
Scott said we got the wrong screen up. I hope we don't.
Hold on. I'm gonna check our schedule here. Okay, 2 o'clock. This is scheduled. Okay, yeah. No, Scott, sorry. I sent you the wrong link. I posted the wrong link. Sorry. I was in the wrong. So hold on. Let me if you go into the Whisper Nation link right now or into the Discord, I just dropped it in there. That's the correct link for this mock draft.
Apologies on that. We got the right one up now.
I just want we got Discord. Discord's up to like we got 67 people offline, but we got 3 people online for Discord. 2 of our Patreons. Just killing it. I'm so proud of you guys. Hope you guys are enjoying this content. Give us a thumbs up if you would. If
Hanging out with us here in the late night hour.
Yeah. Appreciate the, getting us through the late night talk show. And my dogs are just going nuts. So I do apologize if you guys are.
Oh, the puppers. Our cats have been pretty funny here, man.
Honestly, they've been pretty good this whole day, except for just now because for Credit left. And so now they're all barking. And hold on. I'm going. Yeah, exactly. I need to let Charlie out of the room really quick. So yeah, I'll be right back.
You'll be right back. Stroke and I got it.
See you, Johnny.
We got 3 spots, 3 more spots. We can fill them.
Whisper Nation coming through big time tonight. Filling up lobbies still. That's nuts, man.
It's weird, right?
What an awesome group.
Dude, it's been such a fun thing to just see, just years coming into this. And I mean, it's like the things you always hear. It's like stay consistent, keep going. The doubt comes across. It's like just keep pushing through.
But it's all true, right?
It's all true, man. Like it's really all true. Eventually, you just keep doing the same thing. You're like, ooh, I'm kind of bored of it this way. How can I do it better? Even if you don't have a strong growth mindset with it. Not to suggest that anybody here doesn't, but it's just like you just keep doing something long enough. Eventually, you just want to do it better, even if that wasn't what you originally set out there. So just keep going, keep doing it, and watch what happens. And it's kind of like you do this for like 3 to 5 years. You got to be able to do it for like 3 to 5 years without anything coming your way. But after that, like you can start seeing some things turn, and it's been pretty incredible to see what Whisper Nation has done, and it's awesome to be a part of it. Where's the coffee, or what is you guys saying? What's Scott saying?
Where's the coffee or 5-hour energy? We don't need that. We're just on the whiskey tonight. What are you drinking over there, Sear? What do you got? Water?
Ice water.
H2O. No, that's good. I'm with you there too. But you got to stay hydrated on this 24-hour binge you got going on.
You do. And then I'm like just letting myself get weird with it. Like it's a little loose. It's a little out there. It's fine. It's in the channel. But it's like it gives you energy. and it keeps going. I wanted to ask you though, how with your role, I think it's like, it's personally fascinating to me to watch, the different places you've been involved in, and now with ESPN Madison.
Yeah.
What's the preparation like? How long is your typical show? What does the preparation look like for that? Can you kind of like walk us through a typical day or a typical week when you get your segments and everything like that going?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. So my role right now is producer and kind of backup host. So I don't host my own show quite yet. I'm kind of the second voice, on air producer, co-host with a 1 hour show just in Madison, 3 to 4, called The Jump Around, with my pal Jim Rutledge, who's been a longtime host, over a decade in Madison, been a long-time voice there. So I've been lucky enough to work with him. So prep, I mean, is exchanging, text messages. And I think and not to say I'm a successful producer by any means, but this, anybody that's successful in radio and audio, podcast, in content, really, right? It's, I've learned that you are not always the best judge of what will work. It's a matter of bouncing it off other people, right? Should we make a boom or bust video about this guy, or would people maybe find, in a fantasy sense, right, find, it better if we do it on, the second string, quarterback and wherever, right? And so it's like, you find what will end up working for audiences, and something that'll get a pop, maybe, whether that be interaction, whether that be a text or a call, or whether that just be somebody driving, or in this case, maybe somebody having a late night chill out session on their couch watching you. What's going to make them laugh or, want to keep listening? So, that's that. I think it's always done better when you're bouncing it. So that happens all the time, all throughout the day. Text messages or emails or tweets, whatever you see that maybe, might make a fascinating, whether it be a note or whether it take an entire 15-minute segment. It's different every day. We've been in a fun period here in Wisconsin where the Bucks have been good and ended up winning the whole thing, obviously, and the Rodgers saga has been going on. So there hasn't been a dead
lot of
period.
energy.
Hasn't been a dead period, which is really rare in sports radio, right? Because typically you get to the MLB All-Star break, nobody really cares,
dog
days
of summer.
But right, nobody really cares about the 48th game in the MLB season. It's hard to.
No one cares about the 167th game in the MLB season. I'm just kidding.
I don't know if that's accurate, but
No,
yes,
I know.
you're not far off.
Maybe
right?
the second round of the playoffs. So
Right.
I don't know about that one.
I'm just messing. I'm not a big baseball fan.
And it's not my number one either by any means, but it's been a fun summer. So and a lot of my other role too, which is just a fun little radio note that I kind of got thrown into, is I work with commercials. I kind of am behind what the commercials that run on our station. So I get to do some work in commercials, which I had never thought. It's something I've never done, but I got thrown into it, and it's been a lot of fun. So. So sorry, I don't know how well that answered your question.
No, that's good. What's something that's kind of surprised you? And Johnny, am I getting this league started or this draft started? I have it up here.
Yeah, we could go ahead and get it started.
We can wait a couple more minutes if you did want to hold off on that, because I know we're ahead of schedule. We can wait. You want to wait till 10 till? So
yeah, we can wait till 10. Yeah, if they're
There's no 2-minute warning.
2-minute warning. There's the 2-minute warning. Whisper Nation, we've got the link now publicly shared. We've got the 3, 5, and 7 spots still available in this 10-team PPR mock draft alongside ESPN Madison's very own Alex Strofe. Now, Alex, you did a great job announcing that. I thought it was actually pretty interesting there. You talking about the different types of content you bounce around with your different team members. What is something that's kind of surprised you? You said you're trying to appeal to different folks, what you think is going to hit, maybe doesn't. You've now had a chance to work with audiences. I'm sure you've had some bits that you thought were going to be awesome that just really didn't stick as well as you thought they were. And then on the other side, things you were like, man, this is a throwaway, and it's been the highlight of the week. What are some of the things that have kind of been a surprising bit for you with your new role?
No, so that's awesome. And I love that you're asking, Austin, because it's fun to talk about and you guys can relate. I mean, content is done similarly at every level, right? So like I started doing blogs and, started writing for websites. Right. Yeah, I did that for a while, right? Like I started when I was 13, just writing for random blogs, and then I got credentialed at 14 or 15 with UW Green Bay men's basketball and kind of did some online beat stuff for them for 3 years. And then I got an opportunity at a weekly newspaper when I was in high school and early into my college career. Then I made this transition to radio. Like, no matter where you are, what type of content you put out, whether it's YouTube or radio or a podcast, and some of that can be lumped together, but some of it's very individualized. It's a matter of finding what other people are going to enjoy too. Typically, the rule of thumb that I like to live by is if I can make myself laugh, I imagine somebody else will probably laugh too. Or, if I can answer the question in your guys' sense, I see a lot of your off-season content where it's, one player, or maybe it's a position, or, you do a quick 10-minute spurt on something. Somebody's going to really enjoy that because they've been thinking about that all day, right? Like
that internal compass is at least it's close to you, so it's easy to
It's
kind of
important.
check in there and see how that feedback goes.
Because
let's keep this one going. I'm gonna hit the start button, Strofe.
Let's
And I
go.
just mentioned that because you're at number one. But let's keep this
I am
combo
at number
rolling.
one. No, but I mean, so totally, something that surprised me, I guess, in that realm is you're just held to a higher expectation because there's an existing audience, right? Like a lot of the projects I've done have been, I got to go safe here, right? But, a lot of the projects I've done have been self-built. I've built things from the ground up like you guys have done with this platform right here, which, again, is just fantastic. And, this is something where I walked into something that's established. It's 20 years in Madison. It's the longest running talk radio format in the state, if I'm not mistaken, or second longest. So it's been around since the year before I was born, 1997. The 90s is when sports talk radio really took off. So, walking into something established and understanding that some fans that listen might know the personalities and the history of the station better than you do. It takes a while to learn that. And obviously they were around for that when I was, maybe in high school,
Yeah.
So it's been fun to be held to a different level, but also it's something that is important to everybody that creates content. And I think I got a good check when I, began or was now in the content rotation here is, being yourself and talking about your own life and being relatable is ultimately the most important part, and you don't got to put on a front. You don't have to create a fake personality. Be you, and it probably works pretty good. So I think, to anybody out there that might be thinking about or does create content, I think that's the most important rule, and that's amplified.
Oh man, I really appreciate you breaking that one down. We get a lot of folks who ask questions about starting their own thing, getting involved in media, talk, whatever it might be. And it's usually those kind of similar stories, but to hear it from you in describing in the detail and some of the ways that you've gone and what your journey has been about, it's impressive. It's relatable in the sense it's like, oh, I could do this, but it's also like, okay, damn, this is really what's ahead. But like, we can do this. We can do this. It's like we build on top of one another. You talk about the folks who are running the station ahead of you, stepping into a space that worked, but then still making it your own.
Right.
And I think that's something that people can understand and definitely appreciate that.
And I think something that's probably been talked about tonight, and I think it was mentioned earlier, right when I hopped on, it's like you're not going to make money from it when you start something, right? It's just not how it works. And you shouldn't walk into starting a podcast or starting a YouTube channel or, whatever, the project might be. You shouldn't walk into it expecting, dollar signs to come. It takes years and years for that to happen, right? Like I mentioned, I was blogging, 3 times a day for 4 years before I ever got the opportunity to go cover a high school football game for $30. Like it takes time and it takes effort, and you've got to love doing it if you really want to be successful in it. I think you guys are another great example. There's a bunch of them out there, and I mean, you guys have talked to quite a few of them tonight, just on this program. Where if you stick to it and you love it and you make it your own and you do your own thing with it, and you don't over stress about we only got 60 views on this video, whereas last one got 650. You don't overthink that. You stay consistent. You work your ass off. You love it. You be genuine and relatable. good things will happen. And you know, I'm lucky enough to be in a position where you know, I worked hard, and now I get to work with sports and watch sports and talk about sports every day for my job. So it's pretty cool. I'm young. I'm 22, and you know, this is my first big, you know, real full-time all the time gig, right? So I'm lucky, and you know, sometimes it does take a little bit of luck, but
People who work hard get lucky.
Yeah.
right?
That's true.
With
Right.
hard work and preparation, they come together and then
they
luck.
pay off.
Yeah. People, it's always that kind of funny. It's always just the people who work the hardest are also the ones who end up getting lucky on this. I want to add in there too. You know, you talk about the team members that are here and what we've grown, and I was just thinking of Johnny. And I just think how fortunate we are to be able to have the team. Yeah, we got Philly Chelsea, we got John Credit, we've got a lot of great team members here. Big Travie, Johnny right here. But it's like, you know, to pull off this kind of event, to do these things, you got to lean on each other in weird ways to keep the creativity going, to keep whatever it is. And for me, we're doing this thing. We're giving all the money that we make on this thing away to charity. You know what I mean?
Awesome charity at that.
An awesome charity at that. We're happy to do it, but it's like, it's hard work. Travis literally has no voice because of how hard he's been working the entire week to get this going right now. And it, you know, it just hit hard at the end. But it's like when you do it with the people, when we get to do it with people we care about, you know, we're making jokes about Johnny and his sister and all this stuff.
Yeah, right.
We're telling funny stories. They're not jokes because they're all true. But you know what I mean? It's just like you can rely on this stuff, and it's enriched, and it just really makes it worth it.
No doubt about it. Well said, man. And you know, like you guys, I keep saying you guys are great examples because you're some of the great friends I've met just through grinding. And you know, right when we jumped on, or right before I jumped on, Austin, you were talking about like the first take thing. Like that was just something to get reps in and maybe get an opportunity to go on a big stage. And you know, you and I were both lucky enough to you know, steal a few minutes on ESPN's national platform. Like, that's something to strive for. That's something to work on. And that's just, and we ended up making and meeting such a cool community of people through that. You know, I know like the Drunken Monkey has been in some of your live drafts. Like that's another guy that was part of that group, you know? So it's awesome to, I made Johnny run out of time. Good for me.
Oh no.
Finally did it. Finally got him.
John, you want to tag some of these questions that we've got Whisper Nation coming in? We got to say goodbye to Jacob on here.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was like,
Jay Bley.
Hey, Draft Don't Lie, Jacob. We appreciate you.
I'm going to take my 2 picks on this one, Johnny. And
yeah,
then
that's
you're going to hit the
I'm
question.
back on. Yeah, I'm back on here. Sorry. Let's see. Sorry. Okay. I'm in the Fishbowl and Warrior Bowl. I have met a ton of people, and I have met 2 good friends in Jim Coventry and Drew Davenport through fantasy. Yeah, like that's another common theme that we've been bringing up on the show or talking with some of our guests, in that
communities, man.
It's the community, and that's the thing that we love so much about it. And you know, when I try to explain it to my wife, who's like, oh, it's just a game within a game, like why do you care so much? Or like, you know, some friends, you know, that are like not into fantasy football, and I just saw them like, it's not just a game. The fact that you can go, I can go into any bar, any restaurant, you know, or anywhere, frankly, and I'm not saying I get recognized because I don't. I'm not big like that, but I can go in there and literally bring up or hear them talking about a player, and then just be like, oh, hey, do you play fan? And instantly, like, people's guards just drop, and they're like, oh, fantasy football? Oh my gosh, let me tell you about this. Let me tell them about my team.
Right.
Like, and it's an instant connection. Like, as opposed to like, there's so much stuff going on in this world. And, you know, for most people, shut you out immediately because that's what we're, oh, no, like, I'm good. Just let me be. But like the moment you start talking about fantasy football, it opens the door, and then you start talking about that other real stuff and getting to know that person. And
you are on the clock.
I know.
Just
I'm looking.
Austin, you should have let that one fly again.
No, I was gonna get it. I was gonna get it.
Scott wants to know, how many leagues are you guys in or going to be in? Some people do these crazy numbers. For me, I'm not all that well. We got our league of record. We've got our dynasty league. I've got my hometown league that I started for my aunt, the aforementioned, Ash
nice.
is on Lambo. Yep, started that league for her, and my goodness, did she love it. So that was really cool to see. So I got my hometown league that still goes. We got our dynasty league. We've got our league of record. We'll have the Whisper Nation listener league, and I'll be in 4. That'll probably be unless something weird comes up or a cool opportunity ends up popping off.
I'm in 6.
Okay.
I'm in 6, but
I win, but go on.
the hard part. Here's the thing. I try to keep it low because the hard part is every year when we're doing this, we meet more and more people, and then we get invited to these groups or these leagues, and it's like we can't. We got to do it.
It's so hard to say no. That's my issue.
So it's just like, oh wait, actually, and I didn't even count the Scott Fishbowl as that's a league too. So it's like I don't know. Now I'm at 7 or 8. I don't know. But it gets like, you know what I'm saying? Like you got to start. Unfortunately, we have to say no to people. Like we've invited to a couple more leagues and we're just like, I'm sorry, because I've heard that with like, there are some people that are literally like, oh, I have 25 leagues. And I'm like,
yeah, that's too
what?
much.
Like there's no way you could keep track of.
Do you have like a hoot suite for your leagues where you can
that
just,
needs
like...
to exist? That definitely needs to
It
exist.
should. Right.
'Cause
No. So last year I was in 8. I was in 8 leagues last year, and it was overwhelming. And I was on, I think, 4 different platforms, 4 different apps, ESPN, NFL, obviously Sleeper with you guys. And I think the most leagues I was in was on Sleeper. And then obviously ESPN, NFL, Yahoo, all the other popular ones. So, it's just like, it's kind of hard to keep track of. And I always try to say, I always try to say, yeah, exactly, Johnny, right? Like I want to keep it low, keep it manageable, not make it overwhelming, or, maybe I forget one time, right? Like I don't want that to happen. I want to win every week.
Right.
I'm so bad at saying no because fantasy football is so damn fun, and it's so fun to bond.
Drafts are so
people.
fun, and you're like, I can draft. I'm gonna get involved. Like, let's do it.
Well, and then originally you're like, you have that whole thing of you're like, oh wait, but if I get into more leagues, if I lose in a couple leagues a week and I win in the other ones, then you're like, oh, I'll feel better. No, the reality is you just end up wanting to win all of them, like all of the, and like maybe I've done it once where like I straight across the board won all. It just one week came together and I won it, and it was like such bittersweet because it happened. I was so excited about it. I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this happened. But then at the same time, I judge every week on out from that, and I never achieved that. It's like so difficult.
Who talked about this? We brought up The Last Dance, and it reminds me when we're talking of fantasy emotions of Jordan after his 3rd, where he's like, there's no joy, it's just relief. There's pain, there's pain of not winning, and then there's relief of winning. And fantasy is so much like that. You're like, oh my God, I didn't lose this week. Thank goodness. Covered across the board. And the joy.
We haven't talked about picks in a long time, and I'm worried about Ian.
I think Ian's long gone.
I bet we have one downvote, and we have.
Is Philly Chelsea in the room?
Yeah. Yeah.
Can we borrow her a microphone? I have a quick question.
She has a microphone.
It's Philly Chelsea. Can you hear me?
She might have to put on her headphones on. She has no snare in her headphones.
Has no snare in her headphones. I like that.
She can hear you. We're gonna have to do it like
Philly Chelsea. You can hear me.
She can hear you. I'm gonna be the medium. I'm gonna be the medium. Yes, Chelsea can hear you.
Okay, I want to know the story behind Philly Chelsea because this is new.
Philly Chelsea, you gonna tell the story of Philly Chelsea? Here she comes.
Yes,
here we go. We get her on camera.
She's wearing a Philly shirt too.
Of course she is. While we're waiting for
Hello.
Oh, here she goes.
Hey, Philly Chelsea.
Philly Chelsea.
Philadelphia versus everyone, says the shirt.
I can't hear him now. So you want to know the story behind the name?
I want to know the story behind the name. Exactly right.
So I'm going to steal the headphones. You don't need these for a second.
Yes, good. Because I'm going to have questions.
Great. Well, hi, everyone. I've been tweeting all night. It's really great to be here. The story behind the name, Philly Chelsea. So I grew up in Arizona, but my family wasn't really big into sports. I wasn't just naturally gravitated towards football. But when I was turning 21, I had the opportunity to live with a good friend in South Jersey. We were just over the bridge from Philadelphia. So it was during the fall that I turned 21. His family had season tickets to every single Philadelphia sports team, and we went.
It was actually Austin's brother. No, I'm just messing.
That's
No. Yeah, that was bad. Yeah. Low hanging fruit. Go on, Chelsea.
So went to Eagles games as often as possible,
Wow.
including one game on my 21st birthday.
Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I just like
Good city
learned
to
how
be
to
in.
say all the swear words, you know, in combinations like Mortal Kombat. Really like fell in love with football, and the city. It just really stuck with me. Like, and then I got really scrappy about it, you know, coming back, not like living there anymore, and getting really defensive. Like, people don't like Philadelphia as much as I did. So I just really enjoyed it. I don't know, sort of became the firecracker part of my image with the fantasy football, and these guys really liked it. So Philly Chelsea is what it is.
So I haven't heard it until this year. Is this a long time nickname that I just have never heard?
I mean, I
'Cause
really
I'm out of the loop?
haven't felt comfortable owning it because it really depicts like a darker, like more troublesome, mischievous side of myself. That,
But now you're owning it.
Yeah, I mean, you got to own all sides of yourself eventually. And it's not going away. So
Yeah.
I guess I'm gonna stick with
No,
it.
it's not.
Yeah, I know, it's really fun.
Well, and she also, the other part of the big part of the story was, and I don't remember or recall the exact moment, but there was a week where Chelsea just like something happened during the Eagles game, and she was very frustrated, and like rightfully so. We've all been there when our team doesn't meet our expectations, and she came on a Monday show. She came on a Monday show, and we're like, Chelsea, go ahead, take your 5 minutes and just do like rant, do whatever you feel like you need to do. And she's like, and she like really laid into it. Like, she did not hold back. And so I was just like, kind of like, oh my gosh, that's a Philadelphia fan right there. Like, that's Philly Chelsea. And it just kind of like,
no one's going to shit on our team harder than we're going to. So
exactly.
Just give us the time and we'll take it.
Yeah.
I love
Thanks
that.
for it, by the way. Appreciate it. Austin's back from his bathroom break. So thanks
Scott
for the time.
in here saying Philly Chelsea is awesome. Absolutely.
Philly Chelsea
she is
awesome.
She's been monitoring and holding down the Twitter game and the social media game for us while we've been on this never ending, what seems like a stream of mock drafts. It's all good. We do have two things. So Scott as well is like, I want in on the listener league. Same with Smitty.
Yeah, I gotta know. I'm also curious, Johnny. How do I join the listener league?
So there are three ways that you can join. You can donate $5 in the super chat, 5 or 10, whatever you'd like, in the super chat, which is apparently right next to the chat window, and you will get a ticket, and that goes to charity. All proceeds of that go to charity, but your name will be put into the drawing for a listener spot. So that's one way. We also, if you buy a draft kit, then you get a ticket for it as well. Portion of that goes to the charity and your ticket. But thing is you can win prizes with that as well. So it's not just that is one of the prizes is a spot in the listener league. So if you donate in any way, you get a chance to get in there. If you don't, we are also going to be giving away spots for people who just straight up purchase the draft kit. I've got 9 seconds to draft a guy. I knew you were doing that for a reason, Alex.
No, I wasn't.
I'm just kidding.
I didn't say anything this time, though.
Yeah,
good job, Austin.
Thankfully I have the stream
Thought he
right
was
in
gonna
front
do
of
it.
me. So we are also going to, like, if you purchase the draft kit, then we are going to give some spots away for the draft kit for buying that, and then Patreon is the big and easy way right now. So if you go and donate to our Patreon, again, a portion, or we're going to donate that next year or next week or next month's dues. Excuse me. Next month's dues are going to be going to Women of Fantasy, and then we're going to have a drawing for 3 spots for the listener league and there. So there you have it. And
love you seriously. Applaud you boys. Well done on the support of women in sports, man. That is awesome. 2 months in a row. That's awesome.
Yeah, we're really excited about it. Patriots. Oh, he has a. It's a really great cause, and pairing up with Club Fantasy has been really, really awesome. They've been with this foundation for a while, and they trust it. So we trust them.
Jeff, you know what the thing about it is we sat down a few years back and we had a pretty epic retreat for the Fantasy Whispers, and it really actually did look like that Charlie Kelly meme from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia with the boards and like, look at the stuff.
Yes,
We had butcher paper, like 20 sheets of it in a
Oh.
cabin over in Big Bear, California, put around the entire thing, where we're going through like values exercises to determine what is at the core of the Fantasy Whispers and what is going to be the mission that drives us forward through this undefinite marathon. It's, you heard that pump up speech the other day. It's like winning is running a race where you have to sprint regardless if you know the length of the race or not. And it's like, damn, it's so hard. So we're like, we got to really be tapped into it. And the outcome from the whole thing, why do we love fantasy so much? Why do we love our League of Records so much? Why are we doing TFW so much? And it's because it was a community where we felt like we belonged, and it doesn't matter really what kind of person you are, what's going on. Like we all want that, we crave that. It's so special when you have it. And it's, we wanted to make it as inclusive of a space as possible. So when you talk about the charity here and trying to bring more women into the industry, it's because like they have these ridiculous barriers that get put up just because people want to make it exclusive and they just want to like feel superior about it. And we're just like, no, man, the party's always better when we can get more good people in. And if someone's not good, like, let's just like take a look at what's going on in their heart for a second. And like, love is the best medicine. And if it's not working, increase the dose. And so that's kind of how we go about it. And, so it's just been a natural pairing. We've met so many good people who are of the same mindset and want to see sports go in a more positive direction.
That's why I love you guys, man. You guys get it. And it's awesome to see so many of you guys, and obviously everybody that's jumped on the marathon so far obviously has had a big part in this. So it's just awesome, man. You guys rock.
It means thank you for saying that.
Yeah,
I appreciate the Zach Moss and Devin Singletary bringing it back here to the
Zach Moss.
I see that back to back there.
I wanted Zach Moss,
dude. If I could get a Zach Moss, Devin Singletary in the 11th and 12th rounds, like just lock up a cold field backfield. Like I liked.
You've got an interesting running back class here, Austin.
It's weird, right? It's kind of. I like it though.
I don't mind it. Like I love JT.
I do. Yeah,
and you got him late there, pick 10. Obviously he's a Badger, so I'm a little biased, but
Sure.
I love him this year. Montgomery, I have mixed feelings with. He's been so inconsistent recently, or really through the entirety of his career. But I mean,
finished strong.
He finished strong, and he's going to have more opportunities this year, it seems. So, but then you waited a while, and you go Damian Harris, AJ Dillon, Zach Moss, Devin Singletary. You lock up the Buffalo backfield. My flag just fell, huh?
Yeah, good. Yeah,
I knew it was going to happen eventually.
Yeah, we're coming for you.
Told you, I
Okay,
only put it up tonight. Didn't last.
I got Scott. I sniped his pick. Jamal Williams.
So good.
It is. It
Love
gave me a
Jamal
boost
Williams.
it gave me a boost of energy.
That was your boy. You tell us about the show that you did with Jamal.
Yeah.
So Game On Wisconsin, a website that just celebrated its first birthday. Jacob Westendorf, the guy that runs it, just an absolute trailblazer, go-getter. Founded this website with a great premise, essentially live Packers talk every day on YouTube and Twitter and Facebook. And I am not drafting Deshaun Watson, who it's telling me to draft, by the way. I'm not going to do that. Anyway, he started this website, had a bunch of connections, got a bunch of people, including me, to buy in, essentially, not money wise, but obviously, work ethic wise, right, exactly. To this new network, this kind of combination of Packer related people that have a following and know, like, have a vision and have a passion for creating content. And he put together this great group, and everybody kind of had some connections, and it worked out where one of our guys knew Jamal Williams, and is now Jamal Williams' media manager, Jimmy Christensen. And so we, as a good launching point for the site, of course, did a charity-based show. Jamal Williams runs a charity, and they asked me to produce it and do some on-air stuff with them. So whenever one of them couldn't do the show, Jacob or Jimmy, I filled in as host, and I produced it every week of the show. We did it every Tuesday with Jamal, and raised I believe it was about $9,800 for his charity, which is
Wow.
supporting, essentially buying Christmas gifts for families that can't afford it in Green Bay. So, and I assume it'll be Detroit this year, whatever city he plays in, I'd assume. And so, I think it was the day before the Titans game, which I remember I said Sunday night earlier. It's a Saturday night game is what that was. So that next Sunday, the following day, we worked his charity event, and we worked with the families. We I really did a lot of multimedia, so video and photo, followed the families around while they shopped, got some cool, obviously the photo ops, and his family, his sister Jayla, excuse me, and his mom, his grandma were all there, and it was just really cool. 10 families, got to buy just a ton of things, whether it be household items, Christmas gift for the kids. It was just really cool to be a part of it. And Jamal, great guy, great interview, electric personality. Last year before they faced the Bucs in the regular season, he said, "My quarterback's going to know what down it is." When the great Tom Brady came out, and then Jamal caught a lot of fire because he was mocking Tom Brady, and then obviously they ended up losing that game. So. But overall, man, it was a great experience, and we'll see what's on the horizon this year. Still going to be a charity focused show. We're in discussions with a couple different players. We might do multiple players. We might do, one. It's charity focused, so we want to make obviously that the focal point. But I want to help out somebody, playing with the Packers. So we'll find out what show it is probably within the next week or two. And I plan on being back with whoever it is. It obviously just won't be Jamal because he's a Detroit Lion now. So best of luck to him, but great guy. It was a lot of fun working with him this year.
Boys, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, Austin, but it's a good thing Travis isn't on camera right now because we need to let out a good old-fashioned Ric Flair. We have Smitty.
Woo! Woo!
Joining the Patreon. Appreciate you.
Oh, man.
And yeah, so we will put your name in the drawing and the raffle. We appreciate you for joining Whisper Nation and Patreon. We greatly appreciate it.
Officially a
My
member
man.
of the official, unofficial.
Unofficial, the official, unofficial. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whisper Nation. Whisper
So
Nation.
now we got to talk about this. I got to bring it up now.
Yeah.
Am I back in? Do I have to? What am I going to do? I need to make a donation. How much of a donation? I want back in. We gotta run it back, Johnny. Game time, Hicks.
Oh, he wants in. All right.
I want in. We need to run it back. I need back in. I'm not just pulling an all-nighter on a Saturday night drinking whiskey with my favorite Californians / Arizonians. To not
I'm here
beat their ass in fantasy this year.
Right.
This is a very true.
Do we need Travi in on this discussion?
We have to get. Yeah, I wouldn't feel right without getting Travi on this discussion.
All right, let's hold it for another 40 minutes. Because my understanding is he'll be back at 5 a.m. Central Time, 3 a.m. Pacific.
I think he's gonna wait a little.
Maybe let me do one more because we are ahead. We're on our fourth draft right now, and this draft would normally be starting at 3 o'clock. But because of quick picks
we're flying.
Happened, so we're going pretty quick.
So should we hold it down? We should do a little talk.
We can delay out this one. We can just get another draft going.
We could just make a new link on another one if we. It's up to you guys.
Do one more.
It's up to you.
But to this question, I mean, I haven't reviewed the detailed bylaws. But I do think I saw something maybe being considered. It hadn't been sealed, but it was like if you do 4 hours of mock draft co-hosting before 5 a.m. after 11 p.m. I thought there was like I don't know. I don't know if that was in there.
Yeah, I thought so too. I'm pretty sure that was figured out in your retreat. I assume you put it in the constitution of the organization.
Gotta review this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
gotta pull up the
read fine print.
official, unofficial documents.
That's right.
Here's the deal: if you get in, I can't. Okay, first off, I can't guarantee. We got to talk to Big Travie. But if you do get in on a Whisper or on
Hey, you're getting in at
Melissa
2 and 11. Let's just keep that in mind.
that's what I'm saying. If you get in, I don't want you snaking it. We will do we'll do some kind of wager.
And I want a week 1 matchup.
Well, you can't. I can't guarantee a week 1 match.
Keep randomizing until you get it.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah, right.
Keep
Exactly.
randomizing. Unbelievable.
No, commissioner, kickoff game, Hall of Fame game, preseason
Ooh.
style.
It's 17 weeks. Can we just pick our week 1 opponent?
You're right.
We haven't decided that yet.
I love
mean,
that idea.
I mean, realistically, we could even do like a best ball draft, and then we don't even have to. We would just draft and then set it and forget, or like not even like you just draft and then.
No.
Oh, trust me, I would rather play you because I am not.
I'm gonna smoke you.
Oh wow. Okay, he's starting to talk now.
I've been
All right.
talking the whole time, Mr. 2 and 11.
With that voice brought up by a voice coach. Do you still see your voice coach on this one?
I don't know. I do
No?
not anymore. No.
It's just locked in. It's
What
like
would you what kind of things would you talk about or do when
Writing, little tweaks in. It was more about the content than it was the actual voice. But there was some things with the voice, right?
some
Like
diction.
I was young. No, it was more like I was forcing. Like I knew I was on the radio, so I was more pushing and doing the big radio announcer and less natural. And so we had to work those out right when I started seeing him. I saw him for about probably about like 8 months, but I cut it. Or I shouldn't say cut it off. It was just it worked out best that my last session was in March, I think, and maybe February. But yeah, I did see him for a while. It was good. But I mean, he was a long-time radio host, nationally syndicated, so he understood what I was doing, and it was helpful to bounce, as I mentioned earlier, right, bouncing ideas off people. He was the guy I bounced ideas off because he understood it. So yeah. Anyway, no, we can get him in here though. Let's give him a call.
Right on, man.
We got to call him for Travie. We got to get Travis' voice back up to speed.
Oh yeah.
Can he come in? Can he do a rescue operation?
Yeah,
You guys, everything like. Is there actually anything that you guys did talk about that? We're gonna Whisper Nation. We're gonna get our mock draft here started in just a little bit. We got a 12-team half-point PPR mock draft.
We got half the
coming
spots
your
open
way.
though. Yeah.
Yeah, we do. We got spots open right now, so jump on in. Johnny, is the link available to the masses?
Yeah, I dropped it in the Discord, I dropped it in the YouTube, and I will drop it as well on
Twitter.
Twitter.
Tag me. I'll give it a quick retweet. See if anybody. See if I can pull anybody.
All
There
right.
we go.
We got Will 47 just joined.
So Austin, what's your guest lineup looking like after I leave you at 5 a.m. Pacific?
So following you, we got Ryan
4 a.m.
Weiss.
Pacific.
Yeah, we got Ryan Weiss here from the Fantasy 5. A handful of other platforms too, right? For the fantasy footballers. He's just on Football Guys now. Well, he does Football Guys and then obviously Club FFL, but I don't think he does any work for fantasy footballers anymore. Okay. So we got Ryan Weiss, though, coming up at the 4 a.m. hour, taking over after you, Strove. Then we've got Eric Moody here with ProFootballNetwork.com. Excited for him. Then we've got Sal Leto coming in at 6. Joe Zola with Club FFL at 7. Dave with the
He's
2
also
point
a
stance.
Football Guys. Yeah.
Also football guys. Does a lot of work with stepmom Lauren. And we'll be closing off the show then with Josh Hudson and Faith from Club FFL as well. So we have the Club FFL's crew coming in. Close us out.
Big time. Awesome, guys.
Yeah.
Yes, super excited about it.
I'm very appreciative. You always give me the longest spot. Obviously, it's the worst hours. But
Dude,
I'd argue against that. I'd argue this is where we get weird. This is where we get down. This is where
the thing is
the hallucinations start
we
taking
get
in here.
weird every time. around this time.
I don't even know if I could, man. I would hate it. Like real talk, I would just hate it if we, if Strofe couldn't show up next year, whatever was something had going on.
Not a chance. I'll be there.
God willing, and we end up getting somebody who's like, "Yo, I'm here for the details on fantasy," and like,
Oh, Ian.
Oh
Ian.
no, I can't do
Yeah,
it, man.
we get Ian.
Ian Hartitz is coming on. From the
No,
midnight
no,
to 4 hour.
Ian from the Ian from the chat in the chat.
Oh hell
room.
yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, Ian's coming
Yeah,
on.
Ian.
Ian, our good friend Ian, lovely on this one. Great. No, but if that happened, I don't know. We ride the energy of the guests too. It's like someone asks,
that's
like, how you,
actually true.
like,
But,
how are
but
you?
I expect guys, right? Like at it's about 2:30 your time, 4:30 my time. At this point, you've been going what? We're on hour about 16, 18. Where are we? Come on,
11.
math is easy at 2:30, right?
13.
It's more than that now.
14.
Didn't you guys start at 10 a.m.
I think it's like
Pacific?
16.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
16, dude.
So you're at 16.
Oh yeah.
Going on
Oh
7.
yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. I
Going on
was
7.
thinking at 9 o'clock, and then again, it's so weird being on for this long that I'm just like, my brain just said, okay, I'm not even gonna try to explain because I promise I'm better at math than this.
But anyway, right? Like at this point, you're a little bogged down on talking X's and O's. Right now, you want to get into the nitty gritty, right? You want to talk strip club buffets. You want to talk about
Losing your virginity.
Right. I was
To your
just about to say relations to your co-host sister.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, all sorts of that stuff that we've been diving into. It's hard to do the X's and O's stuff. As much as I can talk Rogers, that's about as deep as I'll get. However, I will continue to ask you questions about different guys.
Please
I've had
do.
a crush on. I've taken Kenyon Drake in every draft we've done. I'm high on him this year. I think Oakland's backfield's going to get a little bit, or Oakland, I just did it, didn't I? Las Vegas's backfield is going to get a little bit of a shakeup.
I just think that
I like Jacobs,
especially in a PPR league, because they are going to run him on the outside, give him routes. And I thought it was great. Smitty was on the show earlier, and he brought up the point too, which is always nice when you have that confirmation bias from another analyst. But he was talking about Kenyon Drake wasn't necessarily used to the full extent from his receiving ability. And like, there's been Mondays where we'll come in here, because I had Drake last year, and I would get so frustrated because it would be like Drake would leak out, be wide open, Kyler would scramble, and he would just keep it and run. But then it would be like Chase would be in there, same play, and he would dump it to Chase. And it was just like, wait a second, what is going on here? Because Drake can receive out of the backfield. He's actually really good at it. So I do think that Chase, he will get you're talking about yeah. I think that Drake will be used quite often, but I am coming around to where Josh Jacobs is starting to fall. Like, I've seen him in like the 5th round, and like I said, I think in the 5th round is this upside limited? Absolutely is, but like, it's also hard to find a running back in the 5th round where their upside isn't limited. You know what I'm saying? So
Jacobs was. I mean, last year he was higher, right? I mean, he was a second round pick last year.
First round.
Yeah, first round. Yeah, first rounder.
I'm gonna go ahead and get this draft started.
Why is the stock so low on him this year? I mean, obviously Kenyon's a fun addition, but and the output wasn't maybe as great as some expected last year. But he's only a 3rd-year guy. I mean,
Johnny, can I take this one on this?
Oh,
I
take it,
finally
yeah.
come around. So I've been fighting Johnny on this one for a while, because the man just gets 1,000 yards on the ground. He does his thing. I think you can still kind of expect that, but and it's not a bad pick, because he's going to be getting around 1,000 yards. It's just he's not going to be getting more receiving work, and he's probably not going to be getting much more than that.
But in round 5, that seems like such a bargain.
Yeah, that's why it's coming around on that side, but I think it was mainly from a disappointment wave too. Like, Josh Jacobs was the first running back off the board. We saw him have a really good rookie year, taken at the backside of the first that next year. And now folks just don't see his numbers looking that great. It's more of a product of volume. And with Kenyon Drake coming along, people are expecting that volume to come down. So we don't think that his play style is going to wow anybody. We don't think the volume is going to increase. And so you're kind of just stuck there with it's a fine play, but it's nothing to really get excited about right now. I still think he's being slept on a little bit. It's a nice solid piece, as you pointed out, Alex. You're getting a running back for a 1,000-yard running back
Right.
that late, but you want somebody who can do a little bit more.
Yeah, fair. Good answer.
Thanks. Did I hit that right, Johnny?
Yeah.
Yeah,
think-
all right,
I think-
80%.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
Like we say it, we don't hate players, we hate ADP. And that's why I'm starting to come around on Josh Jacobs. But I do still think that Drake is a tremendous value where he's going so late, especially in PPR. Like he's still going around the same area in PPR, which is a little wild to me. But sometimes we just don't. We're so quick to move on from players, and I get it. Sometimes we
late
get
night
burned.
hour you coming around. This is
Yeah,
this is
I
the softest take I've had I've heard Johnny make about Josh Jacobs in like 5 months. Like we've thrown down over Josh Jacobs. Now he's
Well, like I said,
tender heart.
when I see stuff, once it gets into the area, like I do my projections and then I look at what they say or see, or what I see, and then I'm like, okay, once it gets this ADP that I like, then I'll be interested.
Right.
We got baby, yeah, there we go. Rob, our guy, Gus Bus. This is Rob Shorter. Call him the Gus Bus here. And he's asking what our outlooks are on Carter and Sermon. So this would have been a really good one because Travis is super high on Sermon, and he's actually someone I'm also coming around on again because of ADP. Normally, I don't like going with the 49ers running backs, not because they're not good. I will always repeat, like that system.
they don't put bad running backs on the squad.
Right, like, and even like the thing is, they probably could put a bad running back on that system, and he would be Kalen Balaj, and he would
Right.
still lead you to RB 1 weeks.
He's in
The
Pittsburgh
problem,
this year? No?
yeah,
Right. Okay.
yeah, but the problem is that they don't last very long because it's a one cut system, and like you literally, I was reading this article. It was a great article, but it was literally like describing and breaking down what it would be like to be a running back in that system. And they're like, you are literally just trusting your linemen that they are going to create a hole. Like you are running into a pile every time, and you're hoping that at the right time that offensive line splits when it's supposed to, and that's when you get those big holes. And so like when you're doing that several times and like you're running into and getting tackled by huge offensive linemen and you're cutting, which is also bad on your knees, it tends to lead to a lot of injuries, which is no surprise at why the 49ers lead the league in injuries, because that's what, and so that's my problem with drafting either Sermon or Mostert. Is like, I know they're going to be good when they're the guy, but how long are they going to be the guy? Because I've never seen their guy last more than 6 games. So
Right.
why am I going to pay like an 7th, 8th, or 9th when I've seen this story play over and over again, and I don't like the ending? So that's the only problem I have. But I do think Sermon is such
issues.
trust issues, dude. It's like the breakup, bro.
Exactly.
Yeah, like you like the guy, just like similarly to when she brought that other dude around, and he was like, oh, he's kind of a cool guy, but I just don't like you because you're, dating my ex, and I don't like it. That's kind of
Right.
how it is.
No, I mean you've fallen too hard too many times for the San Francisco backfield.
Or just Kyle Shanahan, like, and Austin could tell you this too. Like, it goes back to Freeman and Coleman. Like, I was married to those guys, and like these guys are going to be so good,
Right.
and then they would just keep getting injured, and so it's just like you just learn. You're just like, okay, all right. After fool me once, or I like to quote George Bush on that one. Fool me once, shame on you.
Shame on you.
Yeah, fool me twice.
Can't get fooled again.
Can't get fooled
Fooled
again.
again. You got to sing in Tennessee. I think they got it in Texas too.
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
that's the best. Oh, Darren Waller here at the end of the second.
Dude,
I like
Darren,
that
we're coming into a new world where the tight end position is about to mean you're just a beefy ass wide receiver.
You're a beefy ass wide receiver. Bingo.
Right? Like,
Well, you've got so many right at top there, right? I mean, you've got so many top tier tight ends receiving wise in the past 2 years. I'd say this is new. where Waller's a second-round pick and a 12. Kels, right? It's Kels. We're going by Kels now. Did you guys see this?
Alex.
Where are we? Oh, I got to tell you this, dude. Speaking of Kels, this is wild. The other day, so 2 weeks ago when the Suns, we went up, actually we lost game 3. I went to the Suns viewing party. I promise this was relatable. I went to the Suns viewing party. After the game, we lost, whatever. We were going to drown our sorrows at the bars or whatever down in Phoenix.
Go Bucks, yeah.
We walk into a bar, and there's a guy sitting in a Kevin Johnson old Suns jersey.
Love
And
it.
next to him
Good
is
pick.
this guy that looks, I was like, oh my goodness, that looks exactly like Travis Kelce. Like this
Kels.
guy, yeah, Kels. And so I was telling Troy, who has been in the comments here, I was like, oh my goodness, telling him I think it could be Travis Kelce, but I was like, he's not really as tall as I thought he would be. But I was like, I got to find out. So I go and I work my way over there, and I naturally, I just start picking, I comment on the Kevin Johnson. That's how I got my way into the conversation without seeming like a weird dude. And then, I slowly transitioned into, hey, I have a fantasy football podcast, and I'm very familiar with fantasy football players, and you look exactly like Travis Kelce. And
I like that that's your
Dude.
intro. Good.
yeah, dude, he's like, yeah, I get that a lot. He's like, Travis Kelce is my cousin. And
Oh.
yeah. And so like, he was like showing, he's like, yeah, I won't
Was he
tell
pulling
that.
your leg?
No, like he was like showing me pictures and stuff. I'll send you a picture of it. Cause I was like, it was funny because I never ask athletes for pictures. I met a handful of them. I just like shaking their hand, and
Right.
saying I met them.
Chopping it up a little bit, right?
But this guy, I was like, dude, I gotta get a picture with you because it's just my friends won't believe me how much like this dude literally looks like he could be Travis Kelce's brother. He was, yeah, he told me some pretty funny stories. I don't know if I should repeat them on here. I don't.
Probably fair.
But probably fair. But yeah, it was just it was pretty cool. Okay, so continue with your story. But I had to bring up the Kelce lookalike, and it was just wild because he was here in Arizona.
No, I was just saying, I mean, tight ends are beefy wide receivers. Austin was right.
Yeah.
But also Kels. I love how he's won a Super Bowl, been the top tight end in all of football for several years, and never corrected anybody.
That's
His
it's
name- we've
Kels?
been saying it's Kels. It's Travis Kels.
It's like Tyrod
Oh.
Taylor. When
Really?
It was
Right,
Tyrod, not
Tyrod.
Tyrod.
Yeah,
Tyrod, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
So it's like
Kels?
it's like
Similarly,
Ball Don't
yes.
Lie, Jacob Bley, dude. Jacob, we like 3 years we were calling him Jacob Bley, and then we watched a video of his because he does
Jacob
like
Bley.
yeah.
And we're
I
like,
am
Jacob
Jacob Bley.
Bly, Ball Don't Lie. Okay,
We're like,
That's-
oh, okay.
I want to go hit myself now. Okay, this is great.
Like, do you get annoyed when people pronounce your name wrong?
I mean,
No, I'm so used to it.
I called you
Strauff.
Strauff in the
Strauff.
beginning. I called you Strauff for like
Strauff.
a year. Strauff.
Strauff,
Strauff.
Stroof. I mean, I get Stroof sometimes. Like, they get it wrong so often. I think I'm starting to get to the point where people know it. But again, I get asked to go on a podcast for 20 minutes and they just slaughter it. So it's just like, okay, fine. This is how this is going to be.
Yeah, I can relate, man. My name is 3 letters long with no vowels.
So what's the worst mispronunciation? Does one come to mind when I
Star.
ask that? Star.
I'm like, there's no T.
There's no A.
There's no A. Cry is another one. I'm like, the Y comes before the R.
Yeah, well, I
Wow.
get a little
All the-
dyslexia kicking in.
A little
there,
bit of
I
that
think,
kicking
yeah.
in. My favorite though is actually when I fill out an online form and
Oh,
it
boy.
says insufficient characters.
Oh, because it has to be longer than 3.
And I'm
or
like,
what?
Oh, that's brutal.
I'm like, but this is my real.
Yeah, you're like, this is my name.
So I just do CYRR.
Oh,
on
there you
there.
go.
Yeah.
I think it's well when I wrote out your name when I first met you, I actually spelled it SEAR. They tried doing that. That's like embarrassing right there.
SEAR.
I did want to mention I didn't mention or talk about Carter real quick for Rob Shore. we are very intrigued by Carter. We love him as a dart throw. We do expect him to lead that backfield, or at least have the bulk of the carries.
LaMichael Pirine truther right here.
Yeah, Austin is, but
Not really.
unfortunately, I mean,
I
he
do-
could have
I do
a
think,
role.
I do think
He
we
could
jump
have
ship
some
on
kind of
rookies
role.
too fast. I think we jump ship on former
That is
rookies
true.
too fast. It's all of a
Definitely.
sudden like you get a Michael Carter, and all of a sudden we're no longer stoked on the Michael Pirine, which I know we weren't stoked on the Michael Pirine last year. I think 4th round guy or something like that. But it's
Yeah.
we Jalen Rager, everyone loves him, and now he's so old news, and we laugh about him in terms of fantasy viability, and it's just like, damn,
It's that Pandora's
dog-eat dog
box.
world.
Pandora's box. Scott asking, "What's your opinion on Antonio Gibson?" If you were on earlier, Z from Zahar, is that wait? Did I say that right?
Zareh.
Zareh. That's right, Zareh. He is very high on Gibson. I do like Gibson. I am. I don't know what to think of. I don't like the J.D. McKissick stuff. Like, not that I'm super worried about J.D. McKissick, but it is a little odd that like he's really trying to go for this top RB spot when it's like, dude, you've been in the league for a long time. But
What's the JD McKissick news about it? He's trying to compete for a bigger role in the squad.
yeah, he was saying like he was just like, I want more touches. Like I think I could be a 3-down back. Like he gained some weight, but it wasn't like a lot of weight. Like he gained like 5 pounds or something. But I don't know, and I just don't see him getting like he had check down king Alex Smith as his quarterback last year. I just don't see him getting 100+ targets again. Like I don't see that from Ryan Fitzmagic. Like, but Gibson, when talking about Gibson, I think he has a tremendously high upside touchdown upside. He had 10 rushing touchdowns last year, 11 total. A lot of people thought that was fluky. However, I'll say that Washington was 25th in scoring last year in scoring opportunities, whereas you look at Miami, who I understand Ryan only played for half a season, but he still they were 15th. They were ranked 15th in the league. So there should be equal or more opportunities as far as the red area and goal line carries for him to get back to that 10 or potentially even more upside. And then I just think that Gibson there is some concern for sure because of the toe and whatnot, but I do believe that he's the real deal. I believe that they want to get him more involved, and he's already a pass catcher because he was a receiver. So
You're feeling good on Washington's offense then?
I am. And the last part I want to bring up, that defense is really good. And so what ends up happening, and we all know what happens when you go up, or in general, when you end up going up by a lot, Riverboat Ron is going to run the ball. And who's going to get that? It's going to be Gibson. He has the ability to be a home run hitter on every play. And that's something that you really like. At least I do on
A voluminous back with explosive ability.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right. Is that how you say that? Is it voluminous? Because I've been dropping that like literally every 9 hours the last
Just
week.
stick with
I
it. Then.
freaking
Just
love
stick
that
with
word.
it.
Voluminous.
I don't care if you've got it wrong. Stick with it.
It's like y'all know what I'm talking about.
It's definitely. I think it's definitely right. It's
Voluminous.
definitely right.
Yeah, that's what I like. I like that word right now.
Rob
Johnny,
Sands-
Kyle Pitts, man, I thought about him because it would just be sexy right now, but I'm like, we got a 20-year-old tight end. I'm not stoked on that. I think, best case. Well, it's like,
Ooh.
an old school brain. I'm like, best case, I'm looking at like 600 yards. But am I shortchanging the dude right now? Is he just going to be their new number 2? Is he going to be their new Julio?
I don't think he's their new Julio. I do think that there is a possibility. I mean, there is an outcome in which he, because of Julio's departure, obviously he can get a much bigger role. But here's the reality: like when you look at Arthur Smith's offense, right? And a lot of people are concerned because, or they come back at me when I put this out on Twitter, and they come back at me at, oh, well, if you think Arthur Smith is going to run the same offense he did in Tennessee, you're mistaken. And I would say I don't believe so. We've
You're
seen
mistaken.
this. Yeah, I mean, we've seen this, and I like to say this quote: "A tiger does not change his stripes." And we heard it tonight from Hue Jackson himself, which I don't know if you guys picked this up, or Austin, if you picked this up or not. But he said in there, because we asked him, how much do analytics play a role when you're coaching? And he said, I'm an old style coach of where I believe my system works and that I will have the right guys in the right place. He's like, yeah, I do weigh some analytics stuff, but he's like, I'm an old school type of football coach. And that's the reality of most of these coaches. They all think their system works, whether it does or it doesn't, or it's failed in the past or it's succeeded in the past. They know. And Hugh followed up by saying, he's like, I have my algorithm and that's what I put it in. AKA he has his timeshares that he knows exactly what he needs to get the ball to, how many times a game, and that's what he sticks with. And too often we try to veer off of that and just make up some stuff. I'm not saying everyone just makes up numbers, but there's some people who do. And when you look at this offense, the reality is that Arthur Smith uses 2 tight ends, neither of which have gotten over 14% market share for their team. They both last year, Jonu and Ferkser, Jonu had like 14% and Ferkser had 12. Well, what do they look at what they have over there? They have Hurst and then they have Kyle Pitts. And so am I saying once again, I did bump that up a little bit considering, and then Arthur Smith, his first year, he had the same thing. It was like 12% and 10% with his 2 tight ends. And so I have it projected like 14 and 10. That's where I have it like projected. Or I might have even bumped it up to 15 for Kyle Pitts just because of the Julio leaving. But the reality is tight ends take forever to get in this league. That's just what it is. I don't care who you are. It only happened one time with Evan Ingram where he came in as a rookie and was a top 5 tight end. Like these other guys, Vernon Davis, who was an athletic freak. It was back in 2006, and we don't remember that much. But like he was Kyle Pitts before Kyle Pitts. His first year he came in, he was absolutely terrible, horrible. And it's just what happens. Like TJ Hawkinson, same thing. Super talented, high draft. And like we've gone on this list of, how many high draft capital tight ends have gone in the last decade. And guess what? Hardly any of them still play or were good and like none of them were good in their first year. So it's just, there's so many things adding up against Kyle Pitts that where you're having to take him, it's just too much for me. Like I rather
Sure.
I love that take on there, Johnny. I just wanted to bring in the stats here on Vernon Davis. Now, we know it was a different time. We're looking in 2006. We've gone a long ways in terms of tight end development, expectations. Eventually, tight ends are going to be coming in the same way that wide receivers are currently coming in, ready to make an impact day one, both for their NFL teams as well as your fantasy team. But year one, okay, this man was drafted in the first round, 6th overall, and in his first year, Vernon Davis put up 265 yards.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's like the tight end position is one of the hardest positions to learn in the NFL because you're learning multiple things. You have to learn like the offensive line and blocking, and you also have to learn route running. Now, people do have the argument that they're never going to use Kyle Pitts in for blocking, and they're only getting, but like in Arthur Smith's system, like his tight ends block. That's why he loved Jonu, and that's why he liked Ferkser. Because Ferkser was a really good pass blocking, and Jonu struggles a little bit more with it, but he still was in for pass blocking. And so that will be an interesting thing as well, like picking up pass blocking and pass protection. It's not easy being this sleazy.
You know what I did want to add, though? While it's true that tight ends in the past hadn't done it, we just saw like 6 days ago, 12-year-old skateboarder Guy Curie, Khury, made history landing the first 1080.
No.
And he did it. And
20?
At
Or how old is he?
There goes
12.
Kenyon Drake.
12 years old.
Shoot.
And all I'm pointing, and it was funny because Tony Hawk entered that same X Games the first time in like 20 years or whatever, just to like, he's announcing for the Olympics. And I think he wanted to just get a little bit of a competition familiarity back in there. So he just like jumped into that same event, and it happened to be the same event where a 12-year-old landed successfully in competition, a 1080 at the X Games for the first time.
It's awesome.
The same time that Tony Hawk enters his first competition in a long time. And so I just thought that was an amazing thing. But my point with that one was just to be like, you know, the next generation comes in, they see the way that it was done before. You talk about how hard it is to learn the tight end position. That's true. But once you know what you need to know, and we developed ways of how you teach it, kids pick it up. And then it's packaged and it's the next thing. So we will see tight ends making impacts pretty soon. Is Kyle Pitts the next? Is that where it changes? I don't know.
That's the, you know, and that's what I tell, you know, if people want to draft him. But, you know, like if you really, but be prepared to be disappointed that he's not going to, you know, start fast. And, you know, and then again, I just tend to go with probability. So, you know, I do my stats and then I look at, okay, what's the probability? And sure, there is a probability where Kyle Pitts does, you know, maybe he gets 20%. And I didn't think that he would. I could be wrong for sure. But again, I go back to what, you know, we had a coach on here earlier, and knowing what I know, like coaches don't change what they do.
A falcon doesn't change its feathers.
Exactly.
Cough it out.
I know I'm starting to get like big Travie. I'm getting concerned.
Uh-oh.
No, I'm not. I'm just kidding. I'm staying strong. Rob Shorter, cheers. Game time. I appreciate you. Even though I just have Dr. Pepper in here. But it's
Hey, it's best soda. Best soda.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll tell you what. I used to drink Mountain Dew,
Also
but
like
that gets me beyond wired. Like,
really?
yes, I
So
don't know
maybe
what.
you should be drinking Mountain Dew tonight.
No, this is doing me all right. I'm hanging in there. I mean, I probably look like crap, but whatever. But I'm hanging in there. I feel good.
Your video screen is very small for a reason.
Yes, exactly. We do that as part of the reason as well. Oh,
Where's
I'm
Aaron
up on the
Mountain Dew then?
clock.
Oh, you're on the clock, bro.
Yeah, I am. What do I got? What do I need?
Austin, you got to stop warning him. He's almost run out so many times. It's been so close this draft.
Oh, unbelievable. You know, I was taking Devontae Parker in a lot of drafts, but I've really
I've made that mistake too many times in years past.
It's not that.
I was so high on him like the last 3 years, and he's just let me down every year.
The other guy, I'm kind of, and I'll be honest with this one. The other guy that I honestly, I am high on him, but I don't know if I'm going to have him on many rosters just because, like, what is the real upside? But Darnell Mooney, like, that's a name you're going to hear a lot. And, you know, people, like, he has some very nice, but I don't think he's going to be anything more than, like,
maybe a throwing to him, you know, that's an issue.
Yeah, and like I don't feel like I would start him more than maybe 4 weeks. Like I don't think he could be a consistent wide receiver for you. So like I just don't find myself ever grabbing him because I just get other people. I'm gonna take. This is way early to take this guy.
Reach for your guy.
I'm just gonna do it though. AJ Green. I just want to. Yeah, I want to talk about AJ Green.
Yeah, that's interesting
because AJ Green has been criminal. I mean. You could basically get him for free. If I didn't draft him here, I could have gotten him in the next round or the last round because it's just like where he's going. In the Scott Fish Bowl, I got him in the 15th or 6th. Like I literally got him. I'm really big on Jacoby Myers this year. Like I think like I'm telling everyone, like super deep sleeper, get Jacoby Myers. He has like really like top 24 potential for reals, top 20 even
for reals.
But. So I was trying to decide between AJ Green and Jacoby in the like 14th or 15th round. I went with Jacoby. I didn't want my Cardinals bias to kind of like lean in. And then AJ Green was there in the next round. So I'm like, okay, I'm definitely grabbing him now because I was trying to decide between them. Whatever, these are dart throws anyway. But like we have to remember, he's only 32 years old. He took off a whole season because they had like he was injured, but then he came back, and then it was like, oh, do you want to play or not? Are you going to be here? And so he doesn't have as much mileage on his body as like Julio does. Julio's been injured the last couple of years. And so you're looking at Kyler and him, and if they get in the same page, look out. Like as a late round dart throw, we've seen AJ Green. Now I know it's like 3 years ago, but we've seen AJ Green be a top. We talk about Antonio Brown, being a number 1 wide receiver a couple of years ago. Like AJ Green was on pace to be that number 1 wide receiver 3 years ago, and then he got injured week 12. So I just like the upside, and he's free.
I've wanted so many times for an older receiver who's been on a different team to like show who he was and be that way again. And I mentioned this, and this is a good question I want to ask Strope afterwards, but my year 1, 2010, our League of Records first draft, my favorite pick, and I had the best record. I finished with the best record. Took Aaron Rodgers round 1, LaShawn McCoy round 2. It was my bread and butter. It was awesome. They were the number 1 running back, number 1 quarterback that season. It was really cool.
Yeah.
But
well done.
Thank you. But Chad Ochocinco was my favorite pick. He was a New England Patriot. First year he was with the Patriots. And I was like, oh my goodness, this is going to be Randy Moss to Tom Brady all over again. Let's get ready for this. And I cut him like, week 6, and I should have never drafted him. Yeah, I should have never drafted him. It never worked out. Tough playbook.
The thing is, that's the difference. It's New England versus Arizona's air raid. It's basically like AJ Green gets the play call. It's like go every time, and maybe a couple comebacks. No, I'm just kidding. He'll have some flags and stuff, but I don't know. I just think the upside's there. Like that guy he's been dominant. So it's like,
it's AJ Green, Devontae Parker, or someone else. I do like Henry Ruggs though.
I mean, talk about a Steve Keim dime sign at the last minute rhyme.
Oh boy!
You're talking AJ Green. That's yeah.
Here's Smith, a question on this one. Oh, Rob says, "Cheers, game time." That's cool. Good question here from Brian with Julio gone. Why isn't Gage getting drafted higher? I think it's because of the system, right? We're just not expecting to see as voluminous an offense as we have in years past. And Kyle Pitts is the new hotness over there to fill in that role. Calvin Ridley's expected to feast. Kyle Pitts is the sexier option, but I think Russell Gage is being slept on. I think that's a guy who's going to be a popular flyer for a lot of players until someone ends up picking him up week 4 and just holds on to him because he keeps putting up like 70 yards and gets you a touchdown every other game. So I don't think he's going to be great, but I think he's going to be one of those like solid players that you look back at his numbers at the end of the year, like flirting with 1,000 yards, probably like 5 touchdowns, something like that.
I am concerned with Gage, and going back to Arthur Smith and what he called before he led the league in 11 personnel. So if that happens, Gage is the slot wide receiver. So his role would diminish significantly as far as the routes ran. So that's why, and when we also know that Arthur Smith, Atlanta over the last few years has been, top 5 in passing attempts, in most cases top 3. Well, on the opposite end of that was Arthur Smith's Tennessee Titans over the last 2 years have been bottom 2 in pass attempts. So he likes to run the ball a lot more and slow down the game. Now, most people would say, okay, well, they don't have a Derrick Henry to run the ball that much. And I totally understand. But they're going to use a combination of running backs because they want to run the ball there, because that's how it sets up a system to get other players open over the middle and players like that. So and the other thing was when they were talking about scheming Russell Gage into the playbook, that also gives me concern because when you're telling me you have to scheme a player, that means that you're drawing up plays like because you don't have enough of them for him. And so it's like that makes me concerned that it might be a little bit more inconsistent.
It's going to be a boring offense in Atlanta.
No, it's going to be fun. No, it's going to be fun. I mean, Tennessee was fun.
Yeah, but Tennessee had Derrick Henry. Oh, look at the cat.
Yeah, I'll take Carson.
Oh.
Was that your guy?
No, I just figured you weren't going to get a pick in because there was 2 seconds left.
Oh, unbelievable.
Look at my cat.
Oh, right in the middle of the action, huh?
What's up, buddy? That's cute as hell. Hi, Meshach.
I don't even. Oh, okay. Whatever. Where do we go? Where do we want to go here?
I freaking love this cat.
Austin's
I'll
having
give
a
you-
moment.
I'll give
Very
you.
adorable.
This is the guy that I'm grabbing. The running back. You want to know a running back that I'm grabbing super late here? Because he has
Quick James White grab here or what?
no.
Oh, he's back on the table.
Audrey Allison.
Hey, buddy.
Oh.
The dude is most built.
You do like the Atlanta offense.
Yeah, the dude is built the most like Derrick Henry. Now, I'm not saying he's going to be Derrick Henry, but he's 6'1". He's like 230. And if there's anyone that can be like a bruiser, because like Mike Davis.
What about AJ Dillon?
AJ.
What about
oh.
AJ Dillon?
Oh,
Johnny.
yeah, I
He gets
guess
Derrick Henry comp all the time.
Yeah, I mean, is
Give
AJ
Derrick Henry
Dillon,
a few
was
years
he
to pop
available? Was AJ Dillon available?
Well, no,
right?
not in the 13th round. I took him several rounds ago.
Yeah. Wow. He's so you want me to let you know? I do think the AJ Dillon news I'm more hyped on now because of what you said. Like I'm more intrigued by taking him. I mean, I gave him carries. I gave him the Jamal Williams workload. That he had last. Well, diminished slightly because. You have to remember Aaron Jones was injured for a little bit, so
Right.
Jamal's timeshare went up a little bit. But I do think it will be interesting. Like, when do they fully transition over to AJ? Do you think?
Well, with Aaron Jones signing this big deal, I think it'll take some time. I don't think they're going to wait for the deal to run out. They'll eventually flip flop, right? I mean, Aaron Jones is going to be on this big deal as the number 2 back at some point. At least that's my expectation. I mean, how often do you take a second-round running back built like AJ Dillon without the expectation that he'll eventually be your workhorse? Like, I don't see a world in which AJ Dillon doesn't eventually become the starter. I'm not saying that happens this year. I think Aaron Jones is in the prime of his career right now, so he's going to have some fun. I don't know if I answered your question there, but ultimately, I think AJ Dillon is going to get a solid workload. I think they both will. There you go. You got me there. I ran out of time.
Yeah. Although Rondell Moore, of course, you always pick like. I do like Rondell Moore as like a super sneaky.
I wonder why.
No, well, he's really fast. That's why. And but again, when he's one of those players that's going to be schemed the ball, and so it's like he's only going to be a matchup guy, which is kind of why I went away from him because he'll be on the waiver wire.
Now, not a total fantasy question. Obviously, it helps. But who do you guys think wins the NFC West rather this year? Who wins the NFC West?
It's a funny one. Before I answer that one, mutual friend Michael Bolig. Is that how we pronounce his last name?
Bolig, yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know he's a huge Seahawks fan and throws down for him. And I think it was Wale Whale posted a question: who is going to take the NFC West? And Michael came in and was like, paraphrasing here, but Seahawks all the way. But I'm a little bit nervous about the Cardinals and to see what they could do and with all those other pieces. So I think it's probably the best division in football. 49ers.
I think the Cardinals win the division.
Cardinals, Seahawks, and Rams.
Like, I'm not sold. Let me ask you.
Who do you think?
I'm not,
Alex.
Yeah, because I'm not sold. I don't think Kyle Shanahan is a good head coach. I think Kyle Shanahan, I think he's a great offensive coordinator. I don't think he's a good coach. He has had the top 3 pick in the last 2 years. And everyone says like, oh, he went to the Super Bowl his first year. It was like, yeah, but did he really change that team? Like that team was already there. He coached it up. Like, but that also is just like you could take a guy or a league by storm for 1 year. It's like, what do you do after that? And since then, you've been a bottom 3 pick. Like that's pretty bad. If it happens again this year, like, what do you like? Everyone always keys it up. Oh, it's injuries, but that's a system. Like his system always has injuries.
It's true.
Was the 49ers that bad last year?
Yeah, dude, they had
They
a
were
top
hurt.
3 pick.
They were hurt.
Well, same with the year before. That was the excuse. They were hurt. They were hurt. What
Jimmy
happens when that's
Garoppolo. Yeah, those are fair points. Those are fair points. You went out and you picked up Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, they were in the Super Bowl the year before. I mean,
right? But that was Kyle Shanahan's first year, so it was like, I mean, that I don't know.
I'm not
Like
I'm not
Sean
disagreeing with you
McVay-
completely, Johnny. I don't see them as the favorite. In fact, I see them probably as the least likely team to win that
Tell-
division.
But tell me,
Um,
like Sean McVay with the Rams, he went to the Super Bowl first year, but he's also had a more winning record, and he's dealt with a lot of injuries.
He has, especially last year, and and really the year prior with Gurley. So no, I don't know who wins that division. That's why I'm asking, because I'm really stuck. Right, you can never count out the Seahawks. However, I think I'm counting out the Seahawks. I really think it's a coin flip, right, between the Rams and the Cardinals, which is strange, right? Like I don't love the 49ers, as I mentioned. I think they still have a solid chance. I just feel like that division is an absolute toss-up because those are all pretty darn good football teams, all 4 of them.
Yeah. It's going to really
Wouldn't
come down
shock
to
me
those.
if any of them made the playoffs, right? Like you can't say that about a lot of divisions.
You could have 3 of these teams
three.
make the playoffs. You can have 3 of these teams make, which I
It's
do think
possible.
happens. I think happens. I
possible.
will say I do think the Rams win this division. To be honest with you, like that
I don't hate
because
I-
they
I
have
like Stafford.
and they have their defense is just so good.
All
like
right.
they have a lockdown corner, a very very good defensive line.
An all-time pass rusher.
Yeah, I like them. I like
And they're
them
well
a
put
lot.
together. They're bought in. They seem to have unlimited money. So
Yeah.
They do.
They do.
yeah. But it really comes down to 2 quarterbacks that we have high expectations for, yet don't totally have pegged down. Matt Stafford, obviously coming into a brand new system, man who's thrown for 5,000 yards but never won a playoff game. But he
Yeah.
comes from Detroit. Now that he's outside of that energy, where is he really going to land this team that has performed for so many years? I think we're going to learn a lot about Matt Stafford one way or another this season. And the other one is Kyler Murray. We've seen him rookie of the year, explosive playmaking, bit of that Lamborghini, though, that spaceship vibe where he can do incredible things when every screw is tight. But if one little piece of the whole operation is off, and it's like, now this dude is, he's a shell and it's not going to be delivering. But if he's working, he's one of the most explosive, dynamic playmakers in the NFL.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I think the expectations, I mean, obviously, especially from a fantasy aspect, are much higher for Kyler just because, he's younger, 3rd year, if I'm not mistaken, right? And, it's obvious that he's very well starting to come into his own. We saw multiple, if not numerous, flashes last year and even in his rookie year where he can be an absolute stud. And Johnny can speak obviously on this better than I can, is he watches them up close and very personal. But I mean, he's a dual threat. He's a Heisman winner. Like he absolutely is a fantastic quarterback, brings incredible intangibles, and now they're really starting to stack up the pieces around him. That's a really good football team. So from a fantasy aspect, I mean, look where he went. He went quarterback 2 here in our draft. So or in this draft that's on the screen. So, I mean, the expectations are super, super high. I don't know if he lives up to them, but I certainly think this team in Arizona should be the front runner to win that division right there with the Rams. And I think their offense in Arizona might even be just a bit better.
Kingsbury might be gone if they don't. If they don't have above the 500
True.
record, he's done.
Yeah,
And that's deserved. He's got everything now. It's worked in. It's there. So yeah, we'll see about that. So Johnny, are we gonna do a fresh draft here?
Yeah,
One
I
extra
just
fresh?
sent one last one to Strofe. If once he enters in there, you getting in this one as well, Austin?
Yeah,
I
sure.
can send you the link.
Yeah,
and
send
then
me
I
this
want to
one.
get to
Would you send
Brian,
it to me through? Did I miss it?
Facebook.
Got it.
Sorry.
No, I got it.
And then
You Facebook me the thing too.
I will answer. Yeah, I will answer Brian's question as well because he answered your yes one. I sent it to Facebook. Okay, Brian asked here.
Is Travi coming back?
Travi will come back at the 4 o'clock, so he'll come back to
Yeah.
say goodbye. on this one.
Oh,
But this,
that's
yeah.
so sad. Well, we got to figure out if I'm in the listener league, man. That is the
Yeah.
conclusion of my appearance then.
There we go.
Okay, we will.
The answer
Brian
is
asked.
no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God,
Right. We just
enjoy the
keep him
hour
posted.
without me,
Yeah.
buddy.
Yeah. He said,
Impossible.
why am I struggling with understanding the Miles Sanders hate this year? I'm not sure if he's top 10, but I keep hearing him on hate lists. I don't get it. And here's what I'll say. Miles Sanders' upside is now capped. Not only one because Hurts is the quarterback. So Hurts he had 3 rushing touchdowns in 4 games. So he will hold it similar to Kyler and limiting Kenyon Drake's upside. The other part is they went out and they drafted Kenneth Gainwell, which he was a very highly touted running back. Not highly touted, but he was a solid running back that people were talking about. And so when they bring him in and then you talk about the offensive coordinator coming over from LA, you look at what he did, and he does do a running back A and B. So, excuse me, because I don't remember exactly who brought this up. Austin, maybe you do. As far as, and I'm going to drop the link as well for the sleeper mock right now.
I'm gonna go hit the bathroom really quick on this one.
You're all good. I'll carry it. So if you look at this backfield, I'm not so sure that it's actually going to be just a Miles Sanders backfield. And I apologize because I don't remember the guest that had originally brought that up on the show. But after they mentioned it, I kind of started thinking about it, went back and kind of checked my stats a little bit. And it is true, like this, they do split it into a running back A and B. Now, will Miles Sanders get the goal line? He should get the goal line. And he should get the bulk of the touches. But when you're looking at the guys that he's going around, right? Like even in this mock draft here, I still take, Darrell Henderson went before him. Josh Jacobs, I would probably take Miles Sanders over Josh Jacobs. I just like that offense just a little bit more. But Chris Carson, again, we think he's a tremendous value at the running back position. So I wouldn't be taking him over Chris Carson. DeAndre Swift, again, if this is a PPR, if this is a standard league, and you want to take Miles Sanders over Swift, I can't necessarily hate you for that or get mad at you for that because I can understand not wanting or not trusting in Anthony Lynn. But I do think that DeAndre Swift is a tremendous value and a tremendous talent. And so that's why he's one of my favorite players. All truthness in there. But once again, I try not to leave my bias into my stats. So I'll tell you when I'm high on a player and when I like them and why and for what reasons. But especially in a PPR league, there was a great stat put out on Twitter that basically any running back that got over 60 receptions in a year, it was like 95% of the time he finished as an RB 20 or better. And we saw already DeAndre Swift on a very limited role. We have to remember he didn't take over that backfield until halfway through the season when he came back. And then he got the concussion that kept him out. And he still finished as the RB 16 and half PPR. So there's definitely a lot of upside for me when it comes to taking Swift over a guy like Miles Sanders. But once again, if you like Miles Sanders, this is what we'll tell you, Brian. Like if you like Miles Sanders and you like watching him play, like draft him. And if he doesn't end up being the player that you think, we'll tell you which other players to pick up, and help you out with your roster. It's not the end of the world when you whiff on your 3rd round draft pick or your 3rd round running back. But just know that if you take Miles Sanders, there is a definite higher probability that he might not pan out to what you are hoping. So I hope that answered your question. I'm sorry that was like really long. I'm also trying to buy a little bit of time so we can fill up this sleeper room. We got a good amount of people in here. We got, 6 open spots right now. And so we are trying to fill that up. Let's see. I already dropped the link into YouTube. Let me do Facebook here because just in case somebody wants to get in on that, and then I will tweet it out as well. And then we'll try to fill this up as soon as we can. We got Ryan coming on the stream at 4 o'clock. So we do actually also have to wrap that part up. So we got to probably get this started pretty quickly.
Let me go on quick though. This is great, man. We got a bunch of people jumping in here.
I love that, man. Whisper
I know, it's
Nation showing
great,
out.
dude. We have the best followers. I'm just gonna put that out there. Like, I mean, Strofe, I don't know about your followers because you have probably a good one because they're Milwaukee, Wisconsin fans, and they're always awesome. But Whisper Nation is
Whisper
way
Nation's
up there.
pretty damn good, man.
Yeah, they're way up.
They're at the top of the
appreciate it.
list.
Dude, this is always a fun part in the marathon when I watch, the viewers. We go and they, it dips down. It always stays higher than I'm expecting. It's so cool. But then there's this like the sunrise starts coming up on the east side of the country, and then all of a sudden it starts like ticking up. And it's like
Right.
we're like, oh, good morning, guys. Great to see
Yeah.
you again. It's just like, oh snaps, dude. It's like
That,
the life cycle continues.
I don't know if I that moment. That's actually probably the hardest moment for me.
When
It's
that
like,
new energy's coming in and yours is like, I'm holding on.
yeah, and like the sun's starting to come up because
Yep.
then it's also like, like when it's late like that or like it's dark, like I can't necessarily tell time as well. But then when it's like once I start seeing the sunrise, I'm like, oh man, I should be in bed right now. I would normally be about to wake up. Like that's when it's just like but it is what it is. We'll
Dude,
make it.
You make it. It's cool though, right? Like it's such a tough grind, and it is. But we really love this. And when you take a little of the edge off, take a little of the pressure off, and just like let yourself be goofy, stuff's gonna happen, and then you just start feeling like yourself, and you're just enjoying it. Yep, we get that going.
Yep.
And I lost my train of thought, but
He's all fired up.
Yeah.
I'm fired up.
Brian saying, appreciate that. It all makes sense. I agree. Also had a blast with all of this, and we'll be checking out the draft kit soon. I bought it yesterday. Awesome. Appreciate
Yeah,
you.
Brian.
Fairly new to the group, but awesome stuff, guys. I
love it.
stumbled
Yeah,
into this.
Brian, nice comment.
Hey, we appreciate you. Yeah, we're on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, anywhere. Just search Fantasy Whispers. And yeah, if you have any questions, we're here.
I was going to say this is like the cycle of sleep. So you get this done at like 10. We wrap up all the social media stuff within like that hour. And like real talk, you go to sleep for like 4 hours, and you wake up in like the afternoon and then you go to bed early. And honestly,
Yeah.
like Monday rolls around then you might even get up at a weird time because you went to bed at like 7 p.m. then,
Right.
and it's like then you wake up at like 6:30 a.m. after sleeping for a long time. And it's just like, I think like I missed today, but I feel really rested and kind of groggy and like, it's really not that big of a deal. Like, not to say not big of a deal, but like the human body's amazing.
Yeah,
That
like
is.
I'll be honest with you. Like the fact we talk for this long is more impressive than actually just staying up 24 hours. Like staying up the 24 hours is not really a big deal. But
Staying
it's,
engaged is impressive.
yes, that's where it's at. But luckily we have a great cast of people that came on with us, and Whisper Nation's awesome.
Certainly
So,
helpful. Yes.
yes.
Speaking of, man, we got
Doing.
it's 3:17. Is it? Should
Yeah.
we give it just another 30 seconds? If you're thinking about jumping in,
Yeah, because I'm
Do
gonna
it.
use the restroom right after I make this pick. Although I shouldn't have taken that 101 spot, but it's okay. I did.
that's fine. That's fine. I like how we kind of space it out Strofe in the middle. I grabbed the backside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
You took that
spaced out
12 and then you
perfectly.
moved it.
I did. I saw 12 and then I saw 6, and I thought I'd been picking at the ends pretty much all night. I think I've had pick 1, 2, 4, 10, and 12 or something. So let's go right in the middle.
I like when we make content. I like drafting from the end, because then you get that 2 timer, and you can kind of like you can control the pace of the show a
Right.
little bit. If you got to make a comment, or if somebody's like wrapping up a point, you can like hold on it. So I do like drafting these ones. Regularly drafting though, I also like in the very middle, just because if you're going for a best available and you're not reaching, you're doing value-based drafting. Like I think the middle is second to none, because that's where you're going to get the most amount of players to fall to you.
Although this year I do agree, and I do generally like that area. But this year it's kind of weird because you get kind of stuck in a pickle because you get either, oh, I've got a guy that fell to me that shouldn't have, or I've got to like grab my guy because he's not making it to the next round. And so
Yeah.
you end up getting stuck in this pickle of like, do I take the value or do I take my guy that I
You get sniped a lot too.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Oh my
Well-
goodness. My lead in the Scott Fish Bowl, how many times in the first like 8 rounds the guy in the 12 spot took my pick? I told him, I was like, this is with all due respect, but this is really pissing me off.
But go fuck yourself, buddy.
You're like literally taking my guys every single time. It's very
Speaking of
frustrating.
taking your guys,
I
should we
gotta do
fire this
oh,
one up?
Yeah, sorry, I forgot I was the guy in sole responsibility for this. So yeah, take it for what it is. All right, I'll be right back.
Oh man. So what do we got here?
Man.
We've got about 6 of us, 7 of us,
1, 2, 3,
7 of us.
4, 5, 6, 7 of us drafting right now.
Love it.
Yeah.
There's JT available. Good stuff.
Jonathan, I had said I think Jonathan Taylor's rightful place is right behind Nick Chubb, but in terms of at least this, it's like, but Jonathan Taylor does have the opportunity to be the number 1 overall running back.
I 1000% agree, right? That
And Nick
guy's
Chubb
a
would if it
workhorse.
just Kareem Hunt, though. Kareem Hunt is still in the picture. So
Right. That's actually a great point. I mean, obviously, Chubb's going to be number 1, and it's not going to be close. But he's still a great back. Hunt is. So it'll be
just take
fun
that
to see.
opportunity. Yeah.
Right. I mean, he's still going to get reps, whereas, Nyheim Hines will also get reps in Indianapolis.
Marlon Mack a little bit, but
Marlon Mack's still there, isn't he? That's
he
right.
is. Not for serious reps we expect, but it's still going to be there. Kareem Hunt's
But,
reps are going to be.
I mean, those
super-
are guys that have been there. They know the system.
Yeah.
And those are 2 guys that they've been a big fan of for a couple of years. So we'll see. But I like JT. I mean, obviously, I have a bias. I watched him up close and personal at Wisconsin. But he's a workhorse, and he's
What was
young.
that like? What was that like watching him at the college level in person?
He's ridiculous. I mean, he's, like I said, he's a workhorse, and he was doing things as a freshman that you don't really see very often. Whereas, at Wisconsin, we're lucky because it's been such a consistent running back college, right? Like James White and Monty Ball and Ron Dane in the 90s. And
Yeah.
I mean, there's all sorts of backs, and I'm forgetting a bunch right now. Alec Ingold, who's the fullback with the Raiders, and Derek Watt, who I think is still with the Chargers. And, there's all sorts of just different running backs that can consistently come through Wisconsin. But JT was special. I mean, that guy is the best running back I've seen in college. He was just so dominant. Like, he was right there with Saquon in terms of just pure talent and workhorse ability. So now that he's got his footing, he's got a year under his belt in Indy. He was starting to show some really good flashes at the end of last year too. So I'm excited to see what he'll do. I mean, it wouldn't shock me if he was the number 1 running back, but I do love Chubb too. I think he's outstanding. He's got a chance to be the number 1 running back too.
He does, and we know Hue Jackson certainly thinks so. He also got a personal relationship, which can't be dismissed. But Jonathan Taylor, number 4 running back in standard, number 6 in PPR in his rookie season, and we look at the way he finished that year. I mean, my goodness, here he's dropping, close to 20 points, 20 plus points, 15 points, 19 points, 37 points.
Yeah.
253 yards, 2 touchdowns, all on the ground in week 17. You hear that, you see that, that's what you finished with. I get it. It's a very, very sexy pick. I don't think Marlon Mack and Nyheim Hines are going to have that big of an impact. So I get it.
They'll get reps, and that's I don't know if it's going to take time for them to figure out, But this guy, I keep using the term workhorse because it's what he is, man. He can absolutely take 90% of the snaps and just be dominant, I think. I just believe he has that capability. But given the roots that Mack and Himes have, they've been with that offense now what, a minimum of 3 years each? I mean, they've been there, both of them, several years, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see. It's just, it is a business, but I'll be interested to see the approach Frank Reich takes.
I like Johnny picking over here with Christian McCaffrey, Najee Harris, and David Montgomery. That's a pretty meaty stack of workhorse running backs, if we want to put them in that category too.
Meaty stack.
Yeah. A triple decker there.
Meaty stack is good. But he does have a solid group right there.
Yeah.
What are you at here? Mixon and Hopkins. I'm at Taylor and Metcalf and on the clock. I'm
like
wanting a
yours
running
better.
back here, but I don't know. I've taken Swift 3 times tonight, I think, of our 4 drafts already.
If it's not him, who would you take?
I'm going to go wide out, I think. I love Michael Thomas, but it looks like – oh, no. Is he out the entire season now? Or is
He's going to be out like multiple – at least a month. Could be a couple.
Yeah, but his upside is still so high, regardless if he plays quarterback for them. I'm going to go Keenan Allen here, just on a whim.
Nice.
How old is he?
Keenan Allen is 29 years old. He's known as one of the best route runners in the NFL, and I'm so excited to see what he's going to do with Justin Herbert. The stats were the targets were so like ridiculous. I mean, what week did he have in week 11? He had 19 targets.
Yeah,
just like whoa, 14 receptions,
That's
16
ridiculous.
receptions for 145 yards. So Justin Herbert and him have that rapport. Keenan Allen should not see any regression. Yeah, they're building it. They did well. What do you think about Mike Williams this year?
I think that the upside for the Chargers offense as a whole is so high.
Yeah.
Right? Like Herbert, he obviously got really comfortable last year already, which means I think he's going to be a really good pro. And we saw obviously great flashes last year. It's all dependent on him. But yeah, I think there's going to be enough love to go around. They're going to have a real head coach in there now. So not a big fan of Anthony Lynn, never was. Glad he's out of there because he's not going to be given the opportunity to ruin Justin Herbert. So yeah, I'm excited.
One could argue he made Justin Herbert.
One could, but I won't be the one.
I wouldn't either. Just so you know, I wouldn't either.
Good. Yeah,
I would give it to the offensive coordinator.
I'm excited for the Chargers, but it's just like that division obviously belongs to the Chiefs. The Raiders could be decent. I would love to see the Chargers sneak out like a 7 seed and make the playoffs. I just think they're a fun team.
Aren't they? Like I feel like that squad has just had such offensive firepower, specifically from a fantasy perspective. It's like they're one of those teams that's like you can play everybody. Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, Austin Eckler, the other running back, the quarterback, Hunter Henry. It was like they have so many
anybody
pieces,
can boom.
but they're like not winning games. And yeah, it's just one of those. Sometimes you get those teams that like you can play everybody from fantasy. And then you get on the other side, you get like a San Francisco 49ers from like 2 years ago when they were winning games, but you're like, there's like literally nobody.
Right.
George Kittle, and that's it.
Oh, that's the worst.
Okay.
On the clock here, Strove.
I got to go running back, but I just don't love any of the options right now, right? Like Kareem Hunt is the top on the board. I think I waited too long for a powerful number 2. As I said earlier, I like Chase Edmonds. I like Travis Etienne, but again, maybe that's the rookie RB that breaks out. I'll go there just because I haven't taken him yet. He's going to get meaningful reps, if not first team reps from the get go. So he's an intriguing guy, and he's clear. I mean, he clearly showed it at the collegiate level how powerful he can be, right, and how consistent he can be. So I don't know. He's an intriguing guy. I don't know if I love him as an RB2 right away.
Yeah, definitely love him like as a flex play.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
Able to handle that boom or bust. Fingers crossed for the boom. You can handle the bust.
Wow.
What are we looking at, Johnny?
Wow. What the
What are we allowing?
Well, I thought that CeeDee Lamb hadn't gone yet, but of course he went in the third
He's creeping
round.
up, man. Dude, he's creeping up
So,
hard.
well, I guess I was like, this is the first time I've mock draft Julio all night.
Did I catch something earlier when I was watching you guys about ADP and the Cowboys just because they're on Hard Knocks?
Yeah, it's gonna happen.
So what's the theory there? Should I get out a tinfoil hat for this, or is this real?
It's real. No, it's for sure. Like, so like, because you get that recency bias, right? Like, you get to see like the behind the scenes and stuff,
Right.
and you will just naturally gravitate because we're humans and we want that connection. And
Right.
so we see these players, and we see it every year. And I'm not saying it's like significant. Like, it's not like all of a sudden, Dak's gonna start going in the second round because people
Or
see
CeeDee
him.
Lamb's going to be a top 3 wide receiver, right?
Right. Like, I think that it will cause their ADP, especially because Amari's on the pup list right now.
Right.
If I'm
And
not
15
mistaken.
seconds for Stroh.
Yes. Oh,
And-
shoot. He almost got
Yeah.
me again.
Oh, almost. You just draft Kenny G. It's a good pick. Or Chase. You could take Chase there if you want a running back. Oh,
Well,
you want
Mark
Mark Andrews?
Andrews.
Okay. All right. Okay. And so you definitely see these things happening where these players are on Hard Knocks. The wide receivers, the running backs that were kind of in that turn area, and then they go on Hard Knocks, and then like people, it bumps them up around.
They develop
And then-
familiarity. They develop a connection.
Yeah,
The
and so
heartstrings.
It
especially-
makes sense.
Robin.
I mean, it's a fair theory.
Yeah, and especially without Amari gonna miss a lot of that time potentially, and people seeing CeeDee Lamb and the things that he's doing. I mean, it's already starting to come out. Like,
He's an incredible talent.
he's an amazing talent, but it's really funny. And I'm telling you this as a person who's a big fan of CeeDee Lamb. I have him on my dynasty roster, but it is hysterical how like people are really on CeeDee Lamb, and like it's almost like they're trying to push it a little too hard, in my opinion, because it's like every movement, it's like, oh, look at CeeDee Lamb right here, the number one. Like, and it could definitely happen, but like Amari Cooper also is not a slouch though. Like he
Right.
definitely is going to get targets. He was good. He basically had I would have to go and double check the consistency charts in the draft kit, but I'm pretty sure when I like looked at it that original time, there were only a couple weeks where CD actually outperformed Dak or Amari Cooper, and so that was what was kind of like starting to lean me towards Amari Cooper a little bit more. But the injury, I get it. I'm surprised his ADP hasn't fallen, to be honest with you. But it's a true thing. Hard Knocks,
Yeah.
the Hard Knocks.
And the one I'll give him on there was a real case of Hard Knocks bump that was totally deserved, and that was when the Raiders, at the time Oakland, and everyone was starting to talk about this dude who had a late start in the NFL, got involved in some other stuff, but then getting involved later on, and that's Darren Waller. And people are like, you got to watch out for this dude. And it was like a no-name player. I mean, I think he literally went the last pick in our draft that season. And Darren Waller now is the second tight end off the board, who had 1,100 yards last year at the
He's
tight end position.
amazing.
I won't lie. Yeah, it was really funny because I'm in like a big money league, and in that league, all the tight ends like started going a lot quicker than they normally would. And so I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I have Mark Andrews. And then like Mark Andrews went. And then I was like, oh, well, I got this guy. And then that guy got to. I'm like, so it was literally getting to the end. I had no tight end at all. And I'm like, all right, I'm just going to go with Waller. I know what I've seen, and I know what John Gruden. And then it was like it ended up being the staple of my roster that year because that was when he broke out. And yeah, it just it also does give you those, the late round. That's where more so it's really nice because you see what the coaches are saying constantly. And then you also, they're late round guys. So not a lot of people are fully bought in. And I just think that you take advantage of that. I'm going to do it. I was going to OBJ. That's my third wide receiver. Why not?
Love it.
Fun little stack there. Julio Jones, Chase Claypool, and Odell Beckham.
Yeah.
Follow in on the
school
Christian
news.
McCaffrey, Najee Harris, and David Montgomery. Johnny, you're putting together a very exciting team.
Yeah, you are.
I like this one.
Very color coordinated as well.
Yeah, I try to make it look good for the viewers.
He
I'm
looks
all
very
about
pretty,
that
yes.
presentation.
Yeah. Whereas I am just not. I'm all over the board. I do not like my final draft here on the marathon. I am this is my worst one of the night. so far. Not
It's all right.
long
You've
enough.
been on here for 4 hours. We understand.
The fatigue's setting in. You're not
Yeah.
lying.
Fatigue makes cowards of us all.
We'll give DJ.
There
some
you
more.
go. There you go. That's a good pick.
Well, you love DJ.
Well, I love his value and for how good he is.
You
He's
do
just,
every year.
I do, but and every year his ADP slips even more, and he just keeps producing. Like he was RB20 at the end of last season, and I mean, you know, I was like banging the drum for
I had
DJ
him,
last
brother.
year. Yeah, you did, and he was anytime he played, he was a solid RB for you, and that's what I like. You're getting him so late that he's been a top 20 running back 4 out of the last 6 years.
And we don't know what the Texans offense is going to look like at
No
all.
idea.
We have no answers. And, you know, as much as I don't want to talk about the quarterback currently and all he's going through, I don't even want to say his name. You know, it's we'll see. I think they're going to be a really bad team. I don't think he'll be there. And I don't think he should be there. But
No.
that's beside the point.
Sure.
Yeah.
I agree with you there.
Do you bring that part up on your show very often? Like, do you get anybody that's like,
We don't
Oh,
we don't have to talk about the Texans now.
yeah, that's good. That's always
but-
nice.
I mean, obviously it's a big story, but national. We take national programming and they'll cover it.
Yeah.
'Cause that's more there. We stick Wisconsin mainly, unless there's a huge story, right? I mean, if the Bucks weren't in the finals, I'm sure we'd talk about them. But
Yeah.
we typically stick strictly Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. We got to come out and visit you again. Well, for the first time, but like go out to
Yes.
Wisconsin again.
Get back to Green Bay.
Were you out of town? Is that why we couldn't meet up with you? Or
I
we
don't-
just
I
weren't
don't
cool
even
enough
know.
Just
yet?
going down.
Yeah, we just weren't cool enough yet.
I don't think that was the issue. I don't remember what it was.
Because you could, like, we literally were 4 houses down from the stadium. Like, you could have.
Yes, you were about 15 minutes from me, 10 minutes from me.
Oh man, should have.
But I don't know that I was in town.
We will
I
get
I
another
might have
one
been
here.
at school or something. I don't remember. When was it? It was in December, right? I think I remember
Yeah,
that.
December 7th.
Oh, that's my
2018.
birthday also.
Oh yeah, remember? Oh, nice.
So I don't know what I was.
That might have been it. Maybe.
No, but another time for
I'm
sure.
getting him
man.
again. There he is. 4 of the 5 drafts. I go with
Yeah.
Kenyon Drake.
Big shares.
I will say you could probably wait until like the 9th or 10th to take him. But I get it. If it's your guy, go ahead and grab your guy.
Well, you know, in this draft, he was creeping up, and we've got 5 teams on auto draft. He would have been gone.
Oh
by the
yeah,
time we
that's
got
actually
Yeah,
a
smart
good
read.
point. Who am I to talk
Who are
here?
you to judge, buddy?
Yeah,
You should like Kenyon. He gave you so many
Oh my!
years.
No, not. And Austin can attest that he got this on. He recorded. I can vouch that that Kenyon Drake gave me probably one of the most awesome moments I've ever had in fantasy football in my entire career.
He
Sure.
gave you a walk-off?
Yeah, it was against Dallas. The Dallas when there was like I don't know a minute
Monday
and 20
night.
left.
Last game of
yeah.
the week.
That's right.
And yeah, I'm down by. So I had Pat Mahomes go that morning, because they had a dual game because of COVID. So I had Pat Mahomes go the game before, and it just ended up being like I was down by like I don't know, like 25 or something. So I had a very small chance to win, but I was still holding out hope. And Austin kept texting me and stuff, and then gets down to literally that last play, and it was almost like a calling. I could see it. Because Kyler turned around and looked at Drake, and I just saw him go like that, and I was like, oh, he's gonna go. And like I just got like my eyes got real big, and sure enough, dude, hits that hole, and I'm screaming the whole way, like, oh my goodness, is he gonna? I was so worried he was gonna pull the Brian Westbrook and just like slide at the one,
Or
and then I
Daniel
would have.
Jones.
Yeah, and no, he went all the way, and I end up winning by like a point.
Wow.
It was so close. Yeah.
Those wins are the best, aren't they?
Oh, it was glorious. Yeah, I was freaking out. Austin immediately called me. Austin, Chelsea.
No, you called me, and I was like, "Oh, Johnny's calling. I need to video
yeah.
this right now."
Oh, that's right.
And so that's what we did, and I have that on video. Yeah,
I was-
because you're just so excited. That's a great question, though. Struff, do you have any just insane fantasy football wins that just like should not have happened, but they did?
Yeah.
And yeah, what happened?
Milwaukee
Yeah.
Bucks don't count. Okay.
No, yeah, we're talking football.
Yeah.
But if you haven't noticed, by the way.
Yeah.
But yeah, like there's a couple that are in mind. I think I actually also had a Kenyon Drake walk-off win, but it was a little bit more comfortable than that. It wasn't where it was a point. It was, 12 or 13, but I needed, that was a recent one where, the Monday night games where you get a walk-off win are always the best. And you usually get what? Maybe if you're lucky, one a season, one every 2 years. They're just very fun. But my favorite one, which was, I think it might have been a Sunday night, I needed the defensive performance of a lifetime. And this was the Darrell Revis Jets.
Oh.
And he had a pick six in like the third or fourth quarter that sealed it. And I won by like 0.2.
Oh.
And I just, like the worst person or the worst position to have going is defense special teams. If that's your last hope, right? Because they can shit the bed and get -8 as easy as they can get 18, right? So, it's just because it's so wonky with defensive scoring. And those are nail biters. But when they pull it out, it's so fun. So that one sticks out to me. The first year I played fantasy, LaDainian Tomlinson, it was 2005. I was like 8 years old. LaDainian Tomlinson's crazy year. Phillip Rivers had a great year that year.
Touchdowns.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Passing touchdown, receiving touchdown.
Donovan
rushing touchdown,
McNabb
same
had a great
game.
year that year. Like, I think I had McNabb and Tomlinson the first year I ever played fantasy. I won a league. That's how I got addicted.
Yeah.
Like joined my
you
dad's
find-
league because he needed an extra guy, right? Like,
You're on the clock, by the way, Stro. If you have 30.
oh, that helps.
Yeah.
Well, that's enough. That's enough.
My best one was in our league of record against Nick Thomas. It was the Atlanta Falcons versus the New England
yeah.
Patriots. I didn't have anybody going in this game, but my opponent had Tom Brady, and the game was close. And our fantasy matchup was close, and the Falcons-Patriots game was close. And this was another Monday night last game of the week. And there was a handful of things that I needed to have happen before we got to the ultimate kneel-down situation. It was like I needed Atlanta to score, but then to go for 2 and not get it, or to kick it and miss. And they did. They like went for 2. They didn't get it, and then I needed it. Then so that it was a turnover on downs, or no, they got the ball back, and then I was up by. No, my opponent was up by 0.3.
We got kneel down negative.
0.2. It was the negatives, but not only that, there was 35 seconds left. 40 seconds on a play clock. There was 35 seconds left, so it would have just taken one kneel down. But I was hoping from the competitive spirit, the Falcons would burn that timeout, just to hope something happens, like kneel down timeout. Hoping for a fumble on the last play. And the competitive spirit did drive them to that. They called the timeout, which meant another kneel down had to happen, and I won by like 0.16 points.
Wow.
On 2 Brady kneel downs.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, in the last game of the season. Or not the last game of the week, I mean.
Yeah, that one's like that's more fun than a defense special team story, right? A late pick 6. A kneel down that ultimately gives your opponent the win has to hurt so bad.
Oh my goodness.
That's like the world's largest Band-Aid being ripped off and tearing off
from
every
your
piece
eyes.
Right, from your eyes. Yes.
Especially because it's like there's nothing you just have to watch it happen. Like, and what's gonna happen and that you're gonna lose points. And you're just like you're hoping that there's like a fumble on the snap or something. So that way you get just 0 on there and not a negative. Oh man, the quarterback kneeling is brutal, especially if you were to lose that way. Bad. That
might be the worst way to lose a fantasy football game, right?
Outside of maybe a stat correction.
Oh, stat
See,
correction.
I can live with stat correction more than
Yeah.
I can live with my quarterback kneeling to win the game and ultimately losing me my fantasy game, right? Like, especially if it's Monday Night Football and the way that I don't think anything could hurt more than that. Stat corrections do suck.
Yeah, maybe that's just like an ultimate bummer, but it does not have the same emotional impact as you're
Right,
sitting
because
on
if you're
pins and
watching
needles.
Monday Night Football, right?
Yeah.
You're sitting there on your couch, Monday night, crappy day of work, just like, yeah, my escape is Monday Night Football now.
Mhm.
And then you lose your fantasy game because your quarterback kneels.
Oof, da.
That
Yeah,
hurts.
that was
Dun,
fun.
dun, 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 dun,
Dun, dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun.
You see
Oh,
those videos
man.
when
I can't wait for football.
seriously,
Can't
right?
wait.
You see those videos when the girlfriend puts on the NFL music and then just films them as they come into the living room. They look at and there's nothing on TV. I'm just like, what are you doing?
Oh,
Why?
oh man, yeah. With
That would hurt.
Chelsea's
Oh,
laughing over here.
yeah, but
I'm gonna get her with that.
Jade was the one that showed me that video, and she was like, "Oh, I should do this to you." I was like, "I would be very mad at you if you did that."
Yes. I would be legitimately upset.
That is like a calling of the wild right there. Like you will get herds of people if you just
What's the best Monday Night Football game ever? Is it Rams Chiefs from a few years back
What about our boy Brett Favre? Was that a Monday night game?
against
Or was
the
that a Sunday
Raiders?
night? Yeah,
I think that was a Monday night game. I think you're right.
that was a pretty good one. It was,
Yeah,
it was
that
a night
was
game.
a
It was
great
prime time
story.
game.
It's a great story, right?
It was a great story.
It was an ass whooping from a football perspective, but
And a quarterback
story.
perspective.
I
It was
do
unbelievable.
think-
But yeah, the night after his dad died, right? I mean, that's just crazy. But yes, Johnny.
Well, I was just gonna agree with. I do think that probably the Rams. Wait a second, wasn't there like a really high scoring Monday night game?
The Chiefs Rams
Chiefs,
a couple
Rams.
years
Yeah,
ago.
that's what I said. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
but then I felt like there was another really the Chiefs in Baltimore this past year was
that one was
really
too.
good.
That's right.
Yeah,
Or the Browns.
oh,
The Browns
or
in Baltimore. Remember that was a credit. What's it called? When a score has never been had before.
Scorigami.
Scorigami,
Scorigami was
dude.
like a
Yeah.
49-47, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
fan of
the
Scorigami.
Scorigami was really cool.
Give me
Credit
Jalen
was
Rager. Like the Philly offense this year.
I do
It's a
too.
bad division.
Yeah.
They're better this year than they were last, obviously, but I like Philly. I don't know what it is. I've just got a gut feeling about Philly this year.
It's hard. I have no idea what they're about. I have no idea what this coaching system
That's the
is.
thing, right?
It's kind of like a wild card. Could be
But
totally
I like
awesome.
a lot of those pieces.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna say this one because I'm gonna draft him because we haven't talked about him like at all today. We need to talk about him more though. Big Mo, Big Mo Alley Cox.
Allie Cox.
Yeah, dude. With Carson Wentz.
Carson.
Yeah, Carson Wentz as his quarterback. We know how much he targets the tight end. We know how much they like to use the tight end in that system. I'm not worried about it.
I love Indy. I've always loved Indy. They just need a shot. Like the last 4 years, they've been in good shape. It's just a matter of I don't know. They need to peak at the right time, it almost feels like. And they haven't been able to do that. And they had the unfortunate Andrew Luck thing.
Yeah.
Phil was solid, but not good enough, right? Like, I don't know. This could be really good for Carson Wentz. This could be really good for Indy. And you're right. Carson Wentz loves using the tight end. So Mo Alley Cox stock maybe a little bit lower than we might end up finding out.
Yeah,
This has got to go up, man. 27 years old, 6'5", 267 pounds.
He's
And we've
massive.
seen what he can
Intangibles
do.
are ridiculous, right?
Like,
He's so good. He's like one of
yeah,
the
this
best.
is a name. This is
I forgot Hunter Henry was a Patriot. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got that's they're going to run that Aaron Hernandez and Gronk system. That's what I was telling you about Jacoby Myers. I'm telling you, get Jacoby Myers in your late rounds. Like you can grab him here. Well, you already drafted, so you can't grab him here.
That's a
But-
pretty that's a pretty waiver wire pick though, isn't it? I mean, you can snag him.
Beat the waiver wire because I'm telling you, he's going to be a waiver wire pickup week 1 when he blows up and he scores a touchdown and gets 80 receiving yards or 70 receiving yards.
You think he's a burst out of the gates type of?
I
sleeper?
do.
Okay.
I think he's going to
That's
be
fine.
their main vein that they're going to feed in that pass offense.
Absolutely.
We did
Uh,
it.
Gentlemen,
We did it, boys.
we got a bonus in.
I need Travi.
Oh yeah, he
We
needs.
got 2
Oh
bonuses.
yeah.
I think we did 6
he's
drafts, guys.
Do you know?
did.
You must have a little a bird on your shoulder or something. I sort of said I've never used those like old man expressions that make no sense. Say a little bird on your shoulder, but my man Travi over here is getting. Strofe just literally said, "I need to see Travi. I need to see Travi."
We
Yeah,
need to have a conversation.
Yeah, he wants to have.
We've got to iron out the existing beef, and I need back in. That's the issue.
What'd you
Travis.
say now?
I need back in.
He
Yeah,
wants
yeah,
into the listener league.
Well,
He's saying-
should we do another giveaway?
We can do another giveaway. We haven't yet, but Strofe wants in. He's saying he's wanting to ask you.
It's really your beef to have, Johnny. He's the
Well,
one.
hey, listen, I'm not scared of him. So if you want,
Okay, who is the official commissioner of the listener league?
Travis.
Johnny is.
No, Travis is.
Well, I'm getting conflicting answers. Austin, who do you think the
If it's
commissioner of the
up to
listener league
me,
is?
if it's up to me, Alex, you're in. So
All right.
All right,
he's
I'm in.
He's in.
I
All right,
thought
hold
it
on.
said in the bylaws if you did 4 mock drafts between the hours of 11 p.m. and 5 a.m.
yeah.
I thought that we had mentioned that.
I
while
did
ago.
6 for the record, so pretty solid outing.
Yeah, actually, we've been smashing these mock drafts here.
We that's our new record. I think we've done 5 the previous 2 years. We fit in 6 this year. Good for us. Missed Travi a little bit, but
I had to shut down a little. Had to
how
get
you
some
feeling?
rest.
Did you get a nap in?
If you want to call it that.
Okay.
Yeah.
A little shut eye.
I read somewhere though that if you lay in the fetal position, it's kind of like napping.
Feels good.
It does feel good. It's very
It does
comfy.
feel good.
How
yeah.
were your mocks, Alex? Did they get better?
No, I
didn't
think
think so.
I peaked in the middle. My final outing here, which is the one that's on the screen, was my worst one. I called that out in about round 5 or 6. So this is my worst one yet. However, I'm feeling pretty good. Overall, if we look at the 6 we did, I think I won 4 of them.
I think.
And I think Johnny took last place in at least 5.
No, that you liked my team on at least 2 of them.
Well, one of them I said I liked your team, and that was the one that didn't lose.
Oh, okay. Unreal. This guy.
Have you ever taken the shades off?
Yes,
No.
I did for 2 hours.
Okay.
Now, listener league draft. Do you live stream it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are
Yeah.
you gonna actually draft this? time?
Yeah. Are you gonna be
Am
there?
I
this
allowed to
time?
make an appearance?
Oh, we would love
Yeah.
that.
It won't
All
be at 2 in though.
Yeah. Is that gonna
Well,
be
yeah,
all right?
I think I'll
Is
be
that in
all
your
right with that.
contract.
No, my contract specifically says 2 to 6 a.m. Central. No, yes, that'll be completely fine. Let me know the date. Hopefully, as far as I'm aware, I do not have another niece on the way, so she will not be born on the day of the draft this year.
Oh, how's your niece doing?
My niece is almost a year old. She's the best baby ever. I typically I'm young. However, I always thought babies, they kind of weirded me out. Now I had a niece and I love babies, and that baby specifically rocks.
Yeah.
Now, is she still a baby at 11 months? How does that work? You guys have met more babies than me probably. When do they stop being babies? And
What is
become,
that
like,
supposed to mean?
Like,
What
when
do
do they
you
get-
Mid-30s? Mid to
when do
late
they
30s?
become toddlers?
when they're in their 30s?
Like 2 years old.
Yeah, probably 2 years.
Whenever they get hungry.
Yeah.
So
I know I do.
Me
I
as
know
well.
that I do.
I become a baby when I'm hungry as well.
Yeah. You have
all right,
Benjamin
boys.
All right,
Pretty much.
Alex. All right, we need to get a bet then on the board of some kind of thing.
Well, our henna
You make it
tattoo
official.
issue isn't figured out. So I say we do this. If Travi is the official, unofficial commissioner of the Listeners League, I say we get him to agree to allow us, or to schedule us rather, to play week 1. Loser of the week 1 matchup gets the face henna tattoo, and then we can reconvene maybe on a post-game press conference via the Fantasy Whisperers YouTube channel. We come up with a season-long bet, and it will include, if you'd like this year, if we both somehow end up in the losers bracket, which would be a real shame, we can include that in the contract this year and come up with a season-long bet. But this rivalry, number 1, stronger than ever.
You have a lot of demands for.
You got
a lot of
You
demands. Bro.
You see what we've been dealing with?
No, I mean I get it. This is his time block. He's the MVP here.
Oh, okay.
He's like pulling an Aaron Rodgers right as he.
He's
like
trying. Eric, good morning, everyone. Good morning,
Eric.
Good morning.
I will post the Last Dance photo cryptically on my Instagram story just to juice this up a little bit.
All right, we'll figure out
Dennis Rodman in this
Sounds
dynamic.
good, boys.
All right,
been a lot of fun.
Appreciate you,
dude. Alex,
you
thank you
guys. Much
so
love.
freaking much, man. Always
Been a
You got
blast.
us through. Appreciate you. All right, let's hit this outro, and then we are going into the last segment. So meet us on the thumbnail 4, segment 4,
the fourth and final
one.
It's the final mock down.
Hey, that's a good one.
Right here.
Oh, hey, you made it to the end of the video. If you like what you saw and you want to learn how to dominate your own draft and win your own league, head on over to thefantasywhisperers.com and grab your copy of the Fantasy Whisperers Draft Kit today, or click the link in the description below. And if you're still not sold, check out one of these videos.